Chapter 2987. On the way to the Black Domain's entrance. A silhouette was moving at a high speed. Every time he crossed a large distance, the scenery around him would recede. This method was completely different from ordinary flying. If a High Lord was here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the Temporal Temple's unique space traversal secret technique. Yes, it was space traversal. They completely relied on the power of space to teleport. This was their best life-saving trump card. When an expert of the Temporal Temple wanted to leave, almost no one could stop them. Even if they had set up a space sealing array, it wouldn't be of much use. A huge city appeared in the eyes of the young man who had used Spatial Leap. Black Domain City, I'm coming. Are you guys ready? This young man's most striking feature was his bald head. He was the #1 expert of the Temporal Temple's younger generation, Venerable Kongwen. Not long after, this #1 expert had advanced to 9th Order Heavenly God realm, becoming a true Venerable expert. Black Domain City Lord Manor. Since the other party had invited him, Lin Fei had to give him some face. After all, the other party represented the vast Black Domain, the most unique place in the entire Saint Spirit world. If Lin Fei wanted to make a name for himself in the Saint Spirit world, the Black Domain was an unavoidable place. Now that he had a chance to interact with the Black Domain's experts, it would be of great help. With the invitation in hand, Lin Fei arrived at the City Lord Manor. After handing over the invitation, a housekeeper immediately came out to welcome him. Venerable, please come in. You're the only one left. The housekeeper led the way. They're all here. There's someone else besides me? Lin Fei was surprised. He hadn't noticed this when he first arrived. He had thought that the Black Domain City Lord had invited him alone. Yes, Venerable. The housekeeper nodded. The City Lord is holding a small banquet and has invited a few people from Black Domain City as guests. Lin Fei didn't continue asking. He was very curious as to what this Black Domain City Lord was planning. When Lin Fei stepped into the hall, numerous gazes turned to look at him with surprise and doubt. Lin Fei's appearance was too unfamiliar to them. Especially this young man, he had come too late. It could be said that everyone had been waiting for this person. For the Black Domain City Lord to personally wait for him, they had originally thought that he was some great figure, but now that they saw him, they couldn't help but feel displeased. Fellow Cultivator Lin, you're finally here. I thought you'd forgotten about tonight's banquet. The Black Domain City Lord, dressed in casual clothes, warmly welcomed them, once again causing everyone present to feel puzzled and shocked. Where did this guy come from? A smile also appeared on Lin Fei's face. Since the City Lord has invited me as a guest, how could I dare not come? I've made the City Lord wait for a long time. Later, I'll punish myself with 3 cups of wine. City Lord, who is this young man? Could he be the young master of the Saint Spirit Domain? A round-faced supremacy in the crowd asked with narrowed eyes. You have to introduce him to us. Everyone was curious. The Black Domain City Lord smiled and said, actually, all of you have heard of his name. He's the #1 person of the Dark Shadow Palace's younger generation, Lin Fei. Does he sound familiar? Lin Fei couldn't guess what the Black Domain City Lord wanted to do, so he could only wait and see. It can't be, right? He's Lin Fei? That traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, why is he here? Everyone communicated with each other for a while, and they all looked puzzled. With the Black Domain City Lord around, no one dared to say anything openly. Since the City Lord had invited him, they really didn't dare to say anything, lest they incurred the City Lord's displeasure. So it's fellow Cultivator Lin. You're really young and promising. Everyone was quick to compliment him. The atmosphere was harmonious. Fellow Cultivator Lin, sit here. The Black Domain City Lord pulled Lin Fei to the seat below him and sat down. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all and sat down boldly, not caring about the surrounding gazes. We can begin. The banquet began. A group of female dancers filed in and began to dance in front of everyone. Their melodious voices echoed in the banquet hall, creating a delightful scene. Lin Fei didn't have much interest in watching the dance. Even though these female dancers were very beautiful and strong, he still looked at them with a calm gaze. The Black Domain City Lord had interacted with Lin Fei once before, so he paid special attention to him this time. He secretly took him seriously. With such tyrannical strength, he wasn't arrogant at all. There were really not many people who could do this. Asking him to do that thing should be the right thing to do. The Black Domain City Lord thought to himself. He was able to kill 2 great sovereigns and dozens of high lords. Even among the great sovereigns, he's an outstanding figure. The Black Domain City Lord was getting more and more satisfied. Tonight's banquet, apart from gathering everyone together, is also to inform everyone of one thing. I intend to give one of the 3 spots to represent Black Domain City in the Forbidden Land to fellow cultivator Lin Fei. Halfway through the banquet, the Black Domain City Lord put down his cup and announced a piece of news. Lin Fei was very calm, but there was a slight change in his expression when he heard the words Forbidden Land. But for the others, this wasn't good news. A High Lord put down his cup and said with a displeased expression, "City Lord, isn't this a little too rushed? Haven't the spots already been arranged? Isn't it a little too bad to do this?" With a start, a second one immediately followed. Everyone's thoughts were more or less the same. They didn't want the 3rd spot to fall into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei watched with a smile as he poured himself a cup of wine. "It seems that the Black Domain City Lord wants me to represent Black Domain City in something. He's trying to drag me down with him." If this was an ordinary person, Lin Fei would definitely get up and leave, not bothering to pay attention to them. Currently, ordinary places couldn't enter Lin Fei's eyes. However, he was rather curious about the words Forbidden Land, so he decided to see what the Black Domain City Lord wanted to do. As for the threatening gazes of the High Lords, he completely ignored them. There is no possibility of changing this matter. Taoist Lin Fei is an outstanding figure in the body tempering path. If he takes away a spot, it will only bring benefits to our Black Domain City. Don't tell me you think that I'm lying to you. The Black Domain City Lord's face sank slightly, and he looked like he was about to get angry. "City Lord, it's not that we are suspicious, but Taoist Lin Fei." The High Lord who spoke first stood up again and said, "After all, the Forbidden Land is too important to us. What if—" "That's right, the spot for the Forbidden Land cannot be changed. City Lord, you have to reconsider. Black Domain City Lord, what is this Forbidden Land of yours? Can you tell us about it?" Lin Fei suddenly asked the Black Domain City Lord with a smile on his face. The Black Domain City Lord had always been worried that Lin Fei would be angry. He had hesitated for a long time before he made up his mind. Tonight's banquet was just a small test. If Lin Fei didn't appear so angry, this matter would be mostly settled. "Taoist Lin Fei, you don't even know what the Forbidden Land is. I advise you not to go." A High Lord sneered. Chapter 2988. Those present at the banquet were all from Black Domain City's forces. They were aware of the recent events in the Saint Spirit world. The Dark Shadow Palace's 3 traitors were infamous, and subconsciously, they didn't like them. As for Lin Fei's strength, they didn't approve of him. This was because they didn't know that Lin Fei had single-handedly annihilated 3 top forces. "All of you, quiet down." The Black Domain City Lord snapped. Everyone finally quieted down. "This is my decision. Of the 3 spots, fellow Taoist Lin Fei will definitely get one. As for who gets kicked out, you can discuss among yourselves." If the Black Domain City Lord didn't know of Lin Fei's strength, he wouldn't believe Lin Fei's strength even if he was beaten to death. The younger generation of Black Domain City paled in comparison. "City Lord, I refuse to accept this." At this time, a young genius stood up and shouted, "Me too." Another young genius stood up. "Why must one of us be stripped of the spot? We don't think he's stronger than us." The 3 people who stood up were the geniuses selected by Black Domain City long ago. Each of them was a venerable lord, an 8th order heavenly god realm existence. The Black Domain City Lord sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. "Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, I'm really sorry about this matter. I didn't expect them to react so strongly. I feel that you're more suitable than them to go to the Forbidden Lands. As long as fellow Taoist agrees, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll help you get whatever you want." The Black Domain City Lord said. It was precisely because the Black Domain City Lord was from the Black Domain that Lin Fei had been sitting there, ignoring them. Can I listen to the contents of the sealed lands? Of course. The Black Domain City Lord breathed out in relief, a trace of joy on his face. If Lin Fei was willing to help, he might be the biggest winner this time. The Forbidden Lands are actually some abandoned continents within the Black Domain. They aren't very big, but every Forbidden Land is enveloped by primordial annihilation energy. In their previous lives, they were either established sects or countries. These places are enveloped by primordial annihilation energy without any warning. After a long time, these places will give birth to some special treasures. The Black Domain City Lord spoke in great detail. Lin Fei did not know much about the Black Domain. The only time he had seen it was in Azura City's auction house. He knew how powerful the experts of the Black Domain were, but he did not know much about the Forbidden Lands. Now that he heard it, he was secretly shocked. Can special treasures really be born in these sealed lands? Lin Fei asked curiously. The first thing that came to his mind was the divine essence sand. The Black Domain City Lord calmed down. It's good that you're interested. This matter will most likely succeed. He still had this much confidence. In theory, some treasures in the Saint Spirit domain will be born in the Forbidden Lands. After all, the Forbidden Lands are affected by the primordial annihilation energy. After a long time, anything can happen. For example, some ores and materials that are hard to find in the outside world can be found in the Forbidden Lands as long as you're lucky. Let's take the Divine Essence Sand for example. In the Saint Spirit domain, besides the Jianghu country, the Black Domain's Forbidden Lands is the only place that has it. The Black Domain City Lord's words struck a chord in Lin Fei's heart. Divine Essence Sand. Lin Fei did not expect to learn such a secret from the Black Domain City Lord. Besides the Jianghu country, there was actually a place in the Black Domain that could produce something like the Divine Essence Sand. It was something that he dreamed of day and night. Inadvertently hearing the Black Domain City Lord's secret, Lin Fei rejoiced. Luckily, he did not leave in a fit of anger. Otherwise, he would have missed an opportunity. Divine Essence Sand. Lin Fei made up his mind. He would definitely go to the Forbidden Lands. The Forbidden Lands are so magical, Lin Fei said in shock. In that case, there are many such Forbidden Lands in the Black Domain? The Black Domain City Lord laughed when he heard this. I really don't know how to answer your question. It's fine to say it's right, but it's also fine to say it's wrong. The sealed area is very special in the Black Domain. Normally, it's controlled by the various large factions of the Black Domain. Apart from that, no one can enter without a special supporting treasure. The Forbidden Lands that we are going to are a public Forbidden Lands. However, the number of people who can enter is limited. Lin Fei heard it clearly. He had indeed thought too far ahead. A place like the Forbidden Lands was not an ordinary place. Under the shroud of the primordial annihilation energy, all sorts of treasures could be born. How could such a place be given to others? While Lin Fei and the Black Domain City Lord were conversing, the three supremacies stared at the silent Lin Fei, who was frowning from time to time and looking happy from time to time. They were all enraged. Lin Fei was simply not putting them in his eyes. Lin Fei, I want to spar with you. As long as you are stronger than us, we will immediately give up. That's right. Do you dare? The supremacies who were sitting and drinking did not make a sound. They did not stop them. Although they did not know why Lin Fei had gained the favor of the Black Domain City Lord, they knew that as long as they did not agree, the Black Domain City Lord would have to listen to them in the end. They still had this bit of confidence. Lin Fei, who had betrayed the Dark Shadow Palace and defected to the demonic motherland, could forget about taking advantage of them. They were even wondering if they should release the news that Lin Fei was here. They believed that the three top forces would be very interested in capturing him. After Lin Fei digested the news of the Forbidden Land, he saw that the three supremacies wanted to spar with him. Haha, you want to spar with me? Are you qualified? Lin Fei suddenly laughed loudly. After knowing the origin of the Forbidden Land, Lin Fei naturally would not miss this opportunity. The moment he laughed, the three supremacies were shocked. They felt the world spin and their blood churn as if they were about to spit out a mouthful of blood. As for the other supremacies, their expressions changed drastically. He's so strong. I actually feel like I've been hit by a trick. What's going on? The only person present who was not shocked was the Black Domain City Lord. That smile contained a terrifying, penetrating force that easily rushed into their bodies. The three young supremacies were the first to bear the brunt. Even though they were supremacies, their strength was too weak. After one exchange, the three of them spat out blood. Your strength is still not enough. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. You still want to spar with me? I'm afraid I'll kill you with one punch. Don't you think so, City Lord? The Black Domain City Lord smiled bitterly. Do you understand now? Chapter 2989. Lin Fei's action made the young supremacies and supremacies feel immense pressure. Everyone had underestimated Lin Fei's prowess. Seeing the reluctance on the faces of the young geniuses, they did not stop them and watched quietly. In their hearts, they understood that one of the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Land would probably be given to Lin Fei. He was so young, yet he was so powerful. They wondered how he cultivated. Was he at the body-tempering style? I know you are unwilling. Lin Fei stood up with a crash. Then I'll give you a chance. As long as you can block one of my punches, I won't say another word. I don't care if you don't qualify. You can all come at me together, lest you say that I bully you. If they attacked together, it would directly provoke the few of them. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone like this. They were slightly weaker just now, but that was because they were caught off guard. If they were attacked again, they would definitely not be in such a sorry state. Lin Fei, you're too arrogant. There are only a few of us. You want to defeat us alone? Dream on. Isn't it just one punch? Who's afraid of who? They were all ready. It would be a miracle if Lin Fei agreed to this. The Black Domain City Lord did not stop Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei was willing, it would not be a problem to kill these people. No one dared to say anything because he was the Black Domain City Lord and represented a huge force. In order to say that I'm bullying you, you guys can attack first. Lin Fei chuckled and stood with his hands behind his back. Shameless boasting. Let's attack. The young supremacies could no longer sit still and directly attacked. Boom, boom. Their auras erupted like a storm. Just this aura alone could suffocate heavenly gods. The Saint Spirit's secret technique was unleashed. In the face of this storm, Lin Fei was very calm. He wore a faint smile as if their attacks did not exist. Bang, bang. All the killer moves and secret techniques landed on Lin Fei. A layer of golden circular energy rippled out. It's not strong enough. In the eyes of Lin Fei, the powerful killer move of a supremacy wasn't threatening at all. It was soft and powerless. Lin Fei easily blocked it with his proud heaven armor. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei took a step forward and casually threw a punch. A fist shadow appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Muffled groans could be heard coming from the bodies of the geniuses as they were sent flying. Their bodies were battered beyond repair, and they were on the verge of death. This was because Lin Fei had restrained his power. The Black Domain City Lord was already used to Lin Fei's battle prowess. Does anyone have any objections? The Black Domain City Lord laughed and said, This world is very big, and there is always someone better out there. You should be glad that Taoist Lin Fei showed mercy to you. The supremacy powerhouses present instantly lost their temper. What a joke! A single punch was enough to make several young exalted lords half dead. This power was terrifying to the extreme. You want them to go up? They knew that they didn't have the ability to do so. In front of that kind of power, they couldn't even find a way to resist. The other party's strength was completely crushing. It wasn't that they had never seen a body-tempering cultivator before, but it was their first time seeing someone like Lin Fei. He was too powerful. Emperors will protection, and the power of emperors will couldn't block that ferocious attack. The most terrifying thing was that this Lin Fei cultivated a powerful protective secret technique, which was rare and precious. Generally, powerful protective secret techniques, especially body-tempering ones, were more precious. We don't have any objections. With Taoist Lin Fei representing us, we are 100% happy. This is the blessing of our Black Domain City. All of them smiled. When Lin Fei displayed his strength and easily defeated a supremacy, they changed their minds. Such a person wasn't easy to deal with. It was just a slot, so there was no need to haggle over it. The Black Domain City Lord was very satisfied with their reply. That's good, then it's settled. Lin Fei decided to sit down again. But at this moment, a terrifying power directly descended on the Black Domain City Lord's mansion. Everyone immediately felt some kind of suppression. This was especially so for Lin Fei's position. As the special power enveloped him, the surrounding space actually began to change. Hua hua hua, everything changed in an instant. Lin Fei was no longer in the hall of the City Lord's mansion. Instead, he was in the sky outside Black Domain City. Spatial transfer. Lin Fei frowned slightly. An expert of the Temporal Temple. Pa. Not far away, a bald young man walked out from the void. His eyebrows were as sharp as knives and were filled with killing intent. Around him, the space was constantly changing. It seemed real but not real, seemed fake but not fake. It was as though there was a great distance between the two of them. This person was the Temporal Temple's great supremacy Kong Wen. He was the strongest expert of the younger generation, as well as the #1 expert. Your eyesight isn't bad. You actually recognized spatial transfer. No wonder the secret arrest team failed on the verge of success. You Lin Fei aren't bad. The bald young man laughed. Let me introduce myself. I am Kong Wen, and I'm here to kill you. Black Domain City Lord's Mansion Hall. As the terrifying special power dissipated, everyone was in a daze. At that moment, they felt as if they had lost control of their bodies. There was nothing more terrifying than a special suppression that even their supremacy couldn't endure. Spatial transfer, an expert from the Temporal Temple has arrived. To be able to use such a secret technique, he must be at least at the great supremacy level. The Black Domain City Lord's face sank as he rushed out of the City Lord's mansion. A Temporal Temple's great supremacy had teleported someone out in front of him. This was disrespecting him, the Black Domain City Lord. Moreover, the Black Domain City Lord was still counting on Lin Fei to help him. To be able to use spatial transfer, he must be nearby. I can't let anything happen to Lin Fei. You guys are really fast. Lin Fei recognized the other party. The #1 expert of the Temporal Temple's younger generation, Great Supremacy Kong Wen, was very famous in the Saint Spirit world. Anyone who was dissatisfied with the title of #1 expert would be defeated by him. At this point, no one dared to look down on this #1 expert because he truly had the strength to do so. To kill me, you've really put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei was very calm. I'm very happy that you, the #1 expert, are here to kill me. After all, I've long wanted to witness the power of the #1 expert. Great Supremacy Kong Wen's eyes suddenly narrowed. You're not bad either. Although I didn't see Dugu Yijian or the Elysian Sun, I've already completed half of my mission by killing you. It's a pity that you've offended the Temporal Temple. I won't let you off. Lin Fei truly didn't expect that the #1 expert of the Temporal Temple would come to kill him. Chapter 2990. Supreme Venerable Kong Wen was the #1 person of the younger generation. Along the way, he had defeated countless geniuses, including some monstrous geniuses. Those famous geniuses would eventually become the stone steps under his feet. You're quite confident. Supreme Venerable Kong Wen said indifferently. I hope you won't disappoint me. Whoosh whoosh. Supreme Venerable Kong Wen made his move. A huge bubble appeared without warning and directly enveloped Lin Fei. This move came too quickly. Lin Fei was prepared, but he was still a step too late. His entire body was instantly sealed. Boom. The moment he was sealed, the huge spatial bubble exploded on the spot. Lin Fei's body swayed. With just one move, Ao Tian's body fortification had been effected. His strength was indeed worthy of his reputation. You're the #1 genius of the Temporal Temple. Your methods are indeed impressive. You've mastered the spatial school very well. Lin Fei said with a smile. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was just testing him. You're not bad yourself. You're the only one in the entire Saint Spirit domain who has cultivated the body tempering school for 150,000 years. Defeating you gives me a great sense of accomplishment. The spatial bubble enveloped him once again. This time, Lin Fei was prepared and retreated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Huge bubbles enveloped him one after another. No matter how fast Lin Fei's speed was, he had no advantage over this huge bubble. Open! His body shook, and a huge force swept out, hitting the huge bubble that had formed. The force that could usually crush experts was like cotton candy when it hit the huge bubble. It was unable to break the huge bubble, which was full of toughness. Wave after wave of force landed on the huge bubble. Not a single one of them could break the huge bubble. Lin Fei was trapped several times. Every time he was trapped, he would receive an attack. The frequency was getting faster and faster. In a short period of time, he had received 30 to 50 attacks. You're indeed very powerful to be able to withstand my spatial seal for so long. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen calmly manipulated the Space Emperor's will and cast a series of spatial seals, as if he was doing something trivial. It's a pity that you ran into me. You killed Grand Monarch Shady Moon's doppelganger, so we've studied your abilities. If we want to kill you, we'll have to attack you from a distance. I wonder how it feels to be sealed by space. Supreme Venerable Kongwen's face was full of confidence, as if he had already defeated Lin Fei. So this is the famous space seal. It is indeed very powerful. Ordinary High Lords would be severely injured in 3 attacks, and the same goes for great sovereigns. Lin Fei had to admit that this move was powerful. Every time a spatial seal exploded, it would take away a large amount of life force. It was actually the same as Grand Monarch Shadow Moon's saber technique. Compared to Grand Monarch Shadow Moon, Grand Monarch Kongwen's methods were more profound. I've seen your moves, now you can try mine. Lin Fei had a large number of life crystals on him, so he didn't care about ordinary consumption. It was rare for him to meet such an expert, so he really wanted to have a good fight. He took out the Sky Splitter. The attributes of the Origin Energy Divine Weapon were fully activated. Lin Fei had seen how powerful his opponent was. If he relied on his current strength to break this move, it would still be very difficult. So he simply used the Sky Splitter. As soon as the Origin Energy Divine Weapon appeared in his hand, he slashed it vertically, and a black stream of light went straight for Supreme Venerable Kongwen. A path was torn open between the spatial bubbles. Rise! Supreme Venerable Kongwen raised his hand, and the surrounding space became extremely solid. Layer by layer, it floated up. The power of Lin Fei's attack was very terrifying. It blasted open the solid space all the way to Supreme Venerable Kongwen, and a patch of black appeared. Lin Fei's last bit of strength disappeared without a trace. Supreme Venerable Kongwen clapped his hands, a hint of surprise on his face. A body tempering school Supreme Venerable, you're very powerful. You're the first to be able to tear open my defenses. No wonder Grand Monarch Shadow Moon suffered a big loss at your hands. Your weapon is also quite extraordinary. It's at least a semi-finished Origin Energy Divine Weapon. Supreme Venerable Kongwen, the #1 expert of the Temporal Temple's younger generation, also had strength beyond Lin Fei's imagination. The #1 genius is indeed outstanding to be able to cultivate the space school to this level. Lin Fei knew that he had met his match. His tyrannical strength didn't give him any advantage when facing such a school. At the very least, it would be difficult for him to injure the other party with his normal strength, especially the black void around Supreme Venerable Kongwen. It was none other than the legendary Space Shield. This kind of protective secret technique was truly powerful. With space blocking in front and space protecting behind, it would be extremely difficult to injure the other party. You're also very strong, but I know that's not your real strength. You've learned a kind of strength enhancement secret technique. Let me guess, it should be the 10-fold strength technique, and it's only the second stage. Ordinary people can't master this secret technique, so I hope you can take it out and let me see it. Supreme Venerable Kongwen laughed. Master, this guy's space school is really the bane of your strength. Moreover, it's rumored that Supreme Venerable Kongwen is not only proficient in the space school, but also in the time school. He's an existence that's very difficult to provoke. Little Devil said, "Don't be fooled by the fact that he's facing you now. In fact, his real body isn't here. He should be somewhere in the vicinity." Lin Fei had noticed this a long time ago. Supreme Venerable Kongwen wasn't as brainless as he had imagined. He also knew how to guard against Lin Fei's strength. He knows my information like the back of his hand. It seems that the Dark Shadow Palace has arranged for someone of high status to know this information. They've really put in a lot of effort to deal with me. Lin Fei thought. You know me quite well. Lin Fei looked at Supreme Venerable Kongwen. I can use the tenfold strength technique, but I don't know how you're going to resist it. Whoosh! Lin Fei directly activated the second stage of the strength technique. His strength skyrocketed. Lin Fei also wanted to see what the other party's bottom line was. Although Supreme Venerable Kongwen knew him like the back of his hand, Lin Fei's secrets were not that simple. For example, the sky-splitting staff in his hand was an origin energy divine weapon with extraordinary power. Once it was completely unlocked, it would be a fatal blow. In addition, there was also the illusion scepter that he had obtained from the Demon King. This was also a treasure. Since Supreme Venerable Kongwen looked down on him, he planned to give him a big gift. The strongest person? Lin Fei also wanted to make him suffer a big loss. With a wave of the sky-splitting staff, large tracts of space collapsed, and terrifying power rushed to the side of the boundless black hole. However, the black hole was like a bottomless pit, and the explosive power could not affect Supreme Venerable Kongwen. Chapter 2991. Lin Fei continued to make his moves. Long slashes, horizontal attacks, straight thrusts, and other techniques were used to display the power in his hands. His power was increasing step by step. Supreme Venerate Kongwen, who was in the black hole, stood calmly with a faint sneer on his face. He seemed certain that his opponent would not be able to break through the defense of the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier is really powerful. No wonder the spatial faction is a top-notch existence among the 10 great factions. The power of my Essence Force divine weapon is also constantly being released. Once my power enters that area, it immediately disappears without a trace. The spatial barrier should have the ability to transfer power. Lin Fei had seen the power of the Emperor Intense secret technique many times, but this was the first time he had encountered a spatial barrier that specialized in defense. If I want to defeat him, I have to unleash the full power of my Essence Force divine weapon. His spatial barrier secret technique also has a certain endurance. If I unleash it at full power, he will definitely not be able to withstand it. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to break through the defense of the spatial barrier. Not to mention, he has also mastered the Time Dao. Lin Fei immediately made a judgment. Kongwen was indeed proud to be able to become the top person of the Saint Spirit Domain's younger generation. Even the geniuses of the Black Domain might not be able to defeat Kongwen. Supreme Venerate Kongwen watched as Lin Fei continued to attack, but every attack was blocked by the spatial barrier. The Dark Shadow Palace's tenfold strength secret technique is indeed tyrannical, but it's still a little lacking. In front of the Temporal Temple, your advantage will be non-existent. All your attacks will be futile. Lin Fei was considering whether to unleash the full power of his Essence Force divine weapon to give Supreme Venerate Kongwen a big gift. After all, once he unleashed the full power of the Essence Force divine weapon, he would definitely be able to defeat his opponent. He still had a trump card prepared. However, once it was revealed that a great Venerate had an Essence Force divine weapon, it would definitely bring him huge trouble. Furthermore, there were 2 Essence Force divine weapons. At that time, Lin Fei would have to make preparations to escape. Those top-notch great supremacies would come after hearing the news. They would not give up until they obtained the Essence Force divine weapon. Lin Fei really wanted to try this danger if it was not necessary. However, his opponent's strength had completely exceeded his imagination. Temporal Temple, you really have guts. You actually dare to interfere in the matters of our Blackfield City. Do you think there's no one in our Blackfield City? The city lord of Black Realm flew out of the void angrily, his sharp eyes sweeping over Grand Monarch Kongwen. City Lord Blackfield, this person is an enemy of our temporal temple. I was ordered to capture him. I will personally pay a visit to apologize for tonight's matter another day. Supreme Paragon Kongwen cupped his hands and said, if he hadn't seen Lin Fei's power, the Black Domain City Lord might have given him face. But now there was only anger. Using such a method in front of him was not putting the Black Domain City Lord in his eyes. Our Black Domain City doesn't need you to apologize. The Black Domain City Master sneered, if you dare to make a move, then taste the fury of Black Domain City. A black ball-shaped object flew out from the Black Domain City Lord's hand. As soon as this thing appeared, Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's expression flickered. Black Realm City Lord, it's not worth it for a mere Lin Fei. A terrifying aura spread out, directly sweeping through the black hole and colliding with Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's body. His figure also dissipated. If there's a next time, this city lord won't mind attacking your temporal temple's big city a few times. The Black Domain City Lord's voice spread out. Lin Fei's heart shook. He was greatly shocked by the thing that the Black Domain City Lord had thrown out. This scene was simply too shocking. Under the situation where he had activated the second stage of the tenfold strength technique, it was extremely difficult for him to tear through the opponent's defense. But the Black Domain City Lord had easily repelled Supreme Sovereign Kongwen with just a few items. Is this one of Black Domain City's secret trump cards? Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. Even if it was him, he wouldn't have been able to gain any advantage against such an attack. It was inevitable that he would have consumed a large amount of life force. His fleshly body wasn't any better either. Taoist Lin, are you all right? The Black Domain City Lord retracted his gaze and asked. Many thanks to the City Lord for helping. Otherwise, we would have been in big trouble. This number one young genius of the Temporal Temple is more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei said gratefully. The Black Domain City Lord's arrival was too timely. The people of the Temporal Temple are too impudent. They dared to make a move in Black Domain City. As the City Lord, if I don't teach them a lesson, no one will take Black Domain City seriously in the future. If that's the case, I don't mind wasting an energy annihilation sphere. The Black Domain City Lord's face revealed his killing intent. It's a pity that the other party used a spatial projection technique. However, at least he won't have the guts to come again for a long time. When Lin Fei heard the key point, he finally understood what it was. It was a special treasure created by a supreme expert by refining the energy of the Yuan Annihilation Sphere. It possessed a terrifying destructive power. This was also the reason why Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's expression changed the moment he saw the Energy Annihilation Sphere. It contained the energy of the Yuan Annihilation Sphere, and it could destroy anyone it saw. Such an Energy Annihilation Sphere wasn't cheap. It would cost 2 to 3 billion Saint Spirit crystals per unit. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to afford it. The Yuan Energy God Sand only cost about 50 billion Saint Spirit crystals. In terms of power, this was much more powerful. On a mountaintop far away from Black Domain City, Supreme Sovereign Kongwen suddenly opened his eyes. His body swayed slightly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face also turned pale. The Black Domain City Lord dares to use the Energy Annihilation Sphere to deal with me for a mere Lin Fei. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen was in a bad mood. He had originally planned to slowly make Lin Fei despair, like a cat toying with a mouse. In the end, he ran into the Black Domain City Lord and even used such a rare treasure. From this, it could be seen how much importance he placed on Lin Fei. Lin Fei, you're lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Although he didn't know why the Black Domain City Lord had helped him, Supreme Sovereign Kongwen believed that he would find out soon. When that time came, he could change his method of dealing with Lin Fei. Black Domain City had a powerful background. The Black Domain City Lord's disrespect had angered Supreme Sovereign Kongwen. He had to vent his anger, and he had to vent it ruthlessly. The banquet ended hastily because of the Temporal Temple's Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's intervention. After the Black Domain City Lord sent Supreme Sovereign Kongwen away, he returned to the City Lord's mansion and arranged for someone to bring a table of wine. After serving it, he ordered the surrounding people to leave and took the initiative to pour a cup of wine for Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist Lin, this cup of wine is my apology. I feel very sorry for getting you involved. The Black Domain City Lord finished the cup in one gulp. Lin Fei could see that the other party was quite sincere. He chuckled and said, City Lord, since you think so highly of me, it doesn't matter whether you apologize or not. If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble today. The Black Domain City Lord really needed Lin Fei to participate in the Forbidden Land. Chapter 2992. From the bottom of his heart, Lin Fei didn't really like the Black Domain City Lord's actions. If it wasn't for the Black Domain City Lord revealing the secret of the Forbidden Land, Lin Fei would have brushed his sleeves and left without giving the other party any face. The Black Domain City Lord drank a cup of wine as an apology, which improved Lin Fei's impression of him. Although there was some selfishness in it, it was understandable. As long as one was human, they couldn't live without these things. Lin Fei was quite curious about the Black Domain City Lord. For him to be able to oversee this place, it seemed that he wasn't simple. Actually, I'm quite curious. You're from the Black Domain, so why do you have to find me? Am I stronger than those people from the Black Domain? Lin Fei asked. The Black Domain City Lord put down his cup and smiled. A body-tempering great sovereign like you is indeed very powerful. There are many experts in the Black Domain, but I still think that you can do it, because you're a peak existence in the body-tempering path. In terms of strength, there aren't many great sovereigns who are your match. Great Sovereign Kongwen is powerful, right? Even if he goes all out, he might not be able to defeat you, because you're not an ordinary person. Who doesn't have a few trump cards in their hands? This City Lord wasn't careless at all. Lin Fei's impression of the Black Domain City Lord deepened. The Black Domain City Lord poured a cup of wine. What happened before was just on the surface. The important thing is that I'm tired of this place, because I'm from the Black Domain, the Starlight Kingdom. I'm only responsible for guarding this place for too long. I hope that this time, you can obtain something from the Forbidden Land. Then, I can leave the Black Domain City and return to the Starlight World, and you will become a partner of the Starlight World. The Black Domain City Lord said in a serious tone. Lin Fei was puzzled before. Why would the Black Domain City Lord say such words? Although he didn't say much, he could roughly guess some things. This was a person with a story. What is it? Lin Fei asked. The Forbidden Land has been affected by the primordial annihilation energy. Starting from 100 million years later, there will be a certain chance that a special treasure will be born. It is called the Yuan Heartgrass. This is a special existence. It is a mutated plant that naturally absorbs primordial annihilation energy to grow. The longer it absorbs, the better the effect. The Black Domain City Lord didn't hide anything. And this time, the forbidden area you're going to is a place that has been sealed for 600 million years. In theory, there should be elemental heartgrass. As long as you can snatch one, the mission will be complete. Elemental heartgrass. Lin Fei had never heard of such a thing. It's the elemental heartgrass. If we're lucky, 6 elemental heartgrasses will appear in this sealed area for 600 million years. The Black Domain City Lord's voice became a lot more serious. As long as you bring out the Yuan Heartgrass, I can help you obtain anything you want. I don't dare say top-tier items, but as long as it's something like a Source Energy Divine Weapon, I can satisfy you. Lin Fei could hear the sincerity in the Black Domain City Lord's voice. It seems that I really can bring back the Yuan Heartgrass. Lin Fei laughed. Just because of your words, I really have no choice but to work hard. Lin Fei didn't ask what the Yuan Heartgrass was used for. If it was very useful, he didn't mind snatching some back. In order to express my sincerity, I can give you a portion of what you want. The Black Domain City Lord also threw caution to the wind and showed his sincerity. Is it really okay with anything? Of course. The Black Domain City Lord patted his chest. Then can I have the God Origin Energy Sand? Lin Fei directly said. He didn't beat around the bush, there was no need for that. Black Realm City's City Lord was quite shocked. He had never expected that the other party would ask for such a thing. It was hard to imagine. Normally, Most people would choose a secret technique, such as a powerful offensive secret technique or a life-saving secret technique. Very few people would choose such a thing. You want the God Origin energy sand? I'm quite interested in refining weapons. With my current strength, ordinary things are useless. They are not as interesting as these things. Lin Fei came up with an excuse and spoke nonsense. The Black Domain City Lord thought about it and agreed. Lin Fei had witnessed the whole process of the fight with Supreme Sovereign Kongwen. Since the Space School's killing move was able to last for so long, then the killing move of the secret technique was indeed not needed anymore. God Origin Energy Sand, this is easy. Our Starlight World has a lot of stock, and I also have some. I'll give it to you first. In any case, this thing is useless to me. Besides selling it to the people of Skyfeather Nation, I really have no other use for it. The Black Domain City Lord said indifferently. Lin Fei revealed a trace of curiosity. There are people who buy things like the God Origin Energy Sand? The Black Domain City Lord did not care much. This thing is of little value in the Saint Spirit domain. Ordinary people can't refine essence energy weapons, and even semi-finished products are very difficult. In the entire world, only those madmen of Skyfeather Nation would care about this thing. However, they are too ruthless. A semi-finished essence energy weapon usually costs tens of billions of Saint Spirit crystals. Everyone would rather keep it than sell it to them. Lin Fei had a better understanding of Skyfeather Nation. So that's how it is. In that case, I still choose the God Origin Energy Sand. Lin Fei said firmly. Alright, then no problem. I still have 100 kilograms with me. I'll give it all to you. The Black Domain City Lord said straightforwardly. A few days later, Lin Fei really obtained 100 kilograms of God Origin Energy Sand. I haven't even entered the Forbidden Area, but I already obtained 100 kilograms of God Origin Energy Sand. This is really unbelievable. Last time, I killed a lot of people for the God Origin Energy Sand. It was not as easy as this time. Lin Fei played with the God Origin Energy Sand in his hand. Let's refine it first. Knowing that Supreme Sovereign Kongwen had his eyes on him, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. If that guy did not use the illusion scepter, it would not be so easy to defeat him. Therefore, Lin Fei had to improve Ao Tian's ninth heaven. Although 100 kilograms was less than 1/10 of the God Origin Energy Sand, it was still a huge improvement for Ao Tian. The benefit of such an improvement was that his physical body would be strengthened greatly. In terms of strength, it would increase dramatically again. If I can absorb 5/10 of the God Origin Energy Sand, I will be able to use the third stage of the tenfold strength technique. Ao Tian's cultivation technique was top-notch, so he naturally could not be judged by the standards of ordinary people. I hope there's Origin Energy Divine Sand in the Forbidden Land. That Supreme Sovereign Kongwen was scared away by the Black Domain City Lord, and he might even chase after me. If I'm not careful, he might even come to the Forbidden Land. I have to make preparations. Lin Fei's face slowly darkened. While the Devil Empire and the Saint Spirit World's three major forces were entangled, Lin Fei silently prepared. He was getting closer and closer to the Forbidden Area. That Supreme Sovereign Kongwen also disappeared without a trace after that day, as if he had never appeared. After 10 years, Lin Fei finally waited for the day to go to the Forbidden Area. I can finally set off. Chapter 2993. In the vast Black Domain, a black warship was traveling at an extremely fast speed. This is the closest big city to the Forbidden Land. You have 30 years to go. You should take a good rest. The Black Domain City Lord stood at the bow of the ship, looking into the distance. 30 years, that's not too long. Lin Fei liked the slow speed in the Black Domain. Haha. The Black Domain City Lord laughed. Do you know why the Demon Empire doesn't come to the Black Domain? In this place, their army can't endure such a long time. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. The Black Domain was vast and boundless. The last time he went to the Azura Kingdom, he almost tired himself to death. The Black Domain City Lord's Black Domain warship was of high quality and traveled at an extremely fast speed. After hanging up the corresponding signs, Their journey was uneventful and unimpeded. They did not encounter any attacks from wandering heavenly gods of the Black Realm like Lin Fei did. Lin Fei didn't go into seclusion. He had already refined 100 genes of origin energy god sand. The 9 proud heavens had improved a lot. Fellow Taoist Lin, that is the Forbidden Land. After traveling for 20 years, in a boundless place, Lin Fei was called out by the Black Domain City Lord. He saw a place covered in black energy in the distance. Even though he was very far away, his heart still shook. That is the Forbidden Land. Yes, that is a Forbidden Land. The Black Domain City Lord laughed. The black and white energy outside is the origin energy. Whoever touches it will die. Lin Fei gazed at that place. He could vaguely see a continent there, which was faintly discernible. Since the Forbidden Land is covered in origin energy, how can outsiders enter? Lin Fei asked doubtfully. Even he couldn't guarantee that he could enter. The Black Domain City Lord laughed. I knew you would ask this. Normally, we can't enter a sealed area. However, every sealed area has a specific period of time where the primordial extermination energy will become weak. Although there is still a certain degree of threat, as long as we have a specific treasure, it won't be a big problem to walk through the sealed area. Lin Fei was suddenly enlightened. So this was the case. The power of primordial destruction is really unique. The Black Domain City Lord sighed with emotion. That's right, the primordial annihilation force is the most unique existence. Thus, there are some madmen who extract the primordial annihilation force and refine vicious treasures. Fellow Taoist Lin, you must be careful. Lin Fei nodded. He did not dare to be careless. The power released in that instant could easily tear apart a supremacy's body. Even a great supremacy wouldn't fare any better. Another warship is coming. Lin Fei noticed that a warship had appeared in the distance and was heading in their direction. The Black Domain City Lord also noticed it. His expression changed slightly. Our hidden enemies are here. I didn't expect to meet them here. Competitors? Lin Fei looked over. He could see a few people standing on the deck of the warship. One of them, in particular, made him frown. This guy is really like a ghost that won't go away. Lin Fei saw a familiar person. A competitor. That person from the Temporal Temple is really something. The Black Domain City Lord also saw them. They are from the Black Domain, the Demon Fiend Mountain. They are most proficient in plundering and killing in the Black Domain. In the past, the experts of my lineage killed many of their experts and almost annihilated them. Ever since then they have been eyeing me. Lin Fei knew that it was a melodramatic story the moment he heard it. Lin Fei, we meet again. The Black Domain warship sailed over from afar. The person on the bow looked over with a smile. What a coincidence. It is indeed a coincidence. Lin Fei met Supreme Paragon Wen's gaze. I thought you ran back. You are really daring. This is a chance for me to kill you. Ha, you want to kill the #1 expert of the younger generation of the Temporal Temple? I really don't know who gave you the guts to do so. I can easily kill you. A burly man beside him sneered at Lin Fei with a ferocious expression. Black Domain City Lord, your eyesight is getting worse. That person continued, you choose anyone. Aren't you afraid of wasting your efforts? Yutsong, whether my eyesight is good or not is not up to you. The Black Domain City Lord retorted. The burly man, Supreme Paragon Yutsong, was in a good mood. This time, they had obtained the help of the younger generation of the Temporal Temple's Supreme Paragon Kongwen. Their Demon Fiend Mountain would definitely reap great rewards in the sealed land. Keep pretending. Keep pretending. Supreme Paragon Yutsong was full of confidence in Supreme Paragon Kongwen, the #1 expert of the younger generation. I'm waiting for your men to perish inside. Let's see what you have to say then. He was extremely happy to be able to kill someone like the Black Domain City Lord. Supreme Paragon Kongwen had a faint smile on his face. He stood with his hands behind his back, showing his arrogance. I'm waiting for you to kill me. Next time, you won't be so lucky. In the sealed land, you will die without a doubt. Then just you wait. I will definitely give you a big gift. Lin Fei laughed. Supreme Paragon Kongwen's figure dispersed and left the scene, leaving only Supreme Paragon Yutsong. Black Domain City Lord, you are finished. Supreme Paragon Yutsong was very proud. He had seen how powerful the #1 expert was. With a single strike, he killed 3 candidates. Even he was shocked. Cultivating both the Daos of space-time and time at the same time, he was invincible. I heard that you want to return to the Starlight Domain. Let's see how you will return if I can't get the elemental heart grass after killing your men. You don't have to worry about that. City Lord, it's my fault. Otherwise, Supreme Paragon Kongwen wouldn't have helped Demon Fiend Mountain. Lin Fei said as he looked at the departing Demon Fiend Mountain warship. The Black Domain City Lord shook his head. It's fine. Even without Supreme Paragon Kongwen, there will be a second expert. Yutsong won't miss the chance to attack me. You have to be careful. Supreme Paragon Kongwen helped Yutsong because he wanted to kill you. Once you enter the sealed land, danger lurks everywhere and you will die. Moreover, his Daos of space and time also give him a great advantage in the sealed land. At this moment, even the Black Domain City Lord started to worry. No one can guarantee who will kill who. Since he came to court death, I don't mind giving him a big gift in the sealed land. Lin Fei said confidently. City Lord, you don't have to worry so much. Once inside, everything depends on strength. He has a trump card and so do I. The Black Domain City Lord realized that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Supreme Paragon Kongwen entered the sealed land to kill him, yet he still dared to be so confident. Perhaps he really had a trump card. Chapter 2994. 30 years passed by extremely quickly. On the way to the sealed grounds, Lin Fei encountered many Black Domain battleships of various sizes. Needless to say, all of them were heading towards the sealed grounds. In the words of the Black Domain City Lord, every time a public sealed ground appeared, countless experts would take the risk to enter. Lin Fei also learned a lot about the situation in the Black Domain from the Black Domain City Lord. In the Black Domain, every sealed ground was extremely important. Most of the sealed grounds that could be opened had already been divided up, and only the remaining few had become public. In other words, anyone could enter. This time, they were going to a public sealed ground. It had been enveloped by the primordial destruction energy for about 400 to 500 million years. This year, the primordial destruction energy had started to weaken, and after some calculations, they received news that they could enter the sealed grounds. All of the large and small countries in the Black Domain had begun to move. They all wanted to obtain those treasures in the sealed grounds. As long as they could obtain one, they would be rich. Everyone had come to try their luck, even if it meant death. In the face of riches and danger, everyone still decided to give it a try. We're not too late. In front of them was a dense group of Black Domain battleships. The scene of them hovering in the air outside a world of darkness was absolutely shocking. Anyone would be shocked by the sight of such a large Black Domain battleship. Just the Black Domain battleships alone numbered over 1,000. Their auras were like stars in the night sky, extremely dazzling. It would be difficult not to notice them. That's the sealed grounds. It's quite large. The Black Domain City Lord pointed at the hazy black area and said, it said that this place used to be the lair of a certain sect. In a single night, it was enveloped by the primordial destruction energy. Lin Fei looked at the Black Continent in the distance and asked curiously, I see that the Black Domain is very special. The primordial destruction energy can invade everywhere? 'Cause a bad influence? The Black Domain City Lord bitterly smiled and said, that's because you don't know. In the Black Domain, although it's special, the primordial destruction energy is everywhere. No one knows when the primordial destruction energy will erupt. It might be fine one moment, but in the next, it will immediately be devoured by the primordial destruction energy. Fortunately, the fluctuations of the primordial destruction energy are still very stable. It all depended on luck. This forbidden area is not small. No wonder so many people have come. I reckon that the competition this time will be very intense. The Black Domain City Lord revealed a trace of worry. The Black Domain City Lord controlled the Black Domain battleship and arrived at an area close to the forbidden area. A starlight flag was erected in this place. The surrounding area became empty. Similar areas could be found all around the Forbidden Lands. It was obvious that these were places occupied by the major forces of the Black Domain. They were the closest to the Black Domain, so they were able to enjoy the benefits first. This place belongs to our Starlight World. It is also the place closest to the sealed area. Black Domain City Lord said with a smile, "They have come. They are all people of Starlight World." Fifth Highness, you're finally back. A middle-aged heavenly god came forward to greet him. Lin Fei was shocked. The Black Domain City Lord was actually a prince of the Starlight World. His status was exalted and his background wasn't simple. You can just treat me as the City Lord. Sometimes, the identity of a prince isn't that good. The Black Domain City Lord said with a smile, "My original name is Xing Haoren. However, I haven't used this name for a long time. The princes of the Starlight World all need to go out and gain experience. This time, I will leave the sealed area to you." Lin Fei had always felt that the other party was hiding something. Sure enough, he guessed correctly. No wonder the other party was so anxious. The sealed area has opened. Such a big matter, as a prince of the royal family, this emperor must make a trip. Xing Haoren said indifferently, "Have my brothers arrived yet?" "They are all inside." The middle-aged heavenly god said respectfully. "Taoist Lin, let's go in and see what forces have come this time. You should also be prepared." Xing Haoren said to Lin Fei. Alright. Lin Fei followed the fifth prince Xing Haoren to the temporary encampment of the Starlight World. The fifth prince has arrived. In the encampment, the few princes of the Starlight World had gathered together. However, their gazes were filled with hostility as they looked at each other. When Lin Fei walked into the encampment, he was immediately swept by countless gazes. "Fifth brother, long time no see. I thought you weren't coming." A round-faced prince wearing a crown said with a smile. That smile was especially uncomfortable, like a knife. "Big brother and the others have come. For such a big matter, as a member of the royal family, it is necessary for us to come. We can also make some contributions to the royal family." Xing Haoren replied with a smile. "Fifth brother, this realization is right. Us brothers are all here. Just nice, we can work together." Lin Fei stood beside Xing Haoren and felt the smell of gunpowder. He wasn't interested in these melodramatic matters. He simply let his mind wander and couldn't be bothered to care about it. He could do whatever he wanted. Although Lin Fei's idea was good, an intense quarrel soon broke out. The fifth prince Xing Haoren's voice was filled with anger. "Big brother, what is the meaning of this? Are you trying to deprive me of my authority? Since when was it your turn to be in charge of the Starlight World? Do you think I have to hand over my quota with just a word from you?" Lin Fei retracted his mind and noticed that the emotions of the princes weren't right. The first prince looked rather domineering and imposing, giving off a very overbearing feeling. His gaze was also sharp and terrifying, as though it had the power to destroy one's soul, causing one's heart to tremble with fear. "Fifth brother, Big brother is also doing this for your own good," the crown prince said with a deadpan expression. "This time, when the Forbidden Land opens, several peak forces from the Black Domain have come. If our Starlight World wants to obtain benefits from the Forbidden Land, we will have to send out our strongest lineup. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this body cultivator beside you, do you think he has an advantage in the Forbidden Land?" The first prince looked at Lin Fei with disdain. Lin Fei was speechless. Was he trying to make an example out of himself? This feeling made Lin Fei very unhappy. "The quota is mine. Even if you are my big brother, you can forget about taking it." Xing Haoren didn't budge an inch. "Let's go." The first prince saw that his fifth brother didn't give him any face. His face turned black. "Fifth brother, I have already obtained Emperor Father's permission for this matter. Are you going to go against Emperor Father's words?" Xing Haoren's expression changed. The word Emperor Father still gave him a lot of pressure. "Are you using Emperor Father to threaten me?" Xing Haoren raged. "Big brother, I'm just stating a fact. It's good for everyone." The first prince laughed. "I won't agree. The quota is in my hands. No one can take it away." Xing Haoran said as he prepared to leave. He didn't want to leave these matters. Chapter 2995. Xing Haoran left in a bad mood. He was afraid that he would shed all pretense of cordiality if he continued. He didn't want to wash one's dirty linen in public. Especially at this time, he would easily become a laughingstock in the eyes of the Black Domain's forces. "I'm sorry, I didn't know that Big Brother would have such thoughts," Xing Haoran said after he came out. Xing Haoran's original intention was to introduce Lin Fei to his brothers. After all, Lin Fei was a monster. At the very least, he was a peak great sovereign. "It's fine, I won't mind. No matter how good your mouth is, it's better to show it with action." Lin Fei didn't care. "However, because of your big brother's words, I've decided that if I meet his people in the sealed area, I will send them out." These words were light and airy, but in Xing Haoran's ears, they were filled with killing intent. A deep and cold killing intent. Xing Haoran didn't stop him. To a great sovereign, not just anyone could humiliate him, even if he was from the Black Domain's major forces. If he really went all out, he would have to pay a huge price at the very least. "I will give you the information later, as well as some forces that you need to pay attention to." Lin Fei arranged for him to stay in a mansion that he could collect. A forbidden area that has been sealed for 600 million years is much more lively than I imagined. Just from the system's detection, there are more than 100 powerful auras, and there are more than 20 extremely threatening auras. They should be experts in the top 100 of the god list. Sensing the powerful experts from the Black Domain, Lin Fei was filled with a strong battle intent. The stronger these experts were, the more life energy they could plunder, and they could produce large amounts of life crystals. This time, after entering the sealed area, the Yuan Heart Grass is secondary. The most important thing is to find the Yuan Force God Sand. Since the Yuan destruction energy is so terrifying, it might be able to catalyze the Yuan Force God Sand. This will be an opportunity for me. Lin Fei didn't really care about the Yuan Heart Grass. Compared to the Yuan Force God Sand, everything was far inferior. Just one last step and his proud heaven would be able to advance to the 10th level. At that time, even if the Temporal Temple's experts came out in full force, he wouldn't be able to do anything. That was a strong guarantee. With the prideful sky tenfold physique, Lin Fei could go to the origin land of Devil Motherland and collect the huge amount of life force from the origin deity pool. It was a waste to keep that thing. He even suspected that the origin deity pool was a trump card of the Devil Motherland. If it could easily create a great sovereign, then what about the hierarch level? Lin Fei urgently wanted to break through prideful heaven 10th layer physique and snatch it from the hands of the experts of the Devil Motherland. "Someone is looking for me?" Lin Fei, who was deep in thought, noticed that someone had arrived outside. An unknown stranger. "I know you, the traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei. Our first prince wants to see you. If you know what's good for you, open the door immediately." A domineering voice came from outside. Lin Fei never intended to hide his identity. The moment the Starlight world heard about it, Lin Fan knew that this person's background wasn't simple. It wouldn't be difficult for the Starlight world to find out his identity. This kind of tone made Lin Fei uncomfortable. Scram! The stranger outside was a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivator. Hearing the scram, the 7th Order Heavenly God Realm stranger vomited a mouthful of blood, his body flying into the air. He struggled to get to his feet with a horrified expression. "You offended the first prince, you're dead for sure." The next day, Xing Haoran's information arrived. "I heard that the first prince's people came last night. You roared at him until he vomited blood. A 7th Order Heavenly God Realm bastard dares to act so presumptuously in front of me? Roaring at him can be considered giving your Starlight world face." Lin Fei laughed. "In fact, you don't need to give me face." Xing Haoran snorted. "That big brother of mine wants to reap all the benefits in this sealed land. I'm more than happy that you taught his people a lesson." Lin Fei flipped through the documents that had been sent over. The information was very detailed. Most of the people who came to the sealed land this time are from the Black Domain. You only need to pay attention to these 3 forces. They can be considered as first-rank forces in the Black Domain, and there are a total of 3 of them. According to rumors, these three forces have formed an alliance, trying to maximize their benefits. If you run into them, be extra careful. Xing Haoren warned with a solemn expression. Golden Dragon Country, Black Tiger Mountain, and Black Heaven Gate. Yes, it's these three forces. They are the biggest threats in the forbidden area this time. They are ruthless and vicious. Wherever they appear, no one dares to fight with them. Xing Haoren continued, the people below are all their experts this time. Compared to Xing Haoren's three subordinates, each of these three forces had more than a dozen spots. Adding the three forces together, there were more than 50 to 60 people. Finding things in the sealed land depends on luck. As long as they don't run into me, I won't bother with them. Even if they were strong, Lin Fei didn't put them in his eyes. Xing Haoren shook his head, not knowing what to say. 1 month later, outside the sealed area, there were many battleships, and it was a majestic sight. Fellow cultivator Lin, we can go. Xing Haoren came personally. Finally, I can go in. If I don't move a bit, my bones will grow hair. Lin Fei laughed. It was really torturous to have a treasure in front of him. Lin Fei secretly went to test the sealed land. The black and white primordial destruction power was very destructive. Lin Fei touched it slightly, and the primordial destruction power attacked. It had a terrifying destructive power, and it was the bane of everything. Even with the proud heavens barrier, the primordial destruction power would be torn apart and the particles of the body would collapse. There was no way to stop it. This was absolutely terrifying. Lin Fei didn't dare to try again. No wonder everyone was obedient and didn't dare to force their way in. No matter how many times they tried, they would die. Under Xing Haoren's lead, Lin Fei came to a place in the sealed land. This place was full of people. Lin Fei saw the princes of the Starlight Realm again. Their gazes weren't very friendly, especially the Crown Prince. Later, we will enter from this place. Xing Haoren didn't care about his brothers and explained to Lin Fei, oh right, this is primordial armor. I specially prepared it for you. Lin Fei also knew what primordial armor is. This thing was very valuable. It was specially refined and could resist the invasion of primordial destruction power. It was just that it was in a weakened state. Under normal circumstances, primordial armor wouldn't be of much use. Lin Fei didn't say any words of gratitude. He took it from Xing Haoren's hands and looked at it. It was a very special battle armor. The situation inside the sealed land is different. After you enter, you have to be careful. Not only do you have to be careful of the forces of the Black Domain, you also have to be careful of those essence beasts. Although these essence beasts aren't very high, they really can't be compared. However, they all have the strength of paragons and great paragons. Xing Haoren had a lot of expectations for Lin Fei. The competition in the public sealed land was very intense every time. It was unknown how many heroes had fallen inside, but everyone still enjoyed it. Chapter 2996. The black and white energy shrouding the outside of the forbidden land gradually dissipated. The huge continental world finally appeared before everyone's eyes again. The tall mountains and long rivers became clearly visible. When the forbidden land became faintly discernible, the forces closest to the forbidden land began to move. The elemental destruction energy has weakened. Let's go in. Put on your elemental armor. Charge. Streams of light rushed toward the forbidden land. Because the forbidden land was public, in order to prevent the large forces from monopolizing it, people from their own forces were not allowed to enter the public areas. They needed outsiders to help them enter. This was also to give everyone more opportunities to prevent a large number of experts from entering. Thus, it was very popular with everyone. A large number of streams of light appeared in a circle around the forbidden land. Rays of resplendent light burst out and were able to resist the invasion of the elemental destruction energy, allowing them to successfully charge in. Brother Lin, I'll be waiting for you outside to celebrate. Remember, you can only stay in the forbidden land for a maximum of 10 years. If you don't come out after that time, the elemental destruction energy will recover and everyone will die. Xing Haoren reminded him again. Lin Fei put on his elemental armor and nodded slightly. Fifth prince, as long as you prepare the things, you can just wait to receive the results. Not far away, the first prince said sinisterly, whether we can come out or not is another matter. Lin Fei turned into a black stream of light and rushed out. The first prince looked at Lin Fei's back as he left. You dare to reject this emperor's good intentions? Prepare to die in there. Many people will still be tempted by the bounty offered by the three top forces. You can only blame yourself for not knowing the rules. You actually dared to help fifth brother. A cold light flashed in the first prince's eyes. This was the first time Lin Fei had approached the forbidden land enveloped by the elemental destruction energy. How miraculous! The elemental destruction energy has indeed weakened. When he came into contact with the elemental destruction energy again, it was not as ferocious as before. He did not know what material the elemental armor was made of, but it actually blocked the elemental destruction energy's invasion. Elemental armor is really good stuff. No wonder everyone was so confident to enter. The elemental destruction energy's power weakened. After Lin Fei rushed in, he felt uncomfortable all over. There seemed to be some kind of suppression in the dark, and it was an innate suppression. This should be the special characteristic of the annihilation power. Even if the power is weakened, the innate suppression is still there. Lin Fei tried to block it with the system. It really worked. That's great. Without that trace of influence, I can move as smoothly as a fish in the water in the forbidden land. Lin Fei thought to himself. I guess the other forces also have such treasures. After passing through a thick layer of elemental annihilation energy, Lin Fei finally arrived at the sealed area. Lin Fei saw the forbidden land clearly. This was a huge world, but this world was completely different from the outside world. There was a deathly aura everywhere, and everything was replaced by a kind of black. In this world, everything seemed oppressive. Lin Fei activated the struggle function, but he didn't feel any pressure. With the elemental annihilation power enveloping this place, all life in this place has disappeared. Even matter has been affected. The elemental annihilation power has permeated the entire world. No wonder there was such a change. Lin Fei landed on a barren mountain. Swoosh! Before he could stabilize himself, two cold beams of light shot out from a cave beside him, bringing with them an ice-cold aura. When these two cold beams of light approached Lin Fei, a chill swept out, and white fog appeared in the surroundings. Lin Fei opened his mouth and blew, and the chill was blown away. The two cold beams of light were also blown away, and a white shadow appeared in front of him with a swoosh. Interesting thing. He blew out another breath. Surprisingly, the white thing didn't explode. Its body shook, and it pounced over, spewing out a large amount of white fog. To be able to survive my attack, it's really ferocious. This must have the defense of a supremacy. Reaching out, two fingers caught the white thing. Lin Fei was curious. He had just arrived, and he had already encountered such a thing. Ping! Before Lin Fei could take a look, the bug that he caught actually self-destructed. The white chill swept up from his fingers all the way to his arm, freezing him into a popsicle. Lin Fei also discovered that this chill could even affect the particles of his body, causing them to freeze. This is too ferocious. Could it be that it was affected by the elemental annihilation power, causing a change? This chill made Lin Fei feel a trace of seriousness. The Forbidden Land was indeed different from what he had imagined. No wonder Xing Haoran kept reminding him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. While Lin Fei was still shocked by the white bug, from those small caves on the mountain, white bugs kept coming out. The number was increasing, and a patch of white appeared in front of him. Damn! The white bugs all spewed out white fog. Lin Fei immediately activated Aotion Barrier. A layer of white fog instantly appeared, covering Aotion Barrier. Traces of chill seeped in, causing a numbing sensation. This is too ridiculously strong. Lin Fei waved his hand, blasting away the white fog. A terrifying force swept across the white bugs, and a large number of them exploded, causing white fog to rise. I can't kill them like this. This mutated chill resents the might of the elemental annihilation power. The more I kill, the more it will produce. damn it, I have to change to another place. Lin Fei immediately flew into the distance. Behind him, the group of white bugs continued to chase after him, looking as though they weren't willing to give up. These things are a little troublesome. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate them. If there were too many of them, even with Aotian Barrier and Aotian Ninth Heavens, he wouldn't be able to handle them. He had tried to expel them just now, and it was very troublesome. If these bugs were already so threatening, then what about the others? Even Lin Fei himself didn't dare to guarantee it. I have to find a safe place to search for clues about the elemental god sand. Lin Fei spent a lot of effort to get rid of the chilling bugs. In a mountain range, he found a safe place. To be more precise, he occupied the nest of a mutated demonic beast and killed more than 10 of them. There are too many mutated demonic beasts in the Forbidden Land. There are thousands of white bugs that can release chill and break through my defense. Now, there are also these extremely fast demonic beasts. Danger is really lurking everywhere. Lin Fei's speed was fast enough, but in a situation where he didn't use his explosive power, he was able to match the speed of these things. This was inconceivable. Little devil, open the map of the Forbidden Land. Lin Fei didn't want to go through so much trouble this time. The Forbidden Land was so big, and there were so many experts here. Especially those that could pose a threat to him, there were more than 10 to 20 experts. Wanting to snatch the elemental heart grass in the Forbidden Land wasn't that easy. Before coming here, Lin Fei had thought about it. Something like the elemental heart grass was definitely very precious. It would definitely grow in a very special place, and it might even be guarded by powerful mutated demonic beasts. Lin Fei was very much in agreement with this conjecture. Even a little white bug with a chilling aura could make him feel pressured, let alone other mutated demonic beasts. Even the simplest one was enough to make him go crazy. The one from the Devil Motherland was the best proof. Having a stalk of elemental heart grass beside it was enough to make one feel unbearable. Lin Fei decided to increase his strength first. Chapter 2997. Activate. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei chose to activate it. In an instant, the system extracted a large number of energy units. Pop out a three-dimensional image. Lin Fei saw the system covering the entire sky above the sealed land. For the first time, Lin Fei had a comprehensive and direct view of the size of the sealed land. Groups of heavenly god powerhouses were looking for treasures everywhere. Some even made a move, erupting with terrifying energy fluctuations. Such a situation occurred in almost the entire sealed land. Lin Fei saw all kinds of experts. For example, great supremacy powerhouses who were a threat to him. On a certain mountain peak, the surroundings were desolate. A great supremacy and several supremacy powerhouses were besieging a mutated life form. One of the great supremacy powerhouses suddenly stopped and looked around, revealing a trace of doubt. Why do I feel like I'm being watched, but there's no movement around me? At the great supremacy realm, one's senses were sharper than anyone else's. They could vaguely feel something, but they couldn't find where they were. Such a situation occurred to many great supremacies. They were puzzled, but after a round of inspection, they weren't too worried. Instead, they became more cautious. This seems to be a mutated life form. Compared to a real life form, it's a lot weaker. However, there are quite a lot of them. There are actually more than 100 of them. If he didn't look, he wouldn't know. But with a glance, Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. These places should be the most dangerous places in the Forbidden Lands. There are the most mutated origin death realm life forms, especially this place. There are as many as 16 mutated origin death realm life forms here. There might even be origin heart grass here. Through the system, Lin Fei quickly found the most dangerous places in the sealed land and determined that there was a high probability of producing Yuan heart grass. Little devil, search for traces of Yuan heart sand. Lin Fei wasn't interested in the Yuan heart grass for the time being. Any one of those places was full of danger. Even if he went alone, he would be flustered. Besides the protection of the mutated life forms, there were also a shocking number of mutated beasts. Whoever went in would definitely suffer a great loss. He wasn't stupid enough to act as a vanguard. Finding the Yuan Heart Sand was the most important thing. Search for the Yuan Heart Sand. After another consumption, the system started searching. Lin Fei waited quietly. On the three-dimensional map, red dots appeared one after another, covering the entire Forbidden Land. After these red dots appeared, they quickly disappeared. Lin Fei's heart was also in his throat. The more red dots that disappeared, the more it meant that there was no divine origin energy sand in that area. If all the red dots on the screen disappeared, then there was no divine origin energy sand in that area. The red dots kept disappearing. No matter what, we have to leave one behind. Soon, most of the red dots disappeared. Lin Fei was really worried that his efforts would be in vain. Discovered God Elemental Sand. While Lin Fei's heart was pounding, there was only one red dot left on the screen. The system had some good news. Fortunately, my luck is not bad. Lin Fei tapped on the red dot and checked the area. It was a mountain range, surrounded by a continuous chain of mountains. This is... In the mountain range, Lin Fei suddenly frowned, and his eyes widened. What the hell, there are still these things guarding here. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Fei saw a type of mutated demonic beast. It had the body of a mouse, and it kept going in and out of the mountain range filled with caves. The number was shocking, and it made one's scalp go numb. Seems like these mole things are not easy to deal with. This area is filled with these caves, and the bottom must have been dug out. Don't tell me these things live on ores. Lin Fei immediately let the little devil check the situation inside the cave. The scene changed, and it was inside the cave. The inside was like a maze, leading in all directions. Lin Fei continued to check. Other than these mutated demonic beasts, there were all kinds of stones. It seemed like his guess was right. Is this their leader? After looking for an hour, Lin Fei finally found a huge cave. The aura of the mutated demonic beasts here was very dangerous, but that wasn't important. The most important thing was that inside the huge cave, there was a golden light, very dazzling. Other than that, there was a huge mutated demonic beast lying on top of the golden light, sleeping lazily. This mutated demonic beast was not only huge, but its entire body was golden. Outside of the cave, there were a dozen smaller mutated demonic beasts, as if they were guards. These golden things look like godly essence sand. After closing the distance, Lin Fei was wild with joy. My luck is really good. There really is godly essence sand. There was only one area in the entire forbidden area, and Lin Fei was really worried that there wouldn't be any. Now, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at this amount, it shouldn't be a problem to break through to Prideful Sky 10th layer physique. But it's still a bit of a problem to get my hands on it. This commander-like thing has clearly occupied all the godly essence sand. I'm destined to go on a killing spree. Although he didn't know that the godly essence sand would be in this cave, at least it saved Lin Fei the trouble of digging it himself. Let's go! This place was on the east side of the forbidden area. Lin Fei was currently on the west side, which was equivalent to the opposite side, and the distance was still quite far. Because a large number of experts had entered the forbidden area, those mutated demonic beasts began to become restless, and there was a feeling that they were ready to make trouble, and some even began to surround and attack the human experts. Lin Fei took out his godly essence weapon. He wanted to rush to that area as soon as possible. In this kind of place, he didn't dare to guarantee when someone would go there, and if that really happened, it would be a big problem to deal with. Lin Fei pushed his speed to the limit. He passed through all the way. As long as there were mutated demonic beasts blocking the way, he would directly kill them. The road ahead was still quite smooth. There were strong and weak mutated demonic beasts, and it was easy for Lin Fei to deal with and kill them, but halfway through he encountered not a small problem, and was surrounded by a group of mutated demonic beasts. These mutated demonic beasts could release a special slowing effect. After Lin Fei was affected by this slowing effect, his flying speed actually slowed down, and the particles of his body were also affected, and his speed was suppressed to 70%. In order to deal with these things, Lin Fei spent a lot of time. After killing one wave, another wave came. Lin Fei was speechless, and could only escape. Wave after wave of slowing effect, it was quite uncomfortable, no one was comfortable. Don't look at how simple it was to pass through. It took Lin Fei 3 years to complete the task. During this period he encountered danger more than once or twice, and during this period, there were terrifying mutated demonic beasts that directly devoured his life energy. If not for his strong foundation, just these mutated demonic beasts alone could have sucked him dry. After seeing that mountain range, Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally arrived. However, before he could heave a sigh of relief, 2 sword chi slashed across the sky. Chapter 2998. During the past 3 years, Lin Fei hadn't stopped at all. Under the cover of the primordial annihilation energy, the sealed area was filled with danger. He had seen a supremacy killed by a group of demonic beasts, and he had also seen demonic beasts that could plunder life force, easily sucking away several supremacy powerhouses. He had even seen demonic beasts that were impervious to swords and spears. Even when surrounded by more than a dozen supremacies, they couldn't be killed. Instead, several supremacies had died. Along the way, Lin Fei kept his guard up at all times, afraid of encountering any troublesome demonic beasts. If they were easy to deal with, he would kill them. If they weren't, he would run. He didn't know if a large group of them would appear. It was just that he hadn't expected that someone would beat him to it just as he arrived in this area. The Sky Splitter's staff blocked the 2 attacks. This pseudo-supremacy level power wasn't something Lin Fei cared about. However, the words Black Heaven Gate made him frown slightly. Little devil, check the situation in the cave immediately. Lin Fei didn't believe that the Black Heaven Gate was powerful enough to find the Divine Essence Sand. He had to ensure that the item was still there. This was the key to breaking through. There were many public sealed areas like this in the Black Domain, but not all of them had the Divine Essence Sand. Not everyone could be so lucky in such a place that depended on probability. The system immediately called up the situation in the cave. Lin Fei saw a group of people, more than 200 in number. They were attacking the demonic beasts in the cave, leaving behind a large number of human and demonic beasts' corpses along the way. They were retrieving items. Of the 200 people, more than 100 were fighting at the front. All sorts of treasures were being collected. Although the demonic beasts were terrifying, they didn't have any advantage against these people. The powerhouses at the front were killing the demonic beasts, while the people at the back were digging for items. Fortunately, I came in time. There's still a long way to go before I reach the Divine Essence Sand. Relieved, Lin Fei went to check on the situation in the cave. The guards at the entrance were still there, and the commander inside was wolfing down the Origin Energy Divine Sand with relish. This time, Lin Fei felt his heart ache. Those are all mine. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the large pile of God Energy Sand was much smaller than before. He didn't need to guess to know that it was this guy who ate it. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to kill his way in and kill this guy. Of all the things he ate, he just had to eat his God Energy Sand. This guy was playing with fire. While checking the situation in the cave, the 2 pseudo-supremacies who had attacked Lin Fei had been guarding the cave to prevent outsiders from entering. They had immediately notified someone. To be able to block the attack so easily, his strength was not bad. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, more than 10 powerful auras rushed out from the cave below. The mysterious Heaven sect is handling some business. Leave now. One of the leaders said fiercely. If you don't want to die, scram as far as you can. The people from the mysterious Heaven sect were arrogant and despotic. It seemed that as long as Lin Fei didn't leave, they would immediately attack. Lin Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to the Black Heaven sect. As long as they refined the Origin Energy Divine Sand, even if the Black Heaven sect's top experts came, they would still be able to kill them. Scram! Lin Fei wielded the Origin Energy Divine Weapon and swept it horizontally. A wave of energy directly swept over the Black Heaven sect's experts. This time, he directly unleashed his full power. After a series of banging sounds, most of the Black Heaven sect's experts were killed. They didn't even have the chance to notify others before they were completely annihilated. Lin Fei concealed his aura and snuck into the cave below. Find the most suitable path. Lin Fei instructed Little Fiend. The experts invited by the Black Heaven sect were all very powerful. While they were attracting the mutated demonic beasts, he decided to directly collect the origin energy divine sand. No matter how powerful that guy was, he wouldn't be able to kill him in one move. Lin Fei still had this much confidence. In just a few breaths' time, he would be able to collect all the origin energy divine sand. Little Fiend quickly found a shortcut and avoided the Black Heaven sect's people. The Black Heaven sect's people had appeared and attracted the attention of the mutated demonic beasts. Lin Fei's movement speed was extremely fast, and he also activated Proud Sky's barrier, which increased his strength. Bang bang bang. The elemental energy divine weapon, Sky Splitter, swept out wave after wave of energy. If the mutated demonic beasts didn't die, they would be heavily injured. Lin Fei also rushed in as if there was no one around. These are. He killed his way in. Lin Fei discovered that some mutated demonic beasts would drop special items like crystals. Without hesitation, he collected them first. As for what they were, he would figure it out later. Closer. Closer and closer. Lin Fei felt a terrifying pressure. Fortunately, he had concealed his aura. Soon, the mutated demonic beasts guarding outside the cave opened their eyes and shot towards one of the passages. 3 of them directly rushed in. The 3 mutated demonic beasts were extremely fast. They're here. Lin Fei could clearly feel that he was being locked on. With a sweep of the Sky Splitter, a loud rumbling sound could be heard, causing the earth to shake. The 3 pouncing demonic beasts strangely disappeared in the face of Lin Fei's terrifying might. They appeared behind Lin Fei and swiped their sharp claws. Ka 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 ka. Ripples appeared on Lin Fei's body protection and directly collapsed. It's broken just like that. This was the first time that Prideful Sky's body protection was so weak. It was broken in a single exchange. This was completely out of Lin Fei's imagination. Before Prideful Sky's body protection could be reactivated, the 3 mutated demonic beasts strangely disappeared. Lin Fei's body suffered 7 to 8 attacks. The powerful Prideful Sky's body also revealed traces of blood. As expected, they are ridiculously strong. The 3 mutated demonic beasts joined hands and attacked ferociously. For a moment, Lin Fei didn't have any advantage. Instead, he was at a disadvantage. Under the full power of the Sky Splitter, he couldn't hit the mutated demonic beasts. As for the aftershock, it couldn't even tear through their outer layer of defense. These 3 mutated demonic beasts are already like this. I have to shake them off and collect the elemental energy god's sand first. If I'm discovered by those people, it will be disadvantageous to me. After making up his mind, Lin Fei directly rushed forward. The 3 mutated demonic beasts blocked in front of him. The elemental energy god weapon in Lin Fei's hand wasn't just for show. After clashing a few times, the 3 mutated demonic beasts suffered a small loss. They didn't dare to fight head-on anymore. They learned their lesson and began to restrain Lin Fei. Lin Fei was really blocked. For a moment, he couldn't advance or retreat. There are energy fluctuations over there. Someone must have come in. Quickly go and take a look. While Lin Fei was entangled with the 3 mutated demonic beasts, the great sovereign experts sensed the change and sent people over to check. 10-stage strength technique, 2nd stage, open for me. Lin Fei erupted. Chapter 2999. The Profound Heaven sect was one of the 3 most powerful forces that entered the sealed grounds this time. They had plenty of experts. They came to this area to hunt for the origin crystals condensed by the mutated beasts. These origin crystals were rare and could not be found outside. They could only be found in the sealed grounds. The origin annihilation force could kill all living things. However, there was still a chance for the beasts to mutate. After mutating, they would become stronger and more ferocious. They would not be inferior to a great expert. Every time they entered the sealed grounds, the most troublesome thing was the mutated beasts. If they encountered a small number of mutated beasts, they would be lucky. However, once they encountered a large number of mutated beasts, they had no other choice but to flee. The origin annihilation force was a special existence. Due to the mutation of the origin annihilation force, The beasts would undergo a lot of changes and possess some powerful abilities. Such situations were not unheard of. Although the mutated beasts were powerful and terrifying, the origin crystals in their bodies were top-grade materials that could be used to make some terrifying tools and treasures. The Profound Heaven sect was hunting the mutated beasts in an attempt to obtain the origin crystals in their bodies. There were many mutated beasts in this area. In addition to the different geographical locations, the experts of the Profound Heaven sect determined that it was more likely to produce origin crystals. In fact, they were right. The mutated beasts in this area had a higher chance of producing origin crystals. Although they were not easy to deal with, under the siege of the experts of the Profound Heaven sect, they were able to hunt them down safely. When a few tyrannical auras spread, the experts of the Profound Heaven sect sensed that something was wrong. It was obvious that the powerful mutated beasts were attacking something. They immediately arranged for more than a dozen experts to check the situation. They wanted to know who was so bold as to snatch food from the mouth of a tiger in the territory of the Profound Heaven sect. Lin Fei blasted away 3 mutated beasts with a strike of his rod and rushed towards the cave. Someone is coming in. What are the people outside doing? They don't even know that someone is coming in. Kill him. Don't let him alarm those mutated beasts. The leader who came over immediately ordered when he saw a black figure rushing over. There were countless mutated beasts in this area. The Profound Heaven sect had to be careful when hunting them. They could not let this person affect their progress. No matter who this person was, he had to die. The people of the Profound Heaven sect caught up. The 3 mutated beasts also chased after him. Quick, inform the elders that we've discovered 3 mutant guards. There's a total of 3 of them. There's a mutant king in this place. Who knows, there might be some good stuff here. The leader immediately roared. The person behind him immediately went to report. The Profound Heaven sect had sent many experts this time. Among them, there were as many as 8 great reverend lords. In reality, they were all members of the Profound Heaven sect. They had deliberately established a faction outside the sect to cooperate with each other. In reality, they were all members of the same sect. This was something that everyone in the Black Domain knew. What? We've discovered 3 variant guards? Is there a variant king among them? This time, the leader was a middle-aged man with a pale complexion. He looked refined, and his eyes were filled with viciousness. Yes, that person seems to have gone to the variant king's territory. The white-faced middle-aged great venerable lord didn't hesitate. Leave behind 3 great venerables. The other 5 great venerables and 20 great venerables. We'll rush over immediately. We can't let anyone get ahead of us. Mutant guards and mutant kings were the most special existences in the Forbidden Land. They could absorb a portion of the elemental annihilation and increase their strength rapidly. They were basically very difficult to kill. If they were here, then congratulations, there would definitely be a variant king around. A variant king was equivalent to a commander. Any one of them had the strength of a peak Great Reverend Lord. One of them could deal with 8 or 9 Great Reverend Lords of the same level. They were extremely powerful. The places where these variant kings resided had top-grade treasures. When the Profound Heaven sect arrived, they didn't find the whereabouts of the variant kings, so they didn't pay much attention to them. Now that they heard about it, they couldn't sit still and immediately led people to chase after it. After Lin Fei's strength increased, his speed became extremely fast. He was like an afterimage as he rushed over. The 3 variant guards followed closely behind him. This level of speed surpassed 90% of Great Reverend Lords. Almost there, almost there. The cave had finally appeared. The remaining few mutant guardians also sensed it and rushed out, forming a blockade around them. Scram! Lin Fei activated the Yuan Force Divine Weapon in his hand and slashed out, splitting the void in 2. A powerful force swept across the mutated guards, forcing them to retreat continuously. Push, 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 push. The variant guards that were pushed back had wounds on their bodies. In just a short moment, their wounds had healed. Lin Fei discovered that the elemental annihilation energy of heaven and earth was flowing into the variant beasts' bodies, helping them recover. Scram, scram. Lin Fei also realized that he couldn't delay any longer. He sensed that someone was chasing behind him. He didn't need to look to know that it was the profound heaven sect's people. The sky splitter carried a terrifying aura as it swept across their bodies. The variant guard's defense was too good. They recovered as soon as they were injured. It was as if they were immortal. Lin Fei's powerful strength couldn't injure the variant beasts. His attack couldn't kill them the first time, but the second time, they recovered and returned to their peak state. What the hell? These variant beasts are too strong. Ordinary Great Reverend Lords can't take a single hit, but these variant beasts can recover after a few hits. How are we supposed to fight them? Lin Fei was anxious. These variant beasts had sealed off the entrance too tightly. The variant beasts behind him caught up and surrounded him. Lin Fei was in a dilemma. He couldn't kill these variant beasts. For the first time, he felt like he was hitting cotton candy. It was very unpleasant. You dare to enter the territory of the Profound Heaven sect? How bold! The experts of the Profound Heaven sect caught up and saw the black-robed Lin Fei. Variant beasts. There are so many of them. Kill them all. The white-faced Great Reverend confirmed that these variant beasts were the variant beasts that only variant kings would have. These variant beasts were born to guard kings and were extremely difficult to deal with. Under such circumstances, the white-faced Great Reverend immediately gave the order to attack. The 5 Great Reverends took out a black ball that emitted a dangerous aura. It was the famous Elemental Annihilation Ball that contained the Elemental Annihilation energy. They directly threw it over. A terrifying might instantly swept out. Lin Fei's expression changed. The Profound Heaven sect was so decisive. They actually dealt with the variant beasts together. Illusion Scepter. At this moment, Lin Fei deeply felt the dangerous aura. If he was hit, his vitality would be greatly damaged and he wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. The destructive power of the Elemental Annihilation Ball was too terrifying. Chapter 3000. Our luck is pretty good this time. We didn't find any mutated guards. Now that someone has attracted the firepower, we might have a big harvest. The middle-aged Great Supremacy was overjoyed. If there were mutated guards, there would be mutated kings. Killing the mutated guards would give them at least some crystals. Without the mutated guards, killing the mutated kings wouldn't be that difficult. The Profound Heaven sect knew this very well. As for who that person was, they didn't care. If they had to say anything, they would have to thank that person for finding this place. The moment the elemental spheres were activated, a terrifying aura swept out. In front of 5 elemental spheres, nothing could stop them. Even if it was them, they wouldn't be able to use 5 elemental spheres at once. Mutated guards were hard to kill, but using the elemental energies to deal with them was very effective. At this critical moment, Lin Fei took out the Scepter of Illusion, a treasure he had snatched from the Demon Monarch. Illusion Realm, descend. This elemental energy divine weapon couldn't be compared to the Sky Splitter because they weren't on the same level. The Scepter of Illusion came from the lunatics of the Skywing Nation. Its attributes were different. It wasn't an attack based on strength, but on the other hand, it was unstoppable. The Sky Splitter was mostly used for strength, and it was very domineering. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to use his increased strength to rush in and collect the elemental energy divine sand. Even if he was injured, he could still leave calmly. This was the first time Lin Fei used the Scepter of Illusion. A huge illusion realm enveloped the demonic beasts. Lin Fei didn't use it on the experts of the Profound Heaven sect. If he used it on the demonic beasts, he wouldn't be exposed. Once the illusion realm descended on the mutated guards, Lin Fei could clearly feel their movements slowing down. This was equivalent to being immersed in the illusion realm. Dark stealth. The moment they were immersed in the illusion, Lin Fei used another secret technique he had obtained from the Demon Monarch. His figure faded as he rushed into the cave before the elemental energies could reach him. Boom, boom, boom. A huge rumbling sound swept out. The mutant king in the cave was awakened. Its massive body and lantern-sized eyes were filled with killing intent as it roared at the entrance of the cave. Half of the primordial annihilation energy was blown away, leaving the other half within the cave. Collect. Lin Fei opened the system, and all the elemental energy sand in the cave fell into the system. The power of origin annihilation also spread out. At the last moment, Lin Fei used the Scepter of Illusion once again. A huge world enveloped the Variant King while he was blasted away by the Unyielding energy. After a series of loud rumbles, a huge crater appeared in the mountains. Lin Fei's Scepter of Illusion was too fast. The great exalted lords of the Profound Heaven sect didn't feel anything at all. They only saw the might of the Yuan Destroyer Ball directly crushing through, flattening the passage and killing the variant guards. As for that outsider, they didn't even consider him. Roar! After the cave collapsed, the mutant king roared and rushed up, targeting the people from the Profound Heaven sect. It's really a mutant king. Everyone, let's work together and kill it. The pale-faced great exalted lord gave the order and everyone moved. A mutant king was a rare treasure even in the dark domain. There were strong and weak mutant kings, but the one in front of them didn't emit any dangerous aura. It shouldn't be that strong. The experts of the Profound Heaven sect were even more worried. At the same time, under a pile of ruins, Lin Fei shook off the rocks on his body. His face was extremely pale. He quickly took out the life crystals and absorbed them crazily. After absorbing more than 100 life crystals, Lin Fei's injuries stabilized. The destructive power of the Yuan Destroyer Ball was beyond Lin Fei's imagination. Even with Proud Heaven's protection and his strong body, he couldn't withstand it for a while. It was torn apart in one move. Lin Fei finally understood why the great exalted lord of the Temporal Temple was so afraid. He couldn't resist it at all. It was an extremely domineering existence that could crush everything. The few demonic beasts that blocked him were torn to pieces in front of that power. Lin Fei saw it clearly. In the future, I'd better be careful when dealing with treasures with the power of Yuan Annihilation. When the Yuan Annihilation swept through my body directly exploded 8 times. If it weren't for my vigorous life force supporting me, I would have definitely died under this kind of power. Lin Fei concealed his aura. The battle outside seemed to have begun. It was obvious that the huge guy had started attacking the people from the Profound Heaven sect. If you guys didn't come, I couldn't do anything. Now that you're here, you can help me take the blame. Through the system, Lin Fei saw the situation outside. At this moment, a huge crater appeared in the mountains. The huge demonic beast that had been in deep slumber was attacking the experts of the Profound Heaven sect non-stop. The experts of the Profound Heaven sect seemed to have been prepared for this. They kept taking out their treasures, especially special scrolls, and threw them at the demonic beast one by one. Under Lin Fei's observation, not only did the demonic beast's movements slow down, but it also slowed down in other aspects. It would take a long time for the experts from the Profound Heaven sect to break through its defense. With them here, I should leave now. I almost died here because of this origin energy divine sand. Lin Fei used dark stealth and left silently. The system collected the origin energy divine sand and didn't leak any aura. The experts from the Profound Heaven sect were destined to be the scapegoat. From the demonic beast's crazy look, it was definitely them who did it. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Fei opened the system again to check on the situation over there. The siege was still ongoing. This demonic beast's defense is strong. Lin Fei saw that the demonic beast was covered in wounds, but it was still alive and kicking. On the other hand, there were many corpses around the Profound Heaven sect. Some of them were even High Supremes. They either had their heads smashed or more than half of their bodies shattered. This demonic beast was extremely tough. To be able to hold on until now under the siege of so many experts, it's really not ordinary. The origin energy sphere's power had caused Lin Fei to suffer a great loss. This demonic beast's defense was strong. If Lin Fei were to face it alone, he definitely wouldn't stand a chance. The experts from the Profound Heaven sect were also puzzled. This mutated Beast King's attack was average, but its defense was ridiculously strong. They had been besieging it for so long, but they still couldn't injure it. After hesitating for a while, they used a secret treasure to kill the mutated Beast King. Chapter 3001. Lin Fei had witnessed the entire process of the sparkling crystal exploding. It was in high definition and up close. The Black Heaven sect is really capable to have such a secret treasure that could heavily injure the Variant King in one strike. From the looks of it, it must be some kind of poison. It should be related to the primordial destruction energy. Perhaps it's a counter to it. Lin Fei had seen it clearly. It was a special substance that had seeped into the Variant King's body like a mist. The Variant King's defense was greatly reduced, and it was killed in the end. I don't know what that shiny thing is, but for it to be able to bear the words Variant King in the Forbidden Land, it must be a top-notch item. Lin Fei had suffered a small loss, and now he was thinking about the Black Heaven sect. Elder Xian, our luck is not bad. A king crystal dropped. From the looks of it, it's an Earth-type king crystal that specializes in defense. A great supremacy beside him said excitedly. The white-faced middle-aged great supremacy revealed a smile. King crystal? Our luck is indeed not bad. Quickly search the surroundings. If there's a Variant King here, there must be something guarding it. This white-faced middle-aged great supremacy was Mystic 12 of the Black Heaven sect's 12 foster sons. He was a famous figure in the Black region, and the influence of the Black Heaven sect was so great. Even Mystic 12, who was ranked at the bottom, was a great supremacy, not to mention the 11 foster sons in front of him. Mystic 12 put away the king crystal and the corpse of the mutant king. He waited for the good news from his subordinates. Very soon, the people who were searching returned. Elder, we did not find anything here. Elder, we did not find anything here either. Same for us. The heavenly god powerhouses that returned were all dejected. They didn't find anything good, and this seemed a little abnormal. Under normal circumstances, wherever a Variant King appeared, there would definitely be something guarding it. Check it again carefully. Don't miss anything. Mystic 12 furrowed his brows. This situation was normal. After all, it was not easy to find something guarded by a Variant King. It would take some time. Mystic 12 was destined to be disappointed. After searching more than 10 times, they still did not find anything. Elder, we've already searched the surroundings more than 10 times, but there was nothing. Could it have been stolen? A great supremacy said. Apart from this explanation, there seemed to be no other explanation. Someone stole it? Mystic 12 suddenly thought of the fellow who had come in earlier. But under the attack of the Yuan Annihilation Sphere, he had already turned into ashes. No one could withstand it. Continue hunting the demonic beasts. The remaining group, continue searching. The item must be there. Who would dare to steal from a place that our mysterious heaven sect has our eyes on? Mystic 12 was still certain that the item was here. The King Crystal and the Variant King's corpse were considered a great harvest. As long as they didn't find the item that the Variant King was guarding, the experts of the mysterious heaven sect would not be satisfied. That was the most important thing. Even if you dig 3 feet into the ground, you won't be able to find anything. When Lin Fei saw them searching for the item over and over again, he finally felt a sense of relief. The crystals dropped by the beasts I killed earlier should be a special kind of crystal. The crystal dropped by the Variant King should be of a better quality. They haven't left yet, so I still have a chance. Lin Fei changed to another location. After confirming that it was safe, he set up several array formations. He took out the Yuan Force sand and began to cultivate. The experts of the mysterious heaven sect had plenty of time to deal with them. The prerequisite was that he could raise his Prideful Sky 9th layer physique to Prideful Sky 10th layer. At that time, he would be able to move unhindered in the Forbidden Grounds. The amount of Yuan Force sand he had snatched from the Variant King was enough for him to cultivate to Prideful Sky 10th layer. Lin Fei still had to thank the experts of the mysterious heaven sect. If he had really fought them head-on, he would have wasted a lot of time. They had helped him a lot. After discarding all distracting thoughts, Lin Fei took out the Yuan Force sand. In front of him was a pile of golden-colored Yuan Force sand. It was very eye-catching. Prideful Sky 10th layer, here I come. Hua hua hua. The Yuan Force sand entered his body. Mystic 12 led a group of people to search for 2 months. It was unknown how many demonic beasts they had killed, but the item left behind by the Variant King was still nowhere to be found. This was a great irony to Mystic 12. Could it really have been snatched away? Every time Mystic 12 thought of this matter, he would feel extremely unhappy. Someone had the guts to snatch food from the mysterious heaven sect. No matter who it was, once they were found, they would be severely punished and taught a lesson in blood. The items guarded by a variant king were all top-notch treasures in the Forbidden Grounds. Even if they had obtained the corpse and a king crystal, something was still missing. In these 2 months, Mystic 12 had been depressed. The most helpless thing was that he could not find the culprit. There were not many people who could hide from his eyes and ears and sneak in without him noticing. He suspected that it was the people from the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain. Other than them, Mystic 12 really could not find anyone who would dare to offend the mysterious heaven sect and snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The amount of Yuan Force sand he refined this time was longer than Lin Fei had expected. The quality was high. He had originally planned to use 2 to 3 months to completely refine it and rush to the 10th layer. But because of the quality of the Yuan Force sand, the time was extended indefinitely. In the end, Lin Fei used 2 years to completely refine all the Yuan Force sand he needed. When the last batch of Yuan Force sand was completely refined, a Jingguang surged out from Lin Fei's body. His entire person was like a deity that had descended from the heavens. It surrounded him, making him feel warm and comfortable. Is this the difference between the 10th layer and the 10th layer? After breaking through that threshold, Lin Fei experienced a feeling that he had never experienced before. 10th layer prideful heavenly body, too awesome. The moment he broke through, a new message appeared in his mind. Lin Fei's expression changed continuously. Master, are you satisfied with this gift? The little devil congratulated him with a knowing expression. Lin Fei was extremely excited. The benefits of breaking through to the 10th layer of the prideful heavenly body were far beyond his imagination. He could not believe that it was real. Just as he had said, this was a huge gift. The truly shocking gift was that the tyrant body of the prideful heavenly 12th layer actually had such a hidden meaning. To Lin Fei, this was equivalent to opening a door to an even more secretive secret. Perhaps this was the ultimate secret of the great sovereign lord breaking through to the hierarch realm. How to reach this step was something that had baffled countless people. The secret technique would also become a top-notch existence in the Saint Spirit world. Chapter 3002. It took him 2 years to break through from Proud Sky 9th layer to Proud Sky 10th layer, which indeed exceeded Lin Fei's expectation, extending from 2 to 3 months to 2 years. The difference was not small. After the breakthrough, Lin Fei received a notification from the system, and he was shocked beyond words. He couldn't imagine the difference between Proud Sky 10th layer and Proud Sky 9th layer. Anyone would be shocked and excited at the same time. Other than that, Lin Fei also learned a big secret. Proud Sky 10th layer physique had undergone a huge transformation, allowing him to absorb a portion of elemental destruction energy. Yes, it was absorbing elemental destruction energy. The great benefit of breaking through to Proud Sky 10th layer. This was the reason why Lin Fei was shocked. Can I really absorb a portion of elemental destruction energy? Lin Fei was still in shock. He knew very well how tyrannical the elemental destruction energy was. The Black Heaven Gate's weakened version was able to shatter his body 7 to 8 times. If it was an ordinary Reverend Lord, no matter how the little guy attacked, he wouldn't be able to shatter his body, much less shatter it. But elemental destruction energy was different. It could shatter a person's body 7 to 8 times in a single exchange. If it was any other master, they would have died countless times. Yes, with your current physique, you should be able to absorb 3 types of elemental destruction energy, and a weaker version at that. For example, the Forbidden Land's elemental destruction energy. The little devil answered. 3. It wasn't a lot. But to Lin Fei, it was equivalent to holding a secret trump card. If he used it at the crucial moment, everyone would be shocked. The secret art from Proud Sky 10th layer's reward uses elemental destruction energy. Every time you use it, you can consume 1 type of elemental destruction energy, up to 3. The little devil added. Every time his physique broke through, he would receive a secret art. Some focused on offense, some focused on defense. Lin Fei was looking forward to the reward every time. The reward from Proud Sky 10th layer physique exceeded his imagination. The benefits were too generous. If this was released to the public, it would definitely stun countless people. Since a 10th order Heavenly God Realm Master is so powerful, he must have grasped a higher level power, like this Yuan Annihilation. Although Lin Fei had plundered a large number of books, there was almost nothing about 10th order Heavenly God Realm cultivation. Now that he knew he could absorb the essence destruction energy, he couldn't help thinking of the hierarch realm. Whether it's true or not, I've grasped the essence destruction energy one step ahead of time. At this moment, Lin Fei really wanted to thank Xing Haoren for giving him a slot. Don't look at it just because it's a slot. If you don't have it, it'll be even more difficult to come in. Don't even mention breaking through to the next level, and raising your Prideful Heaven 9th layer physique to Prideful Heaven 10th layer. Lin Fei did not even dare to imagine such a speed of improvement. The Forbidden Lands had opened a huge door for him. If Proud Heaven wanted to make a breakthrough, he would have to do it on the Forbidden Lands. Prideful Heaven tenfold body, I have to familiarize myself with it. My power is increasing too fast. Even if I don't use the tenfold strength incantation, my current power is stronger than when I use the tenfold strength incantation second stage. First stage Prideful Heaven, first stage transformation. Lin Fei couldn't help sighing. Using half a month's time, Lin Fei had familiarized himself with the control of his strength, combining strength and gentleness at the same time. In one moment he could be fierce and domineering, and in the next second, he could be as gentle as the wind, impossible to guard against. After breaking through to the Prideful Heaven tenfold body, Lin Fei's strength was as vast as the sea. Every move he made was pushed to the limit, and any move he made was a killing move. The strengthening of his physique, the increase in his strength, also increased Lin Fei's strength to a terrifying degree. If he ran into the Time Temple's Kong Wen again, with his Prideful Heaven body armor activated, his body would be as sturdy as Mount Tai. Even Kong Wen's time attack wouldn't be able to take away his life force. After stabilizing it for half a month, Lin Fei began to attempt to absorb the vital destruction energy within the sealed grounds. When the first wisp of essence destruction energy entered his body, Huang Xiaolong felt as if he was on fire, almost burning into nothingness. The pain was too excruciating. The advantage of the tenfold Prideful Heaven tenfold body was reflected. Suppressed again and again. Although the essence destruction energy was tyrannical under the Prideful Heaven body armor, it didn't resist for long. That wisp of essence destruction energy entered a physical particle, and it was very obedient. The first wisp of essence destruction energy is complete. The entire process didn't seem difficult, but in reality, Lin Fei was very clear that with the Prideful Heaven body armor withstanding most of it, the remaining portion was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei truly experienced the terror of the essence destruction energy. It was a merciless destruction energy. Back then, I thought that after reaching the Prideful Heaven tenfold body armor, I could barge in and see if I could dig out the essence force God sand. Now, it seems that my thinking was too simple. Even now, if I were to enter, I would most likely die. Lin Fei sighed. The first complete wisp of essence destruction energy took a total of 3 months. The second wisp of essence destruction energy took 2 months. The third wisp of essence destruction energy took a month. A total of 3 wisps of essence destruction energy took 6 months. To Lin Fei, this was considered fast. 6 months, plus the time before that, it's almost 3 years in total. The 3 wisps of essence destruction energy stopped in the particles of Lin Fei's body. They were black and white, and they were as obedient as a child. But at the beginning, it was a terrifying demon king. Now, it seemed to be well behaved. Once it exploded, congratulations, 1 wisp of essence destruction energy could kill you. This was the real killer move. If it was combined with the illusion scepter and used a killer move secret technique, it would definitely be anyone's nightmare. It's time to find someone to settle the score. Also, I promised Xing Haoren the Yuan Heartgrass. No matter what, I have to go take a look. After successfully mastering the 3 wisps of essence destruction energy, Lin Fei decided to go out and scavenge for treasures. For example, the crystal stones, the corpse of the variant king, the king crystal, and so on. These things Lin Fei was quite interested. Let me see where they are. Lin Fei first looked at the mountains. In 3 years, that place was empty, and there was no trace of the Black Heaven sect. The demonic beasts had become scattered, and it was obvious that most of them had been killed. Lock onto the Black Heaven sect elder. The scene changed, and Lin Fei saw another scene. The pale-faced middle-aged great sovereign Xianshire's position appeared. He was currently standing in a black swamp in the distance, looking like the entrance to hell. It was extremely strange. Xianshire, this place was found by the Golden Dragon Nation. What is the meaning of this? Outside the swamp, several forces had gathered. Among them, there was a group of people dressed in golden robes, with a smear of gold on their necks. They were shouting fiercely at Xianshire. You said you found it. Who saw it? I also said that the Black Heaven sect came first. Xianshire led a group of people and confronted the people from the Golden Dragon Nation. After listening for a while, Lin Fei understood what they were talking about. Chapter 3003. When he first came in, Lin Fei especially went to understand the special places in the entire Forbidden Land and marked them. Among them, there were several places where Yuan Heartgrass was suspected to exist. However, all of them were dragon's pools and tiger's lair. If one was not careful, they would die. Lin Fei immediately determined that this place was one of those places. Among all the places, the degree of danger was considered intermediate, belonging to the kind that couldn't be ignored. Mysterious Heaven Sect, Golden Dragon Nation, there seems to be another force called Black Tiger Mountain. It seems that the 3 forces have gathered together. Smart cooperation will produce results. If not, there will be nothing. Lin Fei looked for a while and knew what they wanted to do. In 3 years, they hunted a large number of monsters and obtained a lot of crystal stones. For example, Mysterious Heaven Sect obtained the corpse of a variant king crystal stones, a great harvest. The Yuan Heartgrass isn't that easy to obtain. If the 3 great powers join hands to attack, it will definitely be difficult. It will take time. If I have the time, I might as well find some variant kings. Any one of them will be snatched up by everyone. Lin Fei really wanted to give Mysterious Heaven Sect a big gift, but in the end, he endured it. It had only been 3 years, and there were still 7 years until the 10 years. Why not let them do it first? He didn't mind being a road robber. After making a decision, he once again looked at the Forbidden Land. The entire 3-dimensional map was marked with many places, many of which had not been touched. For example, the place closest to him seemed to have the existence of a variant king. Okay, let's start from here. Since he said he would start, Lin Fei immediately moved. After reaching the Proud Heaven 10th layer, after activating the Proud Heaven body protection, the power of Yuan destruction in the Forbidden Land was almost no longer affected, even if he didn't wear Yuan armor. At the nearest place, Lin Fei opened the system and searched. Come out. A palm strike landed on a group of mountains. After a loud rumbling sound, a few black shadows rushed out first. It was the variant guards. As soon as they came out, they spat out a black mist, which corroded the void. Good. Lin Fei was stifled to death. He had long wanted to try out the power of Prideful Sky 10th layer. The black mist clashed against the Proud Sky body fortification, causing a series of ripples to spread out. Unable to break through the Proud Sky body fortification, the feeling was truly exhilarating. It's really a huge improvement. After testing it out, Lin Fei was able to confirm how powerful the Proud Heaven barricade was. From this day on, the Proud Heaven barricade had truly reached the next level, and was now at the peak level. Now try my strength. Lin Fei charged into the black fog, raised his palm, and struck the closest variant guard, sending it flying. The power is indeed great. Let's try again. Another mutant guard was sent flying. Lin Fei was having a lot of fun. He split the variant guard with his palms, which was several times more powerful than when he used the second layer of the tenfold strength technique. After a few rounds, the variant guard couldn't take it anymore. So the variant guard's endurance is only a little bit stronger than I thought. The last time Lin Fei fought with the variant guard, It was extremely strenuous. Every time, he felt that he was just a little bit weaker, but in reality, the variant guard was just a little bit stronger. Oh right, I wonder how powerful the primordial extermination power will be when it's attached to the sky-splitting rod. A thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind. The sky-splitting rod was also in his hands. Traces of primordial extermination power flowed out and directly attached to the sky-splitting rod. The sky-splitting rod pierced forward, transforming into a spear. With a poochie sound, it pierced through the body of a variant guard. Lin Fei was overjoyed. It's exactly as I imagined. Previously, when he attacked the variant guard, he could only hurt them. To break through their defense, there was still some difficulty. Now, Lin Fei had found the best way to deal with it. This sudden inspiration also brought about a huge increase in strength for Lin Fei. Relying on the speed of prideful Sky 10th layer body, coupled with the terrifying primordial extermination power, it would be anyone's nightmare. This time, Lin Fei used the heartbroken movement. This was the first time he truly executed the combination of the primordial extermination power with the primordial extermination power. A few afterimages flashed by, piercing through the variant guard that was attacking him. Awesome, a one-hit kill. With a wave of his hand, he kept the corpse. Lin Fei's heart was at ease. He rushed down and swung the sky-splitting rod furiously. The mountains below were directly razed to the ground. They were basically unable to withstand this power. A variant king whose body wasn't very big appeared. Previously, I was bullied so miserably by the variant king. Now, I can use you as an example. After easily killing the variant guard, Lin Fei had a deeper understanding of his own strength. Grabbing the sky-splitting rod, he used a total annihilation technique. The variant king opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of black fog that emitted a pungent smell. It's this move again. The sky-splitting rod pierced through the variant king without any hindrance. It heavily struck the variant king's body, and its small body was directly sent flying. With a swoosh, Lin Fei chased after it. Thrusting, sweeping, and hacking, he executed the sky-splitting rod's attacks to the extreme, causing numerous wounds to appear on the variant king's body. Die! With a flash, the sky-splitting rod pierced through the variant king's head. With a burst of strength, the variant king's head was smashed into pieces. These variant kings and variant guards had extremely powerful bodies and top-notch defenses. However, their bodies had a huge flaw. Once their heads were smashed, they would undoubtedly die. That was because they didn't have the ability to clone themselves. 1 variant king and 5 variant guards. My harvest isn't bad. Lin Fei searched carefully and really found something that the variant king was guarding. It was a type of purple ore. Although he didn't know what it was, he decided to keep it first. With the experience of being the first to kill a variant king, following this, Lin Fei continued to kill the variant kings. The experience he gained was extremely rich, and he didn't even need the support of Elemental Annihilation's power. His staff could easily pierce through their heads and kill them. With the help of the system, Lin Fei was able to locate the variant king earlier than anyone else. Every search was accurate. Lin Fei's group started to move. In just a short year, they had killed 26 variant kings and over 100 variant kings. If this number was spread, everyone would be shocked. After killing 26, the number of variant kings began to decrease. After all, apart from Lin Fei himself, there were so many people in the forbidden area. Although variant kings were strong, those who came here were all veterans, and they were quite experienced in dealing with variant kings. Over the past 4 years, the number of variant kings had been decreasing. If ordinary people really couldn't do anything, Lin Fei, who had the support of the system, paid a small price and accurately located many variant kings. These variant kings were extremely powerful. Lin Fei had to activate the first level of the tenfold strength in order to successfully kill them. Chapter 3004. In the sealed land, outside a barren mountain. A group of people was advancing slowly, as if afraid of alerting the hidden dangers in the surroundings. Everyone be careful. There's a mutated king not far ahead with 3 mutated guards around it. They specialize in ice attacks. A great lord expert who clearly knew the situation cautiously moved forward. There were more than 20 people behind him. The weakest among them was a pseudo-great lord. They moved with a solemn expression, paying attention to their surroundings at all times. They were one of the more famous mutated king hunting teams in the Black Domain. Their main purpose was to hunt mutated kings and mutated guards. If they took out one, everyone would fight for it. As they moved forward cautiously, the terrifying aura they sensed did not appear. Instead, they saw nothing but ruins. What happened? Was the mutated king killed? The leader of the group was surprised. After a quick search, there was no trace of the mutated king. We came here for nothing. This is the third time we failed. What the hell? That's right, who killed it? Looking at the traces in the surroundings, there doesn't seem to be many people fighting. Could it be those big shots are here to snatch it? These professional hunting teams had failed every single time in the past year. They couldn't even find a single mutant king. I have to ask those people about their harvests. After some questioning, they heard an important piece of news. The mutated kings that many hunting teams had locked on to disappeared one by one when they were working together. There weren't many traces left on the scene, but the mutated kings were gone. Every hunting team said the same thing. Everyone was dumbfounded. The news spread like wildfire among the hunting teams. Thinking about their recent harvests, it seemed like they had really been robbed. This kind of efficiency was too fast. Everyone cursed inwardly at the bastard who robbed them of their mutated king. The powerful mutated king in the sealed land was comparable to a god realm master, which was equivalent to a 10th order heavenly god realm master. They would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they went. Now that all the easy ones had been snatched away, it would be better to kill them than to let them deal with those hard-rank mutated kings. The 52nd mutated king. In a dangerous place, Lin Fei put away the 52nd mutated king. This mutated king was one of the more powerful ones. He had only managed to kill it after activating the second stage of the strength technique. He had also suffered some minor injuries. 52, it's still not enough. This was a rare opportunity, and Lin Fei did not want to miss it. During this period of time, they took a look at the places they had marked out. So far, they had only managed to break through 2 of them. After looking around, they realized that their luck wasn't very good. They didn't manage to obtain any elemental heartgrass. Lin Fei killed a variant king. The number of variant kings also continued to increase, breaking through to 90. The rate at which Lin Fei killed the variant kings began to slow down. Perhaps the variant kings had caught wind of this and started to disappear. This made Lin Fei quite speechless. He was so strong, but he actually went missing. This was something that made him very unhappy. Lin Fei was about to curse out loud. Was a variant king that had forced him to activate the 3rd stage weak? How am I weak? On the other hand, his ability to survive was quite strong. 7 or 8 variant kings managed to escape from his hands. Those variant kings that escaped must have informed the other variant kings. They're probably afraid that I'll kill them. After missing yet another variant king, Lin Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's probably impossible for me to kill any more variant kings. If these fellows hide, it'll be very difficult to catch up to them. It's already the 8th year. It's about time for me to get some elemental heartgrass. It took Lin Fei more than 4 years to kill a variant king. The harvest was huge. In terms of exertion of strength, Lin Fei had already reached the point of perfection. Killing variant kings was as easy as drinking water for him. Normal variant kings could be killed in a single exchange. Unless it was hard variant kings, where he had to use the 3rd stage of strength enhancement, he wouldn't use it under normal circumstances. This is the place. There are 5 variant kings and at least 70 to 80 variant guards. There might even be something like the elemental heartgrass. Lin Fei locked onto a place. The Forbidden Land. It was a valley surrounded by mountains. Lin Fei quietly descended in this place. A few demonic beasts pounced out from the darkness. They weren't weak, and after a few flashes, they arrived in front of him. Lin Fei used the system to check. Just this valley alone had more than 100,000 demonic beasts. It could truly be called a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Whoever entered would die. If he was still at prideful sky 9th layer physique, Lin Fei would definitely leave without a second word. If he entered, even his skin and bones would be eaten. I hope I didn't make a wasted trip. Lin Fei turned into a black stream of light and charged in. The demonic beasts that pounced at him were directly smashed into pieces by his powerful strength. Within the valley, demonic beasts were everywhere. When Lin Fei charged in, these demonic beasts moved and surrounded him. However, the encirclement of the demonic beasts was like an itch to Lin Fei. Everywhere he passed, the demonic beasts near Lin Fei were all smashed into pieces. The smell of blood permeated the air. At the same time, a group of people was heading in his direction. There were many of them. If Lin Fei was here, he would definitely recognize them. They were the 3 major forces that Xing Haoren had warned him about. At least in this forbidden land, these 3 forces were the strongest. In front of us is a place where Yuan Heart Grass might appear. Great Senior Xian Lu, the leader of the Black Heaven sect, said. We definitely won't make a wasted trip this time. In the past few years, the Black Heaven sect hadn't gained much. They had cooperated to break through a few places and suffered heavy losses, but they hadn't seen a single Yuan Heart Grass. Speaking of which, it's strange. Our 3 major forces have gathered our top forces in the Forbidden Land, but I've heard that the mutated kings have all been killed recently. Our people have also made several trips in vain. For example, the second-class mutated kings have all disappeared from those dangerous places. The person who spoke was the Golden Dragon Nation's great senior lord, and he had a puzzled expression on his face. These words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Everyone was on the same side now. You don't say, many of the mutated kings have disappeared. The Black Tiger Mountain's great senior lord's voice was loud, and his face was dark. Don't let me find out who did it, or I'll destroy their sect. The Yuan Heart Grass was their main goal, but the mutated kings were also one of the tasks that couldn't be ignored. But now, there were very few mutated kings. Here, the mutated kings were divided into 3 classes. The weakest was a 3rd-class mutated king, followed by a 2nd-class mutated king, and the strongest was a 1st-class mutated king. Along the way, 3rd-class mutated kings had disappeared without a trace, and even 2nd-class mutated kings were nowhere to be seen. The 3 major forces had always suspected that some other team had come to snatch the food. We've arrived at the place. Everyone moved quickly. But when they arrived at the entrance of the valley, the thick smell of blood assailed their noses. It was unbelievably strong. Wait, what a strong smell of blood. Chapter 3005. As soon as the 3 forces arrived at the entrance of the valley, they immediately felt that something was wrong. The strong smell of blood became very eye-catching. Everyone looked at each other, and their expressions were not normal. This was a place that they had spent a lot of effort to find. How could someone beat them to it? For them, who had not harvested anything, this was something that they could not accept. Let's go in. I want to see who has the guts to snatch food from our 3 forces. Needless to say, the 3 forces all had the same thought. Without needing any instructions, everyone carefully rushed into the valley. The valley was filled with corpses, torn apart, and scattered everywhere. The scene was bloody. The person who came in is at least a group of people, and they are very strong. The corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground were torn apart by a powerful force. Mystic 6 of the Profound Heaven sect said, "They are indeed very strong. They are too daring." As they moved forward, they observed their surroundings. The number of demonic beasts' corpses increased, and they were all torn apart by violent means. Hurry up, maybe that person is still inside. The mutated guards are making their move. Suddenly, a roar came from the depths of the valley. The sound was terrifying, and it made people's hair stand on end. Then, energy fluctuations spread out. The great supremacies of the 3 forces were the first to rush in. They knew that the demonic beasts along the way had been attracted by that person. If they rushed in now, they might be able to gain a big advantage. Who would want to miss such a good opportunity? Deep in the valley, it was a terrain surrounded on 3 sides, and there was only one way in. At the end of the valley, there was a lake. It was not small, And at this moment, a dense mass of demonic beasts occupied this small area. On the ground, the mutated guards were lying on the ground, and they were long dead. Even further away, the demonic beasts did not dare to rush in. Any beast that dared to rush in would be instantly sent flying by a powerful force, smashing into the mountain wall like raindrops, like a blooming flower. Where is he? Isn't it a team? Why can't I see him? The great supremacies rushed in and were ready to lock on to the target. In their subconscious, to be able to come here, it would be at least a team, and definitely not a single person. No one could withstand the attack of a large number of mutated guards. Look, those on the ground seem to be all mutated guards. There are at least 40 of them. Mystic Six sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if they encountered those mutant guards, they wouldn't dare to let their guard down. But now they were all lifeless. There's movement under the lake. Suddenly, a great sovereign stared at the lake. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The monstrous lake water soared into the sky, and the entire valley instantly looked like it was raining. A black shadow flew out of the lake and smashed into the ground not far away, causing the ground to tremble. A variant king. The black shadow smashed into a place not far away, instantly smashing a large number of demonic beasts to death, and a terrifying aura swept out. The great sovereigns immediately realized that this was a variant king. What else could give them such a threatening aura other than a variant king? I think he's dead. When they took out their treasures and attacked, they suddenly realized that the variant king was dead. Grand Monarch Mystic Six was bold enough to blast away the surrounding demonic beasts to check on the mutated monarch. There was a huge hole in the head of the mutated monarch, which was bleeding profusely. Good heavens, this is a head smashed by someone. Who did it? The expressions of the great sovereigns present changed. Not long after they entered the valley, they didn't see any strangers. Instead, they saw the corpses of mutant guards and a variant king on the ground. But before they could digest the news, another variant king flew out of the lake and smashed into another place. It also seemed to be dead. Another one. It seems to be dead as well. No matter how they thought about it, this scene was terrifying. It was normal for one variant king to be killed, but it was not normal for two to appear. Everyone knew how powerful variant kings were, especially when they were divided into different levels. If a third-class variant king and a second-class variant king teamed up, they wouldn't be a match even if they joined forces, let alone killing them one by one. But another variant king. It was another variant king that had smashed into the lake. The great sovereigns of the three factions were at a loss. This variant king was also dead. Should we continue? The Golden Dragon Nation's great sovereign said. 3 mutant kings. Just which top-notch expert has entered? The Black Tiger Mountain's great sovereign's expression was unnatural. He had seen many experts, but he had never heard of anyone killing 3 variant kings in the blink of an eye. The scariest thing was that the wounds were all in the same place. This was terrifying. How powerful would one need to be able to do this? I think it's better if we don't fight for now. We can kill 3. Before he finished speaking, 2 more variant kings appeared from the lake. One landed on the left, and the other landed on the right. The lake water splashed everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. 5 variant kings. This was an instant kill. They had been to many forbidden lands, but they had never seen anyone kill 5 variant kings in such a short time. Not to mention the mutated guards lying on the ground. This ability was unimaginable. They immediately thought that they had encountered a top-notch great sovereign expert. He was famous in the Saint Spirit domain, or a small group of top-notch great sovereigns. No matter which one it was, they couldn't afford to offend him. However, looking at the ground full of mutated guards and 5 variant kings, they felt rather complicated. If they brought them out, they would definitely be able to sell them for a high price. It was definitely a kind of torture to not be able to move the things in front of them. They couldn't leave, but they couldn't stay either. This was the first time these great sovereigns had encountered such torture. What a disappointment. There's actually no Yuan Heartgrass. Just as they were being tortured, a figure rushed out. They heard some words that made them want to vomit blood. Kill so many mutated guards and mutated kings. What more do you want? How much wealth do you want? A person? They saw a black-clothed man coming out from the bottom of the lake. He didn't look very old. This made them a little dumbfounded. How could it be a person? This was different from what they had imagined. Could it be that it wasn't a group of people? It seemed that he was unreasonably young. They couldn't accept this. Lin Fei rushed out and saw the 7 great sovereign experts. They all had different looks in their eyes. It was obvious that they were thinking about something. Bush. As Lin Fei walked, he waved his hand to collect the variant king's corpses and the surrounding mutated guards. Chapter 3006. The power of the 7 Yuan annihilation orbs was absolute power that could destroy everything in an instant. Anyone with a certain level of strength would buy an Yuan annihilation orb to protect themselves and use it as a trump card. If it was an ordinary supremacy, there was nothing to worry about. However, if it was someone rich and had a powerful background, then congratulations, they might be able to experience the power of an Yuan annihilation orb. Although the Golden Dragon Nation, Black Tiger Mountain, and the Black Heaven Sect were not the top forces in the Black Realm, they were still first-rate forces with deep foundations. These great supremacies had many trump cards. In the Forbidden Land, monsters were as common as clouds. Every time they went to the Forbidden Land, the Yuan annihilation orbs were used the most. There was no need for discussion. When the 7 great supremacies saw that a single person dared to collect the bodies of mutant kings in front of them, they finally could not sit still and decided to give it a try. They did not believe that this person could come out unscathed after killing dozens of mutant guards and 5 mutant kings. Perhaps he was pretending to look good, but in reality he was an arrow at the end of its flight. He was just trying to scare them. If they really killed this person, there would definitely be many good things. They did not know this person, and he did not have a powerful background. This place was also a forbidden land, so there was nothing to worry about. In the Black Realm, it was common for young masters of large families to be killed. After the matter was over, there was always a lot of noise but little rain. This guy is quite bold. He dares to swagger around and collect things? He's simply courting death. If we attack with 7 Yuan annihilation orbs, even a peak great supremacy would be seriously injured, let alone a single person like him. The 7 great supremacies took out their weapons and were secretly on guard, just in case. In their opinion, this wave of attacks could easily kill this person. Even mutant kings could not withstand this level of attack, let alone a nameless person. The Yuan annihilation orb was extremely powerful, and it directly flattened the valley. The surrounding monsters were turned to ashes, and there were heavy casualties. Golden Dragon Nation, Black Tiger Mountain, Black Heaven Sect, you are all courting death. In the previous position, a black figure held a long staff, and behind him appeared a shattered void. He raised his head, revealing a cold gaze. The look in his eyes made people's hearts palpitate. The 7 great supremacies sucked in a breath of cold air. They had used the Yuan annihilation sphere to launch a sneak attack, yet the other party was completely fine. This was just too unrealistic. That was 7 Yuan annihilation balls. It contained the power of annihilation, enough to flatten everything. One of the black-robed men resisted their attacks, looking like he was fine. There was a trace of fear in their hearts. No matter what method the other party used to block such a terrifying attack, at the very least, it proved that this person had a great background and was far from as simple as he thought. What's there to be afraid of? He's definitely faking it. Let's attack together and kill him. Mystic Heaven Sect's Xianjiao happened to see the Mystic Heaven Sect's people rushing over, and he was filled with confidence. Everyone from the Profound Heaven Sect, listen up. Let's attack the black-robed man together. How could the Mystic 9 supremacy miss such a good opportunity? If they don't make a move, the Mystic Heaven Sect will. He believed that the black-clothed man was just holding on. As long as he made a move, he would reap great benefits. The Profound Heaven Sect's experts behind him surrounded him without saying a word. In an instant, all sorts of Emperor's intent attacks flooded over. The Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies finally came to their senses. They cursed the Mystic Six Supremacies for being shameless and taking the initiative to attack first. To be able to withstand their sneak attack, the black-clothed man was definitely not simple. If they killed him, there would definitely be treasures. They believed this without a doubt. As for revenge, they were not worried at all. Lin Fei made his move at that moment. Streams of light surrounded his body, dazzling everyone's eyes as he repelled the various Emperor's intent attacks. The Emperor's intent attacks landed on his body but were all blocked by the streams of light. A black shadow swept past the cultivators of the Black Heaven sect. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. The Profound Heaven sect's supremacies became extremely weak in the face of this attack. They died like ants. The scene was filled with screams. In just one move, the Profound Heaven sect's supremacies were all dead. The remaining Profound Heaven sect's great supremacies turned abnormally pale. This is the strength of a top-tier great supremacy. A black shadow appeared in front of them. An aura as heavy as a mountain came crashing down. The Profound Heaven sect's great supremacies, including Mystic Six Supremacies, were all suffocated by this aura. Everyone was sent flying. I can't believe he's so strong. Mystic Six Supremacy's strength was also exceptionally strong. But now, in the face of this kind of power, cracks appeared all over his body. Then he saw the Profound Heaven sect's great supremacies turn into a cloud of blood mist in the sky. Mystic Six Supremacy's physical body was destroyed by this power. He's too strong. Where did this guy come from? His strength seems to be something only our sect lord has. The Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies were sweating profusely. It was easy to tell if an expert was real or not. At this moment, they were really panicking. Just a moment ago, they thought they were smart enough to kill this black-clothed man so that they could divide the spoils. But in the blink of an eye, his opponent had turned into a monster. He killed a supremacy with one strike of his staff. He destroyed a great supremacy's physical body with one strike. This was all done in one move. This person's strength was too domineering. In his eyes, supremacies and great supremacies were like ants, real ants that he could kill with a snap of his fingers. Lin Fei's first attack had destroyed their bodies. The second attack followed closely. Similarly, the black shadow swept across the sky and bombarded the great supremacies who had just recovered, destroying their bodies. Profound Heaven sect, you're pretty strong. How dare you attack me? I've been wanting to settle the score with you for a long time. Lin Fei casually attacked and destroyed their bodies again. His calm gaze swept across the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies. Everyone's scalps went numb and they did not dare to move. The remaining Profound Heaven sect's great supremacies had their bodies destroyed twice in a row. Their hearts were dead. This black-clothed man was too terrifying. Mystic Six Supremacy's faces were filled with regret. Senior, we're from the Profound Heaven sect. Mystic Six Supremacies shouted, trying to bring up the Profound Heaven sect. The Sky Splitter swept across the sky and shattered the Emperor's will protection around them. It pierced through Mystic Six Supremacy's body, then another one. In the blink of an eye, it had skewered the remaining great supremacies together. This scene caused the great supremacies to subconsciously back away. Hearing the great supremacy's screams and seeing the great supremacies being skewered together, they were filled with fear. When did the great supremacies become so weak? However, the scene in front of them was like a slap to their faces. The Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies knelt on the ground on the spot. Senior, have mercy. Chapter 3007. The great supremacies of the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain were on their knees. It was impossible for him to defeat the great supremacies of the Mystic Heaven sect so easily. The Mystic Heaven sect's great supremacies were all strung up and on the verge of death. That scene was unbearable for the supremacies. They knelt on the spot. The supremacies behind them were the same. Not kneeling? Do you want to die? That was a ferocious god. Suddenly, one of the supremacies trembled as he looked at the black-robed man who was carrying the strung-up great supremacies. He remembered who this person was. I think I know who he is. This supremacy often went out, so he knew about the major events that were happening, including news about this young black-robed man. You know. Tell us, who is he? Even the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain's great supremacies pricked up their ears. They really wanted to know who this person was. He killed supremacies like they were ants. Great supremacies were not even worth mentioning in front of this person. I think he is a person that the three major forces in the Saint Spirit domain are jointly searching for. I remember his name is Lin Fei, a traitor from the Dark Shadow Palace. The supremacy said in a low voice. Even he was a little suspicious. Lin Fei? Hearing this name, everyone had a blank look on their faces. This person was too unfamiliar. This was not the top great supremacies of the Black Domain at all. Who is Lin Fei? Everyone's expressions were similar. Their first thought was that this guy was wrong. How could such a top martial artist be a wanted criminal? What kind of joke was this? This was completely unrealistic. The three major forces could not possibly be stupid enough to put such a top existence on the wanted list, let alone a traitor. He had the strength to start his own sect. I'm really not wrong. The person on the wanted list is very similar to this person. That supremacy gritted his teeth. When he first heard about this matter, he snorted disdainfully. How could the three great powers not be able to capture three traitors? What a joke. The gap between them was just too big. The great senior lords of the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain found it hard to believe. I am indeed wanted by the three top forces. This is your chance to get rich. Do you want to kill me? Lin Fei swaggered over. Hearing Lin Fei admit it, everyone's face turned pale. It's real, it's actually real. This was too unbelievable. The black-clothed man who easily defeated the experts of the Black Heaven sect was an existence wanted by the three top powers. Senior Lin, you've misunderstood. How could we dare to attack you? The experts of the Golden Dragon Country kept shaking their heads as cold sweat trickled down their faces. You are a senior, even if you gave us 100 guts, we still wouldn't dare. Black Tiger Mountain's great sovereign also said. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Is that so? When you were dealing with me just now, you didn't think that way. You decided how you wanted to die. An icy chill pressed down on them. The Supreme Lord Powerhouse directly collapsed to the ground. He had completely lost his sense of propriety and was acting like a fool. Don't kill me. We don't want to die. Senior Lin, we really didn't do it on purpose. As soon as Lin Fei released his killing intent, everyone felt as if they had fallen onto the road of death. Their minds immediately collapsed. How could they withstand this kind of influence? The experts of the Black Heaven sect who were hanging together felt as if their hearts had died. A terrifying suction force instantly appeared from the sky splitter. Great Sovereign Shen 6 could feel a large amount of life energy flowing out of their bodies. Although they were severely injured, as long as they had life energy, it was not difficult for them to recover. In the next second, the experts of the Black Heaven sect screamed in pain. A terrifying scene appeared. The experts of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain watched in horror as the experts of the Black Heaven sect turned into shriveled corpses. They would never forget that tragic scene for the rest of their lives. A gust of wind blew, and the corpses hanging on them turned into dust and were carried away by the wind. All the experts of the Black Heaven sect were annihilated. Senior Lin, as long as you don't kill us, we are willing to do anything. The Golden Dragon Country's great sovereign's face was pale with fear. In an instant, they had been sucked dry. That was the most terrifying thing. This method was too cruel. If they had not been a step slower, they would probably have ended up like them now. They would have died quietly and sullenly. Senior Lin, this is all the loot of Black Tiger Mountain. We are willing to give it to you. Also, these are some of the good stuff we brought with us. The Black Tiger Mountain's great sovereign did not say a word and took out everything he had on him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out everything you have on you. No one wanted to die right now. Even if they had to pay the price, even if it hurt their flesh, they would still take it out. In the face of their lives, what was the value of their belongings? The Golden Dragon country's great sovereign secretly cursed Black Tiger Mountain for being shameless. He followed suit and took out everything they had on them, including treasures and personal stashes. He did not hesitate at all. Soon, a small pile of items was piled in front of Lin Fei. The Black Tiger Mountain's great sovereign had been observing Lin Fei all this time. His heart was in his throat, and he felt uneasy. Was this still not enough? Resistance? They did not have such thoughts. If they could resist, they would have done it long ago. They would not have waited until now. That was because they had no chance of winning. The death rate was at least 99%. The Black Heaven sect was a good example. At first, Lin Fei really wanted to kill the Golden Dragon country and Black Tiger Mountain. After all, killing 1 and 2 more forces was not a big deal. But after thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that it was meaningless. The life energy gained from killing the Variant King was 20 to 50 times more than what they could gain from killing the Variant King. Actually, I think that if I kill you, these things will also be mine. What do you think? Lin Fei pulled out the sky splitter rod that was stuck in the ground and looked over. The group of experts was about to cry. Was he going to kill them? Fear and uneasiness shrouded their hearts. As for threatening them, they did not dare to do it. The other party had the strength and was not afraid of threats at all. If they wanted to kill such a top expert, they would probably have to work together and arrange everything properly. They might not succeed. There was no benefit in such a thing. However, I am not a bloodthirsty person. I can spare your lives. Lin Fei said with narrowed eyes. He said what they wanted to hear the most. Everyone from the Golden Dragon country and Black Tiger Mountain breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Senior Lin, for showing mercy. If you have any orders, please tell us. We will not hesitate. The Golden Dragon country's great sovereign expressed. The same goes for our Black Tiger Mountain. Black Tiger Mountain also expressed. What was the point of losing everything? As long as they were alive, everything was fine. Chapter 3008. It was the 9th year since the public had sealed off the land. There was only about a year left before they had to leave. If they didn't leave in advance, the power of the sealed land would recover, and they would only be left with death. Some people tried to use treasures to block it, but in the end they still died. This kind of thing was not unheard of. Even if you were a great supremacy. In the remaining year, the expressions of the experts from the Black Realm were not very good. This was because the mutant kings they wanted to kill seemed to have disappeared. Even the weakest 3rd-grade mutant king could not be found. For example, the experts from the Demon Fiend Mountain didn't have much harvest this time. Great supremacy, there's nothing inside. We came for nothing again. In a mountain range, a group of people came out of a cave. Great Supremacy Yutsong listened to the report and his expression was ugly. Damn it, why are there no mutated kings? Could they have been killed by Black Tiger Mountain and Golden Dragon Country? Great Supremacy, we need to change locations. Great Supremacy Yutsong nodded. Luckily, we brought Temporal Temple's Great Supremacy Kong Wen in. No matter what, he had to give us 5 mutated kings. At least we got something. Just as they were about to leave, a group of people rushed out. Yutsong, it's time for you to die. As soon as these people arrived, they surrounded all of them. Great Supremacy Yutsong felt uneasy when he saw these people. Although the Demon Fiend Mountain was influential, compared to a first-rate force, it was far from it. Great Supremacy, is there a misunderstanding here? Great Supremacy Yutsong hurriedly explained. Any one of them could crush him. There's no misunderstanding. You can only blame yourself for offending someone you shouldn't have. The Golden Dragon country's Great Supremacy ordered and the experts behind him charged forward. Black Tiger Mountain's experts were the same. Great Supremacy Yutsong had brought many experts, but compared to them, they weren't on the same level. They were like wolves in a flock of sheep. Don't kill me, we can discuss this. Great Supremacy Yutsong was also overpowered by the Great Supremacy. In less than 10 moves he was at a disadvantage. The usually high and mighty Great Supremacy personally attacked Great Supremacy Yutsong. This was something he didn't even dare to think about. In the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, Yutsong was killed. The experts that he brought were also completely wiped out. Not a single person was left alive. Demon Fiend Mountain, offending that person is useless. The great monarchs of the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain Range had never expected to survive. Senior Lin Fei isn't someone that Demon Fiend Mountain can afford to offend. That's right, after we get out, should we work together to destroy Demon Fiend Mountain? Also, we'll look for the mysterious Heaven Sect to settle old scores. If it wasn't for him inciting us, how could we have offended Senior Lin Fei? The great sovereigns immediately agreed. There's still one more person from Starlight World. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't left and exterminate him. The experts of the Starlight World also had a good harvest. However, compared to the other restricted areas, the number of variant guards and variant kings was pitifully small. Almost every time a place was identified, someone would beat them to it. Even if our harvest is not as good as before, just the mutated guards and mutated kings we have are more than enough. Supreme Sovereign Chen Fei was invited by the first prince to complete the mission. He was quite puzzled about the decrease in the number of variant guards and variant kings. Who could have acted so quickly? Some of the people he knew said that the number of variant kings in the restricted area had decreased sharply this time. Many of them couldn't even be seen. You must be Chen Fei, someone from Vast Star City. You can die now. Without any warning, several tyrannical auras came crashing down. The experts that Supreme Sovereign Chen Fei brought felt the terrifying auras, but before they could understand what was happening, they saw several great sovereigns attacking together. Their minds went blank. I'm a subordinate of the first prince of the Starlight World. Supreme Sovereign Chen Fei's strength was extraordinary, so how could he withstand the joint attack of two forces? In less than the time it took for an incense to burn, he became a corpse in the mountains. Alright, now we're just waiting for the number 1 genius of the Temporal Temple, Supreme Sovereign Kongwen. It had been 9 years since Supreme Sovereign Kongwen came to the restricted area. During these 9 years, his original intention was to deal with Lin Fei. Later, after learning about the effects of the variant guards and variant kings, as well as fulfilling his promise to the Demon Fiend Mountain, he spent the first few years hunting variant guards and variant kings, harvesting a lot of top-grade ores. However, in recent years, the variant guards and variant kings that Supreme Sovereign Kongwen wanted to hunt seemed to have disappeared. This made Supreme Sovereign Kongwen very dissatisfied. He tried to find the culprit. He didn't mind doing evil, but the restricted area was shrouded in Yuan destruction energy, which reduced the power of his secret techniques. In the end, it was all for nothing. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen went to a dangerous place. When he arrived, he saw traces of battle left on the scene. The corpses of the variant guards and variant kings had all disappeared. Damn it, this is the 8th place. I practiced the School of Space and Time, so my chances of finding treasures are higher. Who else can be more powerful than me? Supreme Sovereign Kongwen, who had always been quite conceited, suffered a heavy blow. According to his observation, every dangerous place had a large number of demonic beasts gathered, including many variant guards and variant kings. There weren't many auras at the scene, so it was obvious that these things were done by 2 or 3 people. However, it was definitely not easy for 2 or 3 people to kill variant kings, especially when there were 2 or 3 of them. Yet, these people had succeeded. The Black Realm is even more mysterious than the Saint Spirit Realm. No wonder the Temple Master warned me to be careful of the Black Realm's experts when I came here. Sure enough, each mountain is stronger than the one before. With my strength, I thought I could take them all. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen shook his head and prepared to leave. Suddenly, a chill came, accompanied by a terrifying and threatening aura. A huge black hole appeared around Supreme Sovereign Kongwen. It was the spatial transfer. A black shadow suddenly appeared, and with a loud rumble, destructive power was released. The black hole in front of Supreme Sovereign Kongwen was ruthlessly shattered. At this moment of danger, Supreme Sovereign Kongwen continuously used his secret techniques and killing moves. His figure began to turn illusory, and he moved thousands of miles away from the scene. As soon as his feet landed, another destructive aura rose. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's expression changed drastically. He waved his hand, and the power of time filled the air. However, it only slightly blocked the terrifying power, and it still ruthlessly swept across his body. Someone is ambushing me. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen was attacked by the destructive power and suffered serious injuries. Fortunately, he had mastered space and time, and managed to resist the attack. However, before Supreme Sovereign Kongwen could catch his breath, the same attack came again. It's the Origin Annihilation Ball again. Who the hell wants to deal with me? Supreme Sovereign Kongwen continuously used the spatial transfer. Even though he had paid a huge price, he had used it 5 times in a row and suffered 5 attacks. His whole body was in a state of shock. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen couldn't figure out who wanted to deal with him. Could it be Lin Fei? He didn't seem to have the ability to do so. While his thoughts were in a mess, a long staff shot out of the void. Like a spear, it pierced through the space defense and pierced Supreme Sovereign Kongwen's heart. Supreme Sovereign Kongwen, this gift is not bad, right? Chapter 3009. Supreme Venerable Kongwen had encountered the most dangerous ambush of his life. One move after another, the ambush had forced him into a sorry state. The moment he let his guard down, he encountered the greatest life-or-death crisis of his life. Even his space defense could not withstand a single blow from the other party. It's you, Lin Fei. Ever since he had come to the Forbidden Land, Supreme Venerable Kongwen had wanted to deal with Lin Fei. However, he could not find any trace of Lin Fei. It was as if Lin Fei had disappeared into thin air. If he had not seen Lin Fei come in with his own eyes, he would have suspected that Lin Fei was too scared to come. Yes, it's me. What do you think of this gift? On the other side, Lin Fei's figure came out with a smile on his face, which made Supreme Venerable Kongwen very annoyed. You're really scheming. You must have invited a lot of people. Supreme Venerable Kongwen stared at Lin Fei with a trace of anger. A dignified genius had been tricked by someone who was inferior to him. You even used the primary annihilation sphere. If it were not for the fact that he possessed both space and time, he would have died many times in the face of that power. Supreme Venerable Kongwen found it hard to believe that this was Lin Fei's doing. Who asked you to be so powerful? You had free fighters to use, so why didn't you use them? Lin Fei laughed. If you can chase me, why can't I ambush you? You're all so amazing. No wonder you can become the #1 genius. Supreme Venerable Kongwen snorted coldly. Although you seriously injured me, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. On the other hand, it will be very easy for me to kill you. Your strength is inferior to mine. Watch how I destroy you today. This was Supreme Venerable Kongwen's confidence as the #1 genius. His dual paths of space and time were not just for show. Now, I'll give you one last gift. Remember to be prepared next time. Lin Fei laughed and began to plunder the function. Just as Supreme Venerable Kongwen was about to attack, the life energy in his body instantly flowed out. Like a gap in a mountain or river, it flowed through his long staff to Lin Fei. What kind of power is this? Why is my life energy decreasing? Grand Monarch Kongwen's heart shook, and he urged the Great Tao of Time to suppress it. The Great Tao of Time, which was supposed to be omnipotent, couldn't play a role and couldn't stop the merciless plundering of this power. You used the Great Tao of Time to sever my life force. Now it's my turn. I wonder if you're satisfied? This is called reciprocity. Don't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei's plunder skill was extremely overbearing. In just a few breaths of time, Grand Monarch Kongwen didn't have time to do anything. His whole body aged and he was on the verge of death. Lin Fei, I will accept this gift. Next time, I will definitely kill you. Boom! Grand Monarch Kongwen's body collapsed. The life force in his body had been destroyed by itself. Lin Fei withdrew the Sky Splitter staff. You're really decisive. I can't believe you self-destructed your body. Fortunately, I only killed you once and destroyed one of your doppelgangers. I'm so happy. I even contributed a lot of good stuff. Lin Fei made a grabbing motion, and the floating ring of holding flew into his hand. Now that Grand Monarch Kongwen was gone, he forcibly broke into the ring of holding and saw the items inside, including the mutant guards, mutant kings, and so on. What a huge fortune. This scroll seems to be a space scroll, and this one is a time scroll. Good heavens, this is a time scroll. Just these one-time use scrolls alone, there are 11 of them. After a round of inspection, Lin Fei beamed with joy. That felt great. Really great. Lin Fei didn't care much about the corpses of the variant guards and variant kings, but the space scroll and time scroll were different. They were rarely circulated in the outside world, and every single one of them was priceless. Each of them would cost at least 7 to 8 billion Saint Spirit crystals, and there was no market for them. Moreover, this was only the case for the space scroll. The time scroll was 5 to 6 times more expensive than the space scroll. After dealing with Supreme Venerable Kongwen, I believe he won't dare to come for a while. I can go to the last place and get the Yuan Heartgrass. Until now, Lin Fei hadn't found the Yuan Heartgrass. Space-Time Temple. A city in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist, looked sacred and dignified. Lin Fei. A stern voice rang out from one of the floating palaces, lingering for a long time. How dare you plot against me? I've really underestimated you. You were able to invite those people to attack you, and you even have such a treasure. You destroyed my doppelganger and took my treasure. Supreme Venerable Kongwen's true body opened his eyes. His face was ferocious, and he looked very resentful. A doppelganger. Supreme Venerable Kongwen's heart ached. Space and time were both of the 10 great sections. It was not easy to cultivate a doppelganger, and it also consumed a lot of resources. Every doppelganger was very precious. But now, one of his doppelgangers had been killed in a moment of carelessness. Supreme Venerable Kongwen was furious. It was a small pursuit, but he ended up falling into Lin Fei's trap. He suffered heavy losses, especially the items in his storage ring. He wanted nothing more than to chase into the black domain and kill that bastard Lin Fei. In the end, he forcibly suppressed this thought. The black domain was full of danger. If his true body went there, no one would be willing to let go of such a genius. This was what Supreme Venerable Kongwen feared the most. I'll let you be cocky this time. When I cultivate a new doppelganger, I'll definitely kill you. In the last few months of the sealed land, everyone began to evacuate. For example, Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain left the sealed land immediately. As soon as they came out, the experts of the Black Heaven sect rushed over angrily. Seeing that they were fine, they became even angrier. Why didn't you guys help? Supreme Venerable Mystic 6 asked as soon as he arrived. He had lost a doppelganger, which was not a small loss. The Black Heaven sect had been completely wiped out, which made them a joke. The Black Heaven sect could not take this lying down. After the experts of Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain came out, they immediately rushed over with an aggressive attitude. He's so strong. It's useless for us to go up. It was your Black Heaven sect who started the attack. You can't blame us for this. If you want to ally with us, forget it. We can't afford to offend a demon like that. Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were very direct. They did not want to get involved in this matter. They had been on the brink of death once, and they did not want to do it again. Once was enough. Losing a doppelganger might not seem like a big deal, but it was a huge loss. Supreme Venerable Mystic 6 of the Black Heaven sect was furious. If I were you, I'd better leave. If you guys really make a move, you won't gain anything. You might even become a joke in the Black Domain. The Supreme Venerables of Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain threw down their words and left. Supreme Venerable Mystic 6 indeed wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei. When he saw Black Tiger Mountain and Golden Dragon Country's attitude, he began to hesitate and wonder if he should make a move. Let's retreat. In the end, the Black Heaven sect also left. Chapter 3010. Starlight World, Temporary Station. Xing Haoren had been waiting for Lin Fei's news. Unexpectedly, he heard a piece of good news. All the people his eldest brother had sent in had been killed. The most incredible thing was that the killers were Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country. Hearing this news, Xing Haoren couldn't believe it was true. When did Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country kill the people invited by the first prince? Was there a conflict inside? But it seemed a little unrealistic to think of two first-class forces. Until now, Xing Haoren couldn't think of a reasonable reason, but it didn't affect his good mood these days. Without those people, this trip was in vain. His eldest brother would have a hard time. Whether he could slap his eldest brother in the face or not, he could only count on Lin Fei. Xing Haoren was really looking forward to this day. The first prince Xing Haoqing was in a bad mood recently. All the people he had arranged for him had been killed. The ones who had attacked him were the experts of Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country. They had all been killed in a flash. Hearing this news, Xing Haoqing was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it was true. Why did these two first-class forces kill each other? He had planned to suppress his brothers and sisters, but now he didn't have the chance. These days, Xing Haoqing had been losing his temper, which made the guards around him anxious. "Your Highness, you've lost, but there's still a chance." A confidant said in a low voice, "We still have a chance to make up for it." "A chance?" Xing Haoqing frowned. "All the people I invited were killed, and the things were taken away. Do you want me to call the experts of Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country to get them back?" The confidant panicked and hurriedly explained, "Your Highness, that's not what I meant. I meant something else. If that Lin Fei also doesn't obtain anything, then wouldn't we be even? Everyone would benefit. In other words, we're all on the same path." Xing Haoqing suddenly laughed, and his eyes were full of killing intent. "Yes, we'll kill Lin Fei and take his things. That's a win. Ha! I'll arrange for someone to arrange this immediately. As long as Lin Fei makes a move, he'll definitely die." The confidant said, "Anyway, there are so many experts here. Who knows who Lin Fei has offended inside? At that time, the fifth prince won't say anything. There's no evidence. Don't you think so, Your Highness?" The final month of the sealed grounds. In a swampy valley. The thick black fog filled the air, turning the surrounding area into a black place. Just a little more. A level 1 variant king is indeed not bad. It can even fight with me for so long. The last one. Ever since he had dealt with Supreme Venerate Kongwen, Lin Fei had continued to search for the essence heart grass. In this last place, when the time was almost up, he really found the essence heart grass. It was an extremely special type of plant that produced a dense energy of annihilation around it. It formed a barrier that was extremely special. The elemental heart grass was discovered. There were a total of 6 variant kings guarding the area, and all of them were level 1 variant kings. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and they were also proficient in using the energy of annihilation to attack indiscriminately. At the start, Lin Fei really couldn't handle this kind of joint attack. He directly erupted with the power of the 3rd level, but he could only barely suppress them. He couldn't kill them. Lin Fei could only carry on a long process of defeating them one by one with the help of the illusion scepter. After a few months, only one variant king was left. Die. The last variant king fell to the ground unwillingly. The probability of the sealed grounds producing the elemental heartgrass is quite low. I've searched so many places and killed many variant kings, but this thing... Lin Fei shook his head and stretched out his hand to grab it. The black and white energy of annihilation took the initiative to attack. It formed a long black and white dragon and pounced toward Lin Fei's chest like a bolt of lightning. "You're rebelling." Lin Fei was furious. His strength increased by 3 times as he slapped the black dragon. The black dragon was smashed into pieces. This weakened version of the energy was not difficult for Lin Fei to deal with. He stretched out his hand again and uprooted the elemental heart grass. The annihilation energy attacked again, but it was smashed into pieces. It couldn't even touch his arm. "I finally got it." Lin Fei grabbed the elemental heart grass and observed it for a while. This thing was very strange. He also learned about its use from the experts of the Golden Dragon Country's Black Tiger Mountain. This was an entry-level treasure that had a certain chance of controlling the energy of annihilation, even if the chance was very low. In the Black Domain, it was still a top-notch treasure. No wonder Xing Haoren cared so much. Lin Fei squinted and put away the elemental heart grass. "If it wasn't for the increase in my strength, I wouldn't have been able to kill these variant kings. Especially these 6 level 1 variant kings. They're really abnormal. A group of great supremacies would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Whoosh, whoosh. The energy of annihilation in the sealed grounds suddenly became active. Seems like it's time. The energy of annihilation between heaven and earth continuously drilled into his body. 10 years have passed. The energy of annihilation in the sealed grounds has recovered to its original power. Outside the sealed grounds, wave after wave of people began to leave. Everyone was talking about what kind of experts had appeared in the public sealed grounds this time. There was even a mysterious team that specifically hunted down a large number of variant guards and variant kings. This also caused the people behind to work hard for nothing, and the harvest was very little. This news spread like wildfire. For the time being, no one knew who did it, but everyone knew the existence of such a mysterious team. They all cursed in their hearts. Not only did they not get any good things, but they also lost a lot of experts. What the hell was this? Fifth brother, I'm afraid your people won't be able to come back. What kind of place is that? It would have been better if he had followed us. Maybe he could have come back. Xing Haoqing said hypocritically. I believe he can come back. Xing Haoran's face was calm, but he was also worried in his heart. The energy of the sealed grounds had begun to recover, and it had completely enveloped them. Xing Haoqing had arranged people to attack as soon as Lin Fei came out, making sure that his fifth brother wouldn't be in a hurry to rescue him. In that case, he would still be the winner in the end. Subconsciously, Xing Haoqing didn't think that Lin Fei could come out. What kind of place was that? It was the sealed grounds. It was rumored that a mysterious team had appeared in the sealed grounds, and they had hunted down a large number of variant guards and variant kings. There was no comparison at all. Time passed minute by minute. Outside the sealed grounds, many streams of light also rushed out, and they were all bold experts. However, under the black and white energy's encirclement, most of them let out miserable screams, and their bodies collapsed one by one. What a fast speed! He rushed out. Too powerful. Many people hadn't left yet, and they saw a stream of light rushing out at an extremely fast speed, which made everyone's expression change. It's Lin Fei, he came out. When the black figure slowed down, Lin Fei's appearance was revealed. In the void outside, a great sovereign expert had long been hiding. He was an expert who was good at using poison, and his poison art was quite famous in the Black Field. Chapter 30:11. Grand Monarch Poison Robe was a famous Grand Monarch in the Black Realm who was adept at using poisons. It was said that he had obtained the poison demon scripture that a Grand Monarch had left behind. After practicing it for 200,000 years, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had killed several Grand Monarchs in a row. Almost no one who was targeted by Grand Monarch Poison Robe could escape. When Lin Fei came out of the Forbidden Land, Grand Monarch Poison Robe locked onto him. Lin Fei secretly sensed the true primordial destruction power of the Forbidden Land. Suddenly, a black mist appeared above his head. The black mist covered a very large area, and it gave off a pungent smell. The black mist rushed toward Lin Fei. The moment Lin Fei came out, Xing Haoran also noticed it, and he was overjoyed. But in the next second, as soon as the black mist appeared, Xing Haoran felt a dangerous aura, one that could threaten a great monarch. Xing Haoran glared at his big brother. Apart from him, it seemed that no one would make a move at this time. I didn't do it. Who knows what kind of infuriating things you, Lin Fei, did in there? Xing Haoqing sneered. You're really unlucky. Now that you've come out, you're being targeted. How pitiful. Xing Haoran guessed that it must have been arranged by his big brother. You're so sinister. Don't talk nonsense. I would never do such a thing. Xing Haoqing said angrily. Do you think your big brother is that kind of person? It's Grand Monarch Poison Robe. Why is he here? No way, who is that guy? How did he offend Grand Monarch Poison Robe? Yes, no one can survive being targeted by Grand Monarch Poison Robe. The poison technique in the Poison Demon Scripture is extremely vicious and impossible to guard against. A black mist appeared around Lin Fei, rushing toward his body. Someone dares to ambush me? How bold. Could it be someone from the Black Heaven sect? Lin Fei did not think that Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Nation would have the guts to ambush him. Even if they were 100 times bolder, they would not dare to do so. As soon as the black mist reached his body, it was blocked by the Aoton barrier. After reaching the 10th stage of the Proud Heaven Physique, the Proud Heaven Physique had also reached the pinnacle. The threat of this poison is too great. Normal body armor can't withstand its invasion. Once it invades, one's body will be poisoned, and it's very difficult to expel it. No matter who it was, from the moment they made a move against him, Lin Fei had already sentenced them to death. How dare you make a move on me? You must be tired of living. The system immediately locked onto a green-robed great sovereign hiding in the void. That pitted face was too horrible to look at. Needless to say, it was because a large amount of poison had accumulated in his body. He really had a poisonous body. Die! The Heaven Splitter staff appeared in Lin Fan's hands. With a single stab, the black mist in front of him was shattered by his immense strength. The staff was like a spear, domineering and ferocious as it pierced through the void. Grand Monarch Poison Robe didn't care about this mission at all. He didn't have anything to fear from a young Grand Monarch. He had used his trump card right from the start. All that was left was to wait for the other party to be poisoned to death. Then, the mission would be completed. Not good. As the Heaven Splitter staff pierced through the void, Grand Monarch Poison Robe reacted immediately. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful that he could find his hiding place. He raised his hand and shot out a cloud of black mist. With a sizzling sound, it met the long staff. So what if you found me? Whatever divine weapon, it's mine. Pooh! Before Grand Monarch Poison Robe could show off, the Heaven Splitter staff ignored everything, pierced through the black mist, and pierced his chest. His whole body hung on the staff. A semi-origin divine weapon. A bad thought came to his mind. Hua, 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 Grand Monarch Poison Robe wanted to curse in his heart. It wasn't easy for him to accept an easy mission, but he ended up encountering such a thing. When I get out of here, this isn't over. He hated the people of the Starlight World. The Heaven Splitter staff suddenly produced a huge suction force, sucking his whole body in. The life energy in his body leaked out crazily, and his face immediately changed. What the hell, what's going on? My life energy, stop, quickly. In a moment, Grand Monarch Poison Robe watched helplessly as his life energy flowed out, and he was on the verge of death. If I were you, I'd be obedient. If you move, I'll suck you dry. A cold and ruthless voice reached his ears, and Grand Monarch Poison Robe immediately stopped moving. Stop sucking, I surrender, I surrender. Grand Monarch Poison Robe had never seen such a vicious treasure. If his life energy was sucked dry, he would really have nothing left. Just when everyone thought that the black-robed man was going to die at the hands of Grand Monarch Poison Robe, they were shocked to find that the black-robed man had brazenly made a move. An inconspicuous long staff pierced into the void, and in the blink of an eye, the staff returned with a person skewered on it. Who else could it be but Grand Monarch Poison Robe? Grand Monarch Poison Robe was actually defeated. Who knows what happened? Someone actually blocked Grand Monarch Poison Robe's poison art. The rest of the people looked at each other, dumbfounded. They didn't expect such a situation. They were even more curious about who this person was. Since he had defeated Grand Monarch Poison Robe in one move, he would become famous in the Black Realm. Many exalts had died at Grand Monarch Poison Robe's hands. Many people wanted to capture Grand Monarch Poison Robe, but every time they tried, they failed. It was normal for them to be wiped out. Brother, you're awesome. Grand Monarch Poison Robe, you're finished this time. Haha, this is great. I didn't expect to see such a good show when I was about to leave. Seeing Grand Monarch Poison Robe make a move, Star Haeching's face was full of joy. This time, he was the winner. He had paid a high price to invite Grand Monarch Poison Robe over, because his poison art was impossible to guard against. Even if he was prepared, he wouldn't know what kind of poison art he would use to deal with him. Star Haeching was ready to enjoy the look of despair on his fifth brother's face. This was the result of the fight between you and my big brother. But soon, the situation changed. After defeating Grand Monarch Poison Robe, the black-robed man flew in their direction with his long staff. What's going on? Star Haeching was about to cry. Had he invited a fake? Since when did Grand Monarch Poison Robe become so vulnerable? It's all right. This is great. Xing Haoren felt like he was sitting on a roller coaster, and there was a huge jolt. He knew how powerful Grand Monarch Poison Robe was. This guy had refined a large number of poisons, and when he used them with his poison art, he was a nightmare that everyone feared. As soon as he saw the black mist, he knew it was Grand Monarch Poison Robe. This guy would kill anyone as long as there was something to gain. He was notorious in the Black Realm, but he lived a good life. No one dared to offend this guy who could poison people at any time. Fifth Prince, the Black Realm is really a mess. Someone wants to ambush me as soon as I come out. You should check it out. Chapter 30:12. That seems to be the Starlight Realm. So it's an expert from the Starlight Realm. I wonder which expert captured Grand Monarch Poison Robe alive. How delightful. It's good that he's captured. We don't have to worry about Grand Monarch Poison Robe suddenly attacking us in the future. Seeing that the black-robed man had gone to the Starlight Realm, everyone couldn't help but look enlightened. It was normal in the Starlight Realm. After all, there were countless experts in the Starlight Realm. Although Grand Monarch Poison Robe was powerful, he wasn't the strongest. There would always be someone who could restrain him. Brother Lin, I'll definitely give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Xing Haoren also felt embarrassed. This was in front of him. If he really killed Grand Monarch Poison Robe, he wouldn't be able to establish himself in the Starlight Realm in the future. Looking at Grand Monarch Poison Robe being captured alive, Xing Haocheng felt disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Especially Lin Fei, who was so powerful at such a young age. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, this Grand Monarch Poison Robe must have been instructed by someone to attack you. Since you're fighting for our Starlight Realm, we have the obligation to help you find out who it was. Eldest Prince Xing Haocheng suddenly said righteously, "Guards, take Grand Monarch Poison Robe back and interrogate him. We must find out who is so bold as to make an enemy of our Starlight Realm." The guards standing behind Xing Haocheng immediately walked out to take him away. No need. I think it's better to leave this matter to the fifth prince. Lin Fei knew who did it. Under threat, he revealed who ordered him to do it. Although he didn't say the name, he wasn't a fool. How could he not know who it was? He also admired the eldest prince's flexibility. This was like a thief crying thief, but in the end, it turned into a loud thunder with little raindrops. Xing Haoren glared at his elder brother. "Elder brother, don't trouble yourself with this matter. I can handle it myself. I'm your elder brother. Attacking fellow Taoist Lin Fei is equivalent to going against our Starlight Realm. As the eldest prince, I have the responsibility to take care of this matter. Fifth brother, don't refuse." Xing Haocheng said solemnly, gesturing for his people to go and capture Grand Monarch Poison Robe. Xing Haoren was completely enraged. However, the other party was in the right, and he couldn't retort. No matter who heard his big brother's words, they all felt that they were reasonable, and he was just messing around. How could Lin Fei allow the first imperial prince's scheme to succeed? It was impossible to guard against a person who was skilled in poison hiding in the dark and harming others. He was not a fool. Why would he hand it over to the first imperial prince? First prince, I'll admit defeat to the fifth prince on this matter. You better forget it. Lin Fei said indifferently. Xing Haocheng did not expect that Lin Fei would not give him any face. So what if he was the fifth prince? In the Starlight world, he was the #1 successor. Dao friend Lin Fei, what is the meaning of this? Lin Fei smiled and said, I don't mean anything else. I just want you to scram. It's such a simple thing. Can't you see it? At this point, Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything. Lin Fei really didn't put the first prince of the Starlight world in his eyes. You. Xing Haocheng had never been humiliated like this before. He fixed his eyes on Lin Fei. If Lin Fei had not captured Grand Monarch Poison Robe alive, he would have ordered his men to do it. I won't meddle in this matter anymore. Xing Haocheng angrily threw himself away. When he left, his eyes were especially resentful. Brother Lin, thank you. I've never seen Big Brother so humiliated before. Xing Haoran walked over, as if he had vented his anger. I'll leave this man to you. He'll answer whatever you ask. Lin Fei glanced at Grand Monarch Poison Robe. I'll tell you everything. Grand Monarch Poison Robe did not dare to put on airs anymore. He did not want to experience the feeling of having his life energy taken away a second time. This man was a demon. No matter how powerful an expert was, if he lost his life energy, he would be completely finished. Xing Haoran was very grateful to Lin Fei. This gift alone was enough to make his big brother suffer. At the very least, he would suffer a setback. Therefore, he did not stand on ceremony and arranged for his men to take Grand Monarch Green Robe away. In Xing Haoran's mobile mansion, Lin Fei took out the Essence Heartgrass and handed it to Xing Haoran. I didn't disappoint you. I got it for you. In a secret room in Xing Haoran's mansion, looking at the Essence Heartgrass in his hand, Xing Haoran trembled with excitement. Essence Heartgrass. It's really Essence Heartgrass. I can't believe it. Xing Haoran had never thought that he would really get the Essence Heartgrass. It was a priceless treasure. Brother Lin, you're amazing. Xing Haoran stood up, not knowing what to say. This thing was too precious. From the beginning, he did not even dare to imagine that he would get it. Usually, when people got something like this, they would take it for themselves. This was the most common thing. You don't have to be so polite with me. You let me into the forbidden area, so it's only right for me to help you get it. Lin Fei smiled. If there's such a good thing in the future, you can look for me. Xing Haoran secretly rejoiced that he did not offend Lin Fei back in Black Domain City. Even Grand Monarch Poison Robe was no match for him. If such a person became an enemy, it would really be a terrible nightmare. In Xing Haoran's eyes, Lin Fei had become extremely mysterious. Could such a person be a traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace? If the three top forces knew about Lin Fei's strength, they would definitely regret what they had done. If they still dared to put out a bounty for a future Grand Monarch, they would be stupid. No problem. I'll definitely inform you immediately if there's such a thing in the future. With the elemental heartgrass, Xing Haoran could imagine what his big brother's expression would be like. I'll immediately report the situation to Imperial Father. At the same time, prepare the origin energy sand you want. Breaking through from Proud Heaven Level 9 to Proud Heaven Level 10, he had obtained benefits in the forbidden area. From Proud Heaven Level 10 to Proud Heaven Level 11, the origin energy sand had a great improvement. He needed 50,000 kilograms of origin energy sand. Lin Fei was speechless just thinking about this huge number. Therefore, he attached great importance to every grain of origin energy divine sand. Sure. Lin Fei still had a lot of trust in Xing Haoran. Oh right, your Starlight World's influence is not low. I wonder if you have any channels. I'm prepared to sell a batch of things. The mutated guards and mutated king's corpses, as well as those crystals, were all invaluable things. Lin Fei was prepared to exchange them all for origin energy sand. Selling things, our Starlight World is good at this. Xing Haoran said proudly, our Starlight World has an extremely influential chamber of commerce in Black Domain. In Black Domain, it can also be considered as one of the top 10 chambers of commerce. Lin Fei did not know much about the Starlight World. However, he knew that it was a world with considerable influence. It was just that he did not expect it to have a top 10 chamber of commerce. Really? Chapter 3013. A huge warship was traversing the Black Domain. The huge starlight symbol had scared off countless people along the way. All of them retreated in the face of the starlight symbol. That was a first-rate country. A country was even stronger than a first-rate force. The Starlight World was also a first-rate force that couldn't be offended. I really didn't expect that the Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country would suddenly attack the Profound Heaven sect. The Profound Heaven sect was caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Xing Haoran flipped through the information with a face full of shock and surprise. Why would these three forces make a move? Lin Fei glanced at it and understood. Maybe the Profound Heaven sect did something bad and offended the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain. Lin Fei also admired the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain for joining forces to deal with the Profound Heaven sect. This result wasn't surprising at all. After all, the Profound Heaven sect had lost many experts. That's right. Xing Haoran didn't think too deeply. The Black Domain is so big. It's not like there's no news of first-rate forces going to war. The Profound Heaven sect must have done something bad. As he spoke, a world appeared in front of the Black Domain. We've arrived at the Starlight World. Compared to other worlds, the Starlight World was much bigger. Lin Fei glanced over and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Your Starlight World is pretty good. You even set up such a large array. You're really rich. A large world with a large array outside, a special array that contained the power of annihilation. You can see that? Xing Haoran was surprised. Using the power of annihilation to set up a large array. Even a peak great supremacy wouldn't dare to act recklessly. It's the most powerful existence in both offense and defense. Lin Fei looked at the world in the distance. If Ao Tian hadn't reached the 10th level, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of the power of annihilation. Although it was suppressed, it could automatically circulate and multiply endlessly. This was the amazing part. Our Starlight World is lucky. We obtained it in a forbidden land. After hundreds of thousands of years of repair, we can continue to use it. Xing Haoran proudly said, this array formation saved a lot of trouble for the Starlight World. Without it, the Starlight World would have long ceased to exist. A single Starlight World's array formation was enough to make Lin Fei pay more attention to the Black Domain's world. The Starlight World only had one entrance. The entrance was heavily guarded by soldiers. If outsiders wanted to enter the Starlight World, they had to use the corresponding pass. Without the pass, outsiders could not enter. His Highness's warship let it pass. The moment Xing Haoran's warship arrived at the entrance, the guards immediately let him in. At the same time, they revealed looks of worship. Looks like your status isn't low. Lin Fei laughed. Not bad. The warship entered the Starlight World. Xing Haoran enthusiastically introduced the mountains and rivers of the Starlight World to Lin Fei, as well as the general distribution of the Starlight World. Lin Fei quickly gained a basic understanding of the Starlight World. To Lin Fei, coming to the Starlight World was for the sake of selling off this batch of good stuff on him in exchange for sufficient essence energy divine sand. If the Starlight Chamber of Commerce had something good, he wouldn't mind buying it. We're here. It was a splendid city that stretched for millions of miles. It was grand and magnificent. Especially in the center of the Imperial City, there was a huge statue holding a divine weapon and making a slashing motion. It was lifelike as if it was real, giving people a terrifying aura. That's the founder of our Starlight World, Supremacy Nebula. Xing Haoran said with worship, it's because of him that the Starlight World exists. Very good. Lin Fei said indifferently. He would not say that this statue contained a dangerous aura that could erupt with the strength of a supremacy. It was probably a killing move left behind by the previous generations. Xing Haoran brought Lin Fei to his own courtyard in the Imperial City. At their age, they all had their own residences in the Imperial City. Xing Haoran was the same. Lin Fei's courtyard was very elegant. Xing Haoran even arranged for beautiful maids to serve him. Everywhere was extremely luxurious. After Xing Haoran arranged for Lin Fei, he went directly to the Imperial Palace to meet his Imperial father. Along the way, Xing Haoran met his Imperial father, the current ruler of the Starlight World, Xing Chengwang. Imperial father, I'm back. On the way, Xing Haoran reported the situation. Little Ran, you did well this time. Xing Chengwang looked like a middle-aged man with a beard. He was very dignified and exuded the aura of a superior. This child is lucky to have met an expert. Without his help, I might have done all this for nothing. Hearing his Imperial father's praise, Xing Haoran was very happy. He took out the box containing the Yuan Heartgrass. Imperial father, this is the Yuan Heartgrass. Immediately, someone took the box from Xing Haoran's hand. When Xing Chengwang saw the Yuan Heartgrass in the box, he was very satisfied. He was very satisfied with his fifth son's work this time. Yuan heartgrass, the probability of it being produced was too low. Imperial Father, I promised that expert that once I reach the Starlight World, I will give him what I promised. Xinghaoren said. The thing you want, Imperial Father has arranged for someone to prepare it for you. Xing Chengwang was not someone who took things and did not keep his promise. The other party would hand over the Yuan heartgrass. He was definitely not an ordinary person. To be able to obtain the Yuan heartgrass in such a situation was not something an ordinary person could do. Many thanks, Imperial Father. Xinghaoren was relieved. Oh right, Imperial Father, that expert wants to cooperate with our starlight commerce. I feel that he has many experts in his hands, such as variant guards and variant king corpses. You can tell that expert that our starlight world wants everything. The price is absolutely reasonable. No matter how much he has, our starlight world will eat it all. Xing Chengwang laughed. Wait, I will arrange it. You can directly bring people to the starlight commerce. Xinghaoren stayed in the imperial palace for a while before leaving. Since he had gotten the things, he could go back and reply. Yuan heartgrass, the expert that Little Ran invited is really not bad. Xing Chengwang had a simple understanding of the expert's situation and did not care much. Go to the crown prince's side and tell him to be quiet for a while. Don't cause any trouble for me. Xing Chengwang knew about the conflict between the crown prince and the fifth prince. This time, Little Five had done a meritorious deed, so the crown prince's people had to give him a warning. Give my semi-finished Yuan heart weapon to Little Five. Also, give him a pass to the Starlight Secret Realm. In the Imperial City, there was a luxurious and noble mansion. Kajakat. Imperial Father, are you warning me? Chapter 30:14. Xinghao City had suffered a crushing defeat in the Forbidden Land. All the experts they had invited had been killed. Later, he learned that his people had been besieged by the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain Kingdom for no reason, and all the loot had been stolen by them. Before the Forbidden Land opened, Xinghao City thought that he would be able to suppress the confidence of his brothers in the Forbidden Land. Who knew that it would turn out like this? Father Emperor also gave him a warning. Fifth brother, you are forcing me to do this. Xing Haoqing received the news that his younger brother had handed over the Yuan heartgrass and received his father's praise. He knew the importance of the Yuan heartgrass. Lin Fei, if it wasn't for you, how could my fifth brother become the winner? Xinghao City could not do anything to his fifth brother for the time being. If he went to cause trouble now, it would mean that he did not listen to Father Emperor's words. He did not dare to do anything, but it did not mean that he would just swallow it. If it was somewhere else, this emperor would not be able to do anything to you. But in Starlight World, there are many ways to deal with you. Xinghao City's killing intent was aroused at this moment. Help me contact Assassin Tower. This emperor wants to hire a first-class assassin. Lin Fei was very comfortable living in the courtyard. Brother Lin, this is the promised Yuan Force sand, it is all here. After a few days, Xinghaoren sent the promised items. This amount of Yuan Force sand was not a big amount in front of Starlight World. Starlight World really did not care about this kind of useless things. Lin Fei glanced at it, the amount was correct, a total of 2,000 jin of Yuan Force sand. This was also tentatively proposed. Putting away the Yuan Force sand, he thought, I still underestimated Starlight World's ability. Fortunately, I still have variant guards and variant kings and even king crystals. Oh right, our Starlight Chamber of Commerce wants all the things you have. Xinghaoren remembered, when are you free, we can go there. Xinghaoren had made a huge contribution in this mission. News of his father's reward had spread, and many people had come to him in private. His influence had greatly increased, and they were even more grateful to Lin Fei. Then let's wait for a period of time. It just so happens that I am going into seclusion. Lin Fei said. Xinghaoren naturally had no objection. 8,000 kilograms of origin energy divine sand was nothing more than a cup of water. After reaching the 10th level of the world-defying realm, every increase in strength would increase as well. In a place like the Black Domain, Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. He would refine it first. In a courtyard outside Xinghaoren's residence, a few people were sitting together. Their faces were covered with a layer of black cloth, so it was impossible to see their faces clearly. I just received news from the fifth prince's residence that Lin Fei has entered a secret chamber and is in seclusion. It seems like we can't launch a night attack on him for the time being. Then let's wait a little longer. I heard that he still has a deal to make with the fifth prince. When the time comes, he will definitely come out. At that time, we will make our move. They discussed for a while and agreed to this plan. Then let's put it off for a while. After world-defying 10th layer, Lin Fei's refining speed increased by a lot. It took him 2 months to refine all of them. Even though it was only 1,000 kilograms, when refined into his flesh and blood, it was as if he had eaten a great tonic. His entire body felt refreshed, and he felt refreshed deep into his bones. Every time I absorb and refine it, my physical body's constitution increases. I can feel that the current me can easily break through the barrier and sense the origin energy. The time I can endure is also starting to increase. Lin Fei gave it a try. With a punch, he directly blasted open the barrier. He saw the heart-palpitating destruction of the origin energy. It seemed like it could tear everything apart in an instant. When I break through to the 11th level of the world-defying realm, I might be able to absorb the true origin energy. It won't be as simple as 3 strands. Lin Fei's arm expanded and reached into the world outside the barrier. The origin energy swarmed over. Lin Fei persisted for 8 breaths of time before withdrawing. World-defying 10th layer, but I can only persist for 8 breaths of time. Lin Fei still felt that he was too weak. 8 breaths of time was his limit. He couldn't do anything at all. When Lin Fei came out of the secret chamber, Xing Haoren came. Congratulations, Brother Lin, your strength has improved greatly. It's only been 2 months. I just gained some insights. Ha! Lin Fei laughed. Naturally, he wouldn't say that he had refined the origin energy god sand. On the other hand, fifth prince, you look like you are in high spirits. Congratulations. During these 2 months, Xing Haoren relied on the origin heartgrass that he handed over and made great contributions. The authority in his hands had also increased. He could temporarily suppress his big brother and the other brothers. Some of the big clans in the Starlight world had also started to rely on them. Xing Haoren was in a bad mood. However, he knew in his heart that if it wasn't for Lin Fei, the one in high spirits would be that big brother of his and not the current him. We are out. Let's have a good drink. Xing Haoren pulled Lin Fei and left. The next day, Xing Haoren personally accompanied Lin Fei to the Starlight Trade Union. The other side had informed them that as long as they went, as long as it was something from the Forbidden Land, they would purchase it at a high price. Things from the Forbidden Lands were very popular and easy to sell outside. Within the Black region, many of the Forbidden Lands were controlled by private forces. The items produced within would generally not flow to the outside world. Every time there was an item from the Forbidden Land, it would be abnormally popular. Xing Haoren and Lin Fei didn't bring any experts to the Starlight Trade Union. Xing Haoren wasn't a high-profile prince. Together with his guards, there was a total of 4 people. Lin Fei also didn't like to be surrounded by people. It might not be a good thing to be too high-profile. Instead, it was better to be low-key. Everything could be done in private. The target has appeared. It's that black-robed man beside the 5th prince. Continue to follow them. They want to go to the Starlight Trade Union. Let's take action at the entrance of the Starlight Trade Union. Lin Fei and Xing Haoren were chatting and laughing. However, Xing Haoren didn't notice that Lin Fei had inadvertently revealed a trace of a cold smile. The prideful Sky 10th layer physique was very sensitive to killing intent. Even if he tried to restrain it, it would still be like a light bulb in Lin Fei's eyes. There are so many people who don't know life from death. At the same time, in a restaurant near the Starlight Trade Union, the first prince was hugging a beautiful woman and enjoying the fine wine that was delivered to him. His gaze was looking through the window at the public square not far away. The Starlight Trade Union was near the public square. From the first prince's position, he had the best view and could see everything clearly. Lin Fei, your death is coming soon. No one who has been targeted by the assassin tower has ever survived. This is the result of helping fifth brother. Lin Fei and Xing Haoren arrived at the public square. That sword-wielding statue instantly gave off a huge pressure. Standing in front of the statue made one feel insignificant. In front of us is the Starlight Trade Union, one of the top 10 trade unions. I heard that many good items have arrived recently. Who knows, there might be some good items that could catch Brother Lin's eyes. Xing Haoren said in a good mood. Hua hua hua. At that instant, a massive illusory world descended and enveloped the four of them, including their guards. Chapter 30:15. On the plaza. A terrifying illusory world descended without any warning. Xing Haoren's expression immediately changed. He urged his emperor intent to resist the attack of the illusory world. This was a Saint Spirit Peak Level 10 secret technique, which was extremely difficult to defend against. Brother Lin, be careful. This is an expert from the Assassin Tower. Xing Haoren immediately warned Lin Fei. The illusory world descended silently. This was an attack of the illusion school. Although Lin Fei, Xing Haoren, and the others didn't seem to be affected, they were actually drawn into the illusory world at that moment. Xing Haoren's two guards were the first to succumb, followed by Xing Haoren, who was having a hard time resisting. He never thought that he would be ambushed in the Imperial City's plaza. Moreover, the first attack was a top-notch killer move. Break. The illusory world was terrifying. However, it couldn't be compared to the illusory world that Lin Fei had experienced. Lin Fei punched out. At that moment, the illusion scepter displayed its might, and another illusory world descended, covering the opponent's illusory world. In terms of illusory world, Lin Fei, who wielded the illusion scepter, was unparalleled. There was a loud bang. The original illusory world shattered. Lin Fei put away the illusion scepter. Everything happened in an instant, and no one noticed his small movements. Xing Haoren was still fearful, gasping for breath. He almost lost control. He gratefully looked at Lin Fei. Brother Lin, you saved my life again. At the same time, the expert from the Assassin Tower who unleashed the illusory world thought that victory was in his grasp. With such an attack, the 10 great sovereigns would be caught off guard and fall into the illusory world. They could control their opponents, and no one would notice anything wrong. Who would have thought that the illusory world would be broken at the critical moment? At the same time, an even more tyrannical and terrifying illusory world aura appeared, causing the expression of the expert from the Assassin Tower to change on the spot. Quickly retreat, the opponent has a top-notch expert of the illusion school. The illusory world was inferior to the opponent, so the expert from the Assassin Tower immediately retreated. What's going on? They are still safe and sound. What is the Assassin Tower doing? Xing Haocheng's face darkened. He knew that this time, the one who was sent to deal with Lin Fei was an expert of the illusory school. He was able to silently use the illusory world to kill Lin Fei without anyone knowing. In a place like the Imperial City, the Assassin Tower did not dare to act recklessly either. Even if His Majesty were to find out, he would not say anything. However, if he were to make a move in public, he would definitely be courting death. Xinghao City was very satisfied with the experts sent by the Assassin Tower this time. The might of the illusory world was well known in the Black Domain. Those who were weaker than them would be trapped in it, and their life and death would be in the hands of others. Xing Haocheng believed that Lin Fei didn't have the strength to break it. No matter how powerful a body-tempering great sovereign was, how powerful could he be? When faced with a top Saint Spirit 10th layer secret technique like the illusion world, it would only be a matter of time. Hope is good, the result is very disappointing. Apart from the death of that unlucky guard, that damned Lin Fei and fifth brother are completely fine. How can the Assassin Tower do things? They can't even handle a small matter properly. Let's go! Xing Haocheng couldn't bear to see a good show. What else could they do other than leave? Preposterous! I will definitely report this matter to Imperial Father. Xing Haoren's face was very unsightly. He had almost fallen into the trap. The first person he suspected was his big brother. Lin Fei was very calm. He thought that they would swarm over and kill him, but in the end, they used such a move. He had to admit that such a move was very useful. Ever since he experienced it once in the Shadow Throne, he was not willing to experience it a second time. He was constantly shielding himself from the danger of external forces invading his soul. Although it was a stupid method, it was very effective. That bit of consumption was nothing in Lin Fei's eyes. Assassin Tower, are you a force from the Starlight World? They are here to deal with me. Lin Fei said to Xing Haoren. The Assassin Tower is indeed a force from the Starlight World. However, it's just a branch. In the Black Domain, the Assassin Tower is very influential with many experts. Xing Haoren said in a deep voice, they are very influential. Every world has a branch of the Assassin Tower. They are usually very honest. Even our Imperial Father has to give them some face. The Assassin Tower. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. Can you give me a comprehensive copy of the Assassin Tower's information later? Xing Haoren looked at Lin Fei in surprise. Brother Lin, don't tell me you want to take revenge on them? Why not? Xing Haoren suspected that he had misheard. Revenge on the Assassin Tower? That's too crazy. The Assassin Tower has an ultimate god. They have many experts under them, and some of them are infinitely close to becoming an ultimate god. The Assassin Tower's strength was well known in the Black Domain. Those who were targeted by them rarely survived. Since the Assassin Tower always followed the rules, the major forces in the Black Domain would give face to that ultimate god. What's the point of cultivating if one isn't crazy? Lin Fei smiled. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Since their ambush failed, they won't dare to make another move so easily. Let's go to the Starlight Chamber of Commerce now. You have to show me around. Xing Haoren was worried that the Assassin Tower's experts would make another move. After listening to what Lin Fei said, he felt that it made sense. Since Lin Fei had already said so, he couldn't say anything else. A large formation was set up in the Starlight Chamber of Commerce. There were many experts inside. No matter how bold the Assassin Tower was, they wouldn't dare to act wildly inside. The fifth prince arrived at the Starlight Chamber of Commerce. The person in charge of the Starlight Chamber of Commerce was a member of the royal family. He was the fifth prince's senior uncle, Xingchen Hai. He had received His Majesty's order a long time ago to discuss a deal with a friend of the fifth prince. Xingchen Hai didn't care much about this deal. Even if that person had obtained the Yuan Heartgrass in the forbidden area, it might have been due to good luck. To be honest, he didn't believe that one could obtain so many things in the forbidden area. Since it was His Majesty's order, Xingchen Hai had to give face to the other party, especially since it was the fifth prince who brought it here. Your Highness, you haven't been here for some time, Xingchen Hai said enthusiastically. He then turned to Lin Fei and said, Fellow Taoist, you must be the expert who helped His Highness. You're really talented. Welcome to the Starlight Chamber of Commerce. Xingchen Hai was very good with words. After complimenting the fifth prince, he was also very polite to Lin Fei. However, the politeness was only on the surface. It was still for the sake of the fifth prince. Chapter 30:16. Starlight Trade Union, Reception Room. At first, Xing Hai thought that it was just some small things, but when he saw the first batch of mutated guard corpses, he was shocked. So many mutated guard corpses? If there were only 4 or 5 mutated guard corpses, Xing Hai wouldn't be surprised. Anything could happen in the Forbidden Land. If he was lucky, it wasn't impossible to find 4 or 5 mutated guard corpses. However, Lin Fei took out a dozen mutated guard corpses with a wave of his hand. This was beyond Xing Hai's capability. Everyone knew that mutated guard corpses have sharp and overbearing attacks. When they move, they are very hard to deal with. Dealing with one mutated guard will definitely attract a second one, or even a third one. Mutated guard corpses are nothing. As long as you can take out enough things that I want, the remaining mutated guard corpses, mutated king corpses, and crystal stones will all be yours. Xing Haoren stood at the side and didn't speak. It wasn't good for him to participate in this kind of matter. Hearing that there were more, Xing Hai was shocked. Even if he took out a dozen mutated guard corpses and king corpses, it would already be very generous. Our Starlight Trade Union is one of the top 10 trade unions in the Black Domain. As long as Taoist Lin wants something, we can help you get it. Xinghai said proudly. As the person in charge of the top 10 trade unions, Xinghai had seen all kinds of good things. As long as it wasn't the highest grade, he could get it. If the things that Lin Fei took out were really worth the price, even if it was a top-grade treasure, he would help him get it. Starlight trade unions still had the ability to do so. The top 10 trade unions weren't undeserved. I don't have much interest in other things. I have cultivation methods, I have secret killing techniques, and I also have semi-finished Yuanli divine weapons. Lin Fei said unhurriedly, I obtained a set of refining secret arts from a certain place. Therefore, I need a lot of essence force sand. Let me put it this way, how much essence force sand is a mutated guard worth? If it's suitable, I can give you all the mutated guard corpses. After Ao Tian stepped into the 10th level, Lin Fei didn't mind telling him. This thing was of little value to everyone. Even if someone suspected it, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about anything now. With this batch of corpses, he might be able to gather tens of thousands of kilograms of origin energy god sand. Divine essence sand? Xinghai had a weird look in his eyes. There was actually someone who wanted to exchange for such a useless thing. He suspected that he had heard wrongly. Brother Lin, are you sure? That's right, I want the divine origin power sand. Don't tell me that you can't produce it. Lin Fei said jokingly. How could that be possible? Our merchant guild doesn't dare to guarantee anything else, but it just so happens that we have a batch of Essence Force Divine Sand on hand recently. His Majesty has already spoken, so this batch of Essence Force Divine Sand will be given to you first. As for the mutated guard corpses, we'll give you 50 kilograms of Essence Force Divine Sand for each one. The Divine Elemental Energy Sand was of little value, but it was still very precious. The price of 100 caddies per head was actually not considered low. Lin Fei didn't ask for much. As long as he could get his hands on the Origin Energy Sand, he would have made a profit. When he came over, he had already estimated that a few dozen caddies per head should be enough. 100 caddies per head was still somewhat happy. Sure. Lin Fei waved his hand again. Bush, 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 bush. A huge pile of mutated guard corpses was taken out. Instantly, they piled up like a small mountain. The terrifying aura of mutated guards swept out. This is too much. Xinghai stood up in shock. Looking at the room full of corpses, he immediately activated the formation, isolating the aura from leaking out. A strong demonic beast aura spread out, causing people to feel a strong sense of suffocation. Not much at all. Just over 200. In front of Lin Fei, the mutated guards were like ants, chopping melons and vegetables. After counting the number of corpses, Lin Fei himself was shocked. He actually killed so many mutated guards without making a sound. 100 caddies would be 10,000 caddies of Origin Energy Sand. 200 would be exactly 10,000 caddies of Origin Energy Sand. Xinghai was now completely convinced by Lin Fei. He was also ecstatic. With such a huge number of mutated guard corpses, he would definitely be able to expand the influence of the Starlight Trade Association. Previously, Xinghai didn't care much about it. Now, he knew that this was a huge sum. With so many mutated guard corpses, what about mutated king corpses? He didn't dare to imagine. Your Highness, you really brought me a generous gift. Xinghai said to the fifth prince gratefully. Actually, Xinghai didn't know how many mutated guard and king corpses Lin Fei had brought, but when he saw the mutated guard corpses, he was also dumbfounded. This was too much. 200 mutated guard corpses. He didn't even dare to imagine such a number. Xinghai immediately became excited. This transaction would be of great help to him. The Starlight Trade Association was established by the royal family. By bringing Lin Fei here, he had unknowingly made a great contribution. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. Thank you, Brother Lin. You have helped me greatly once again. Xinghai said gratefully. The first transaction of the mutated guard corpses was completed very quickly. 20,000 kilograms of God Essence Force Sand made Xinghai happy and have a headache. Don't look at how 20,000 kilograms of God Essence Force Sand wasn't a lot, but the Starlight Trade Association had spent a lot of time to collect it. If it was during normal times, then forget it. But now, just the mutated guard corpses alone were enough to obtain 2/3 of the God Essence Force sand. As for the remaining mutated king corpses, perhaps 20,000 kilograms of God Essence Force sand wouldn't be enough to settle it. Your Starlight Trade Association is indeed rich and overbearing. Lin Fei smiled as he kept the 20,000 kilograms of God Essence Force sand. He was even more glad that he had killed a large number of mutated guards. This transaction was truly worth it. Lin Fei waved his hand again and released the mutated king corpses. These are third class, these are second class, and these are first class. There weren't that many mutated kings, but there were still over 50 of them. This caused Xing Hai and Xing Haoren to suck in a breath of cold air. 200 mutated guard corpses was definitely a huge sum. Now, there were over 50 mutated king corpses. Once all the first-class and third-class corpses were gathered, who could do this? Your Starlight Trade Association is truly rich and overbearing. You should be able to consume over 50 mutated king corpses. This is the good stuff. Lin Fei smiled. I am friends with the 5th prince. For this batch of mutated king corpses, your Starlight Trade Association will give me 50,000 kilograms of God Essence Force sand. It wasn't difficult for the Starlight Trade Association to consume such a batch of mutated king corpses. However, using the God Essence Force sand to settle the bill would put a huge pressure on the Starlight Trade Association. No problem. Isn't it just 50,000 kilograms? Our Starlight Trade Association can afford it. Xing Haoren swiftly agreed. He was afraid that if he wasn't satisfied, Lin Fei would sell the goods to other trade associations. Now, they finally understood why there were rumors of mutated guards and king corpses being killed by a mysterious person in the public restricted area. It turned out that all of this was done by Lin Fei. How did he do it alone? Chapter 30:17. P.S. Go to Hangzhou Hospital for the child's re-examination. Xing Hai immediately reported the amount of 250,000 kilograms of God Origin energy sand. After obtaining approval, he immediately transferred the stock and joined forces with some forces in Black Region to obtain God Origin energy sand. Such a large amount of God Origin energy sand could be considered as a huge transaction for Starlight Trading Firm. Xing Haoren brought Lin Fei around the trading firm. Lin Fei was in a good mood after obtaining the 250,000 kilograms of God Origin energy sand. He saw many treasures in Starlight Trading Firm. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in these treasures. After a round of tour, Starlight Trading Firm relied on its influence as one of the top 10 trading firms to gather 250,000 kilograms of God Origin energy sand in less than half a day. No, it should be 250,000 kilograms of God Origin energy sand. The excess was given by the Emperor of Starlight World. Starlight Trading Firm is really efficient. With 250,000 kilograms of God Origin energy sand in hand, Lin Fei's mood became even better. With his Prideful Sky 10th layer physique, he could now break through to Prideful Sky 11th layer. The difficult amount of God Origin energy sand was completed just like that. Even Lin Fei himself felt that it was a little faster. For the sake of this cooperation, our Starlight Trading Firm will definitely do our best. Otherwise, we will be embarrassed. With so many variant guards and variant king's corpses, any trading firm will fight for them. The price is far more than this. Xing Hai said. In his heart, Xing Hai was filled with great curiosity towards Lin Fei. It was extremely rare for someone to ask for so much God Origin energy sand in one go. After this transaction, Lin Fei still had the king crystals and other things on him. He didn't plan to take them out for the time being. He wanted to raise his Prideful Sky 10th layer. Starlight Imperial City, Imperial Palace. Haoren, you are the one who came into contact with Lin Fei first. What do you think of him? Such a huge transaction had even alarmed the Emperor of Starlight. Xing Haoren shook his head and said in an uncertain tone, "This person is really hard to say. He is wanted by the 3 top forces outside, but his strength is so tyrannical. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the biggest beneficiary of the public's blockade. I feel that Lin Fei can only be roped in, not offended. With regards to Lin Fei, the Starlight Emperor had heard of this person before. Everyone would take what they needed and he didn't really mind it. But this time, even the Starlight Emperor was shocked by this person's performance. There were so many variant guards and variant king corpses. If it were him, he might not have been able to do it, but the other party had done it. Most importantly, the other party had obtained the elemental heartgrass and handed it over to Xing Haoren of his own accord. This kind of attitude completely proved that the other party did not need to resort to such dishonest means. Lin Fei was a terrifying person. It's not bad that you're on good terms with him. Starlight said, you can continue to maintain this connection because this Lin Fei you know might even be stronger than me. How is this possible? Xing Haoren turned pale with fright. He admitted that Lin Fei's strength was tyrannical, but to say that he was even stronger than his emperor father, it was too unrealistic. Emperor father, you're also a rank 1 expert in Black Domain. Lin Fei might be strong, but he might not be stronger than you. If this news were to spread outside, it would definitely cause an uproar. The Starlight Emperor's words had considerable influence. Do you think that killing so many mutated guards and mutated king corpses is enough to prove his strength? Of course, in the Starlight world, such as this imperial city, no matter how tyrannical he is, he might not be this emperor's match. But if it's outside, it's a different matter. Xing Haoren went silent. That Lin Fei had actually reached such a level of strength. As a member of the royal family, he had always been rather arrogant. But now, when he compared himself with Lin Fei, no matter what talent or background he had, it couldn't be compared to the latter's terrifying strength. You can put down the matters over at Black Domain City. When Xing Haoren was about to leave, he received a piece of ecstatic news. He didn't need to leave anymore. As the princes of the Starlight world, every one of them had their own responsibilities. Each time they returned to the imperial city, they couldn't stay for too long. Without the Emperor Father's permission, they had to leave obediently when the time was up. Your Majesty, the 5th prince has really found a good helper. After Xing Haoren left, another voice came from the imperial palace. The crown prince has made a wrong move. This person was wearing a black robe. His entire person seemed to be an illusory existence. I didn't think that a person wanted by the 3 peak forces would have such tyrannical strength. This is truly unbelievable. Starlight Emperor sighed. Are you sure that you saw that Lin Fei used a spirit energy weapon? This old servant saw it clearly. That Lin Fei used an illusory realm-type spirit energy weapon and was able to break through the illusory world of the Assassin Tower's illusory realm expert. This Lin Fei isn't ordinary. According to my guess, the other rod in his hand should also be a spirit energy weapon. This is truly inconceivable. Looking at how he continuously purchased 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms of spirit energy sand, this old servant suspects that he has grasped the method to refine spirit energy weapons. Starlight Emperor's eyes lit up. Refining method to refine spirit energy weapons? 2 spirit energy weapons. He fell into contemplation. This old servant feels that we cannot offend such a person. Who can guarantee that he doesn't have a 3rd spirit energy weapon? The Dark Shadow Palace doesn't know what's good and will soon regret it. The black-robed old man said, as for the Crown Prince's side, he definitely can't hide the fact that he hired the Assassin Tower. Once that Lin Fei makes his move, the Crown Prince? Starlight Emperor frowned. About 80,000 kilograms of spirit energy sand. I didn't waste my time in the sealed land. In the room arranged by Xing Haoren. After Lin Fei laid down the array, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He couldn't believe that he could obtain such a huge amount of spirit energy sand so easily. Starlight Trading Firm is indeed one of the top 10 trading firms. This ability is quite impressive. My Prideful Heaven 11th layer is right in front of me. Prideful Heaven 10th layer could already absorb 3 weakened traces of spirit energy. If he were to step into Prideful Heaven 11th layer, his body would be able to store 7 to 8 traces of spirit energy. Lin Fei could guess that the reason why an expert like Hierarch Darkshadow could easily suppress experts like the Grand Sovereign was probably because of his spirit energy. Now that I have the spirit energy sand, There's no time to lose. I will break through to Prideful Heaven 11th layer. At that time, even if a hierarch expert were to make a move, I would have the confidence. There were many experts in the black domain. Lin Fei was very confident in his own strength, especially with 2 spirit energy weapons in his hands. In addition to the spirit energy, he would be able to erupt with a terrifying might. If he wanted to break through to Prideful Heaven 11th layer, he would have to raise his physical body to the peak. Chapter 30:18. What? Father wants me to oversee Black Domain City? When Xing Haoqing heard the news, he fell into a frenzy. This is His Majesty's order. You must leave in 3 days. A black-robed old man said, there is no reason. If you really want a reason, you can only say that you are unlucky. Xing Haoqing did not dare believe that he would be sent to Black Domain City by his father. That place looked good, but in reality, his authority was limited. It could not be compared to Starlight World. If he were to oversee Black Domain City, he would have to stay there for at least tens of thousands of years. This also meant that his influence in Starlight World would be severely damaged. By then, who would still know him as the first prince? In Starlight World, Xing Haoqing had the greatest influence among all the princes. The other princes were not as influential as him, but he never thought that he would lose so quickly. In front of this black-robed old man, Xing Haoqing did not dare to lose his temper. After all, this was his father's absolute confidant. His strength was unfathomable, and it was rumored that he was born in the royal family. After taking a deep breath, Xing Haoqing asked, what about the 5th prince? He will be transferred back to Starlight World for another important mission. The black-robed old man's figure faded and gradually disappeared in front of the 1st prince. You should be clear of the 1st prince's thoughts. Don't have any other thoughts. The black-robed old man sighed in his heart. A peak expert whose strength was comparable to His Majesty stood beside the 5th prince. The 1st prince did not lose unjustly. But, is it because of the Yuan Heartgrass? Is it because I arranged for someone to assassinate Lin Fei? Xing Haoqing could not understand why his father would do this. He was the 1st prince, the future #1 successor of Starlight World. If nothing unexpected happened, he would control a world. But now, everything had changed. He had lost his qualifications and was sent to Black Domain City, which was equivalent to a change of direction. No, I cannot sit still. Once I leave, those who supported me will definitely turn to the 5th prince. After a long time, everything will be gone. Xing Haoqing's eyes flashed fiercely. 5th brother, you forced me to do this. For his position, for the #1 successor, for the future, he had decided to go all out. Once he left, everything would be gone. Seclusion again? Xing Haoren got the information he wanted and came over to thank Lin Fei. He also had a good drink with him. As a prince, he was very smart. His imperial father's words were a message. Xing Haoren knew very well what he wanted to do. Such a person might even become an ultimate god in the future. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he would not miss it. This time, he had secretly found out that his big brother had been sent to Black Domain City. As for why his big brother had lost, Xing Haoren was very clear in his heart. If he hadn't found Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't have one. Xing Haoren immediately thought of those words when he heard that he was going into seclusion. He's probably studying how to refine a source energy weapon again. Xing Haoren shook his head and left. He could only wait for Lin Fei to come out and thank him. Right now, he needed to make some preparations. That big brother of his would not allow himself to be captured without putting up a fight. He had to be on guard. Starlight World, Assassin Tower. The first mission failed. The Assassin Tower immediately conducted a key investigation on Lin Fei. As a top-notch assassin organization in the Black Domain, even if it was a branch, no one could survive if they wanted to kill someone. We have all underestimated this Lin Fei. I didn't expect him to have a top-notch treasure of the illusory sect. I suspect that it is a semi-finished source energy weapon. In the meeting hall of the Assassin Tower, the branch's Tower Master attached great importance to this matter. Tower Master, the 1st prince is here. He wants to see you. The Assassin Tower's tower master listened to his confidant and was shocked. How could the first prince be willing to come here? Go and entertain him. I will be right there. In the secret chamber of the Assassin Tower, Xing Haoqing needed to personally meet the tower master of the Assassin Tower. Your Highness, what brings you here? The tower master of the Assassin Tower walked in with a smile. I want the fifth prince dead as well as Lin Fei. Xing Haoqing said with a gloomy face, don't say that your Assassin Tower can't do it. I don't want to fail the second time. The tower master said, Your Highness, don't worry. You know the reputation of the Assassin Tower. We have made arrangements for Lin Fei and will take action again soon. However, killing the fifth prince is, after all, his identity. As long as you kill the fifth prince, any price is not a problem. I want him dead in 3 days as well as that Lin Fei. The Assassin Tower was in the business of killing people. From the top-notch experts, the overlords, to the young masters, as long as they could afford the price, the Assassin Tower dared to do it. Moreover, they could do it secretly. Your Highness is really straightforward. The fifth prince's residence. After knowing that the big brother would leave in 3 days, the residence became heavily guarded. There were people patrolling everywhere. At midnight, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. 5 figures quietly snuck into the fifth prince's residence. The 5 of them moved extremely quickly, avoiding wave after wave of patrols. Finally, they stopped at a fork in the road. The 5 of them split into 2 groups, 2 on one side and 3 on the other, heading in 2 different directions. Outside Lin Fei's courtyard, the 2 figures came very fast. One of them took out a treasure, which looked like a ball. As soon as he activated it, an invisible shield directly surrounded the courtyard. No one in the entire residence noticed the movement. We must kill Lin Fei in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The 2 figures sneaked into the courtyard and touched the door. They could feel the person sitting inside. Go! Black mist rushed into the room. This was a special poison of the Assassin Tower, called paralysis poison, which was specially used to deal with Grand Venerables in body refinement. This time, in order to deal with Lin Fei, they used a very heavy dose. Even if Grand Venerable Lin Fei's strength was strong, he could not resist the attack of paralysis poison. It was the best to deal with Grand Venerables in body refinement. It should work. To be on the safe side, the 2 men in black waited for a while. Only then did they enter the room. No one had ever been able to resist the paralysis poison. Once they were poisoned, they would not obediently wait to be captured. With 70% to 80% of their strength gone, how much combat power would they have left? Your Assassin Tower is really bold. You ambushed me once and came again. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully? As soon as they came in, they heard a man in black sitting cross-legged, looking at them with a smile. Do it. The 2 men were indeed assassins. No matter what the other party was pretending or what he wanted to do, they had confidence in the paralysis poison. As soon as they stepped out, a huge world appeared between heaven and earth, directly enveloping them. Not good, an illusory world. The 2 men screamed and were attacked by the illusory world. Chapter 30:19. Assassin Tower's operation this time was very secretive. They came in through a secret channel and split into 2 groups to assassinate Lin Fei and 5th Prince Xing Haoren at the same time. They used special treasures to assist them, and they killed whoever they saw. For example, 5th Prince Xing Haoren. Your Assassin Tower is dead for daring to assassinate this emperor. The experts of the Imperial City will deal with you immediately. Xing Haoren retreated step by step, and his movements became sluggish. The paralyzing poison started to show its might. Even though Xing Haoren used all his strength to suppress it, the paralyzing poison still wreaked havoc. His strength was instantly reduced by 70%, and the remaining 30% was not a match for the 2 black-robed men. The 2 black-robed assassins ignored Xing Haoren's words and continued to attack the 5th prince. If there were no accidents, they would be able to kill the 5th prince in a short time. In their eyes, the 5th prince's strength was only SOSO. In order to deal with the 5th prince and Lin Fei, they used special tools, and no one could stop them. Xing Haoren used all his strength to block the attacks of the two assassins. After being poisoned, he suppressed almost all his strength and could not block the two assassins. Danger kept appearing. It must be Big Brother's arrangement. Xing Haoren tried his best to calm himself down. Waves of life and death followed, and not a single expert from the residence appeared. He knew that he was doomed. These two assassins were too powerful. It's over, it's over. Another wave of danger came, and Xing Haoren was powerless to block it. He could not circulate his physical body, and could not block this round of attacks. Xing Haoren put up a lot of defenses, but he could not stop his big brother from assassinating him. Fifth Prince, you can die now. The two assassins laughed sinisterly, and were about to kill him. Hua! A huge illusory world descended in an instant. The two assassins were very strong, but compared to an illusion realm killer move, they were far inferior. In a few breaths of time, the two assassins were pulled into the illusion realm, and they lost consciousness. With a plop, they fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Dead. The two assassins died silently, and this shocked Xing Haoren greatly. To be able to kill two experts in an instant, Xing Haoren could not recover for a moment. They had clearly died under a powerful secret technique killer move, and it was one that could not be resisted. Fifth Prince, are you all right? A figure silently appeared next to Xing Haoren. It was Lin Fei, who had rushed over after casting the illusory world. It was a long-range attack with great power. Only the illusory world cast by the illusory scepter had terrifying power. No matter how strong the two assassins were, they were not strong enough to resist the power of the illusory world. Brother Lin, you saved me again. No matter how stupid Xing Haoren was, he still understood that the person who saved his life was Lin Fei. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. They are quite bold. Lin Fei said, I also have two, and you also have one. They are trying to kill both of us. Xing Haoren gritted his teeth and said, Brother Lin, I will definitely give you an explanation for this. Up to you. Lin Fei smiled. I hope that when I come out from my seclusion, I will be able to hear good news from your highness. Otherwise, I don't mind personally taking action. It's fine to assassinate me once, but to assassinate me twice in a row, it will be a different story. Lin Fei's figure gradually disappeared in front of Xing Haoren. Xing Haoren looked at the disappearing figure of Lin Fei and his expression turned solemn. Father is right. Lin Fei is really strong. These two assassins from the Assassin Tower are extremely strong, but they were killed in a single move by Lin Fei. This matter must be reported to Father. Big Brother has really made a mistake this time. No matter how slow Xing Haoren's reaction was, he knew that other than his big brother, no one would be so crazy to come and kill him at this moment. Starlight's Majesty was also the first to know about this matter. The entire hall was filled with a chilling aura. Go and capture the Crown Prince immediately. Starlight's Majesty was furious. Why would such a smart person do such a thing? Soon, the Crown Prince, Xing Haoqing, was captured by the old man in black and thrown into the hall. At this moment, the Crown Prince's face was filled with fear. Haoqing, tell me, are you the one who did this? Starlight's Majesty's sharp gaze swept across. Xing Haoqing had paid a huge price this time just to kill Lin Fei and his fifth brother. Without these two, Father would definitely change his mind. He would still be the Crown Prince and his influence would not diminish. Father, I don't know what you are talking about. Xing Haoqing pretended to be confused. He knew that he must not make a mistake. He knew that Father disliked the fact that the Crown Prince had connections with the assassins from the Assassin Tower. Starlight's Majesty shook his head in disappointment. You have gone too far. Until now, you still don't understand why I sent you to Black Domain City to guard. Xing Haoqing suddenly felt that he had neglected something. Bring the Crown Prince away. Within 100,000 years, without my permission, he is not allowed to take a step out of the palace. Xing Haoqing was instantly dumbfounded. He was just looking for the assassins from the Assassin Tower. If Father wanted to put him under house arrest for 100,000 years, then he would be crippled. Father, this must be a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation. Xing Haoqing never thought that it would be such a severe punishment. In the royal family, there had never been a prince who received such a punishment. Misunderstanding. Starlight's Majesty was so angry that he laughed. Then I will let you know that you have offended someone you shouldn't have. This person's strength is comparable to Father. Are you sure you can withstand his anger? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I offend someone as important as Father? Nothing is impossible. The person you've offended is that Lin Fei who is not even worth mentioning in your eyes. He is a peak expert that even Imperial Father does not dare to offend. Are you convinced now? Starlight's Majesty looked at his eldest son. Usually he was extremely smart, but this time he was wrong. The important person is Lin Fei Impossible. He is the traitor of the Dark Shadow Palace. The three top forces are after him. Xing Haoqing constantly shook his head. He couldn't believe this was true. The expert beside his fifth brother was Lin Fei, and he was someone on the same level as Father. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. Bring him away. The black-robed old man waved his hand and carried the crown prince away. Father, I was wrong. I don't want to be locked up for 100,000 years. Father, the crown prince's voice became extremely miserable and filled with endless despair. Xing Haoren felt a trace of sorrow. He knew that his eldest brother was finished. Being locked up for 100,000 years, not only did he lose everything, but he also lost the qualification to compete with him. And this was all because of one person. Father, I think eldest brother just didn't think about it for a moment, Xing Haoren said softly. Your eldest brother has disappointed me. The final words left behind by an expert like Lin Fei is actually a kind of attitude. Your eldest brother did something he shouldn't have done. Being locked up for 100,000 years is just a light punishment. To resolve the anger in Lin Fei's heart, this isn't enough. Starlight's Majesty shook his head. We have to start from another aspect. Chapter 3020. The assassination in the fifth prince's residence didn't alarm anyone. Originally, the crown prince was supposed to head to Black Domain City 3 days later. Because of an order from Starlight, he was sent to an important place in the Black Domain to carry out an important mission. Everything seemed very normal. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would be able to see some clues. For example, the territories that originally belonged to the crown prince had fallen into the hands of the fifth prince. By the time everyone realized this, the situation was already over. This was naturally a different matter. The Assassin Tower. Starlight personally made a trip to the Assassin Tower's branch. No one knew what Starlight said to the Assassin Tower. Tower Lord, we might have neglected an important matter. After Starlight left, the Assassin Tower's confidant voiced out his doubts. The Assassin Tower's Tower Lord's expression wasn't great. Speak. Starlight's Majesty made this trip to warn our Assassin Tower. I feel that this is a gesture. Our Assassin Tower has branches all over the Black Domain. This time, it might seem like we are here for the fifth prince, but in fact, I feel that he is putting on a show for someone. The Assassin Tower's Tower Lord's expression turned strange. You're saying that this person is the one who killed the 4 experts of our Assassin Tower? Yes, I feel that this person should be that Lin Fei. Based on our investigation, this Lin Fei's origin is very mysterious, and his cultivation is also very monstrous. Body training is the hardest. Do you think there are no problems for him to reach the Venerable Realm in a short 100,000 years? The confidant continued, our men also received a piece of news that the Starlight Trade Union had recently obtained a batch of mutated guards and king's corpses. The quantity is huge, and with the news from the sealed world, do you think this matter has nothing to do with Lin Fei? The Assassin Tower's Tower Lord was indeed puzzled. 4 gold medal assassins went to assassinate the other party, but they died without a trace. Furthermore, they were inflicted with paralysis poison, and the possibility of them surviving was extremely low. There weren't many experts in the fifth prince's residence. Now that he thought about it, this Lin Fei was indeed the biggest suspect. If His Majesty Starlight is really here to express his stance, then Lin Fei is very suspicious. Everyone might have underestimated his prowess. The Assassin Tower Lord analyzed, go and investigate immediately. I want to know everything about Lin Fei. If things go wrong, this Lin Fei might act against our assassin tower. While the assassin tower was collecting information on Lin Fei once again began to quietly refine the divine essence sand. After Starlight's Majesty warned the assassin tower, they temporarily didn't dare to take any action. Lin Fei's refinement took 10 years. During these 10 years, Lin Fei had never left the fifth prince's residence. During this period of time, the fifth prince Xing Haoren had visited a few times, and the formation had been activated each time. In the past 10 years, the Starlight World's Assassin's Tower had thoroughly investigated Lin Fei. There were even some secrets that were not known to others. They came to a conclusion that this Lin Fei had a mysterious background. At the same time, he was suspected to be the biggest beneficiary of the public Forbidden Land. He might even be the #1 expert in the public Forbidden Land. This was especially so in the Starlight World. He had been holding auctions to auction off the corpses of variant guards and variant kings. This had once again affirmed the tyrannical strength of Lin Fei. With this batch of resources, the Starlight Trade Union's influence in the Black region rose once again. It surpassed several trade unions and entered the top 5 trade unions. Its influence had reached the peak. After the Starlight World's Assassin's Tower knew that Lin Fei had a great background, they were even more certain that Lin Fei was extremely powerful. They didn't dare to lower their guard and arranged for people to constantly monitor the fifth prince's residence. This surveillance lasted for 10 years. The people in the fifth prince's residence had almost forgotten about the existence of such a person. When the last kilogram of divine essence sand was refined, Lin Fei, who had been sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. He punched through the void and reached the boundary of the void world. That sturdy boundary was also blasted open. The black-robed Lin Fei arrived at the boundary of the boundary. Boundless black-white energy pervaded the air like a boundless ocean. In front of this vigorous energy, everything seemed extremely weak. When Lin Fei stood at the boundary of the boundary, a portion of the annihilation energy assaulted him. It was like the pressure of Mount Tai, wanting to destroy everything. The annihilation energy came fast. Lin Fei's reaction was fast as well. With a palm strike from his left hand, a vigorous energy gushed out, repelling the annihilation energy. Even a portion of the energy was shattered. Absorb! Lin Fei took the opportunity to open his mouth and absorb the weakest energy into his body. He opened his palm. A black-white pearl appeared in his palm. It contained a power that could destroy heaven and earth. This is the annihilation energy. When Proud Heaven reached the grand completion stage, it should be Proud Heaven transforming into the annihilation body. When Proud Heaven was at the 10th level, I could absorb 3 traces of annihilation energy. Now that I am at the 11th level, I can absorb 15 traces of annihilation energy. With a thought, the black-white pearl in Lin Fei's hand was sent out. It exploded amidst the annihilation energy, setting off waves of waves. This bit of power, in the ocean of annihilation energy, was not eye-catching at all. Lin Fei sat cross-legged and opened his mouth to breathe. Traces of annihilation energy entered his body. Even though Proud Heaven was at the 11th level, he did not dare to absorb wantonly. At the boundary of the world, Lin Fei had absorbed a total of 15 traces of annihilation energy. These 15 traces of annihilation energy were stored in his body. They were tyrannical and gentle. However, any one of them had terrifying destructive power. Go! Heaven-splitting rod slashed down. A trace of annihilation energy was injected into it. The ocean of annihilation was torn open by the rod. It reached a distance of 10 million miles before its power dissipated. If this was anywhere else, this strike of mine would at least cover a distance of 400 to 500 million miles. It might even be longer. After all, this annihilation energy is as dense as the ocean. It is already not bad for me to be able to slash a distance of 10 million miles. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the power of this strike. This was another kind of even more powerful power. As one of the top 10 sects, the body tempering school has always been lacking. It is rare for experts to appear. It is even more impossible for my body to be strong enough to accumulate annihilation energy. If I did not have the Proud Heaven 12 levels tyrant body, It would be difficult to condense the annihilation energy. I wonder how much annihilation energy a real hierarch can condense in their body. Lin Fei did not believe that those hierarch experts could cultivate a complete annihilation body. Even he himself would find it difficult to break through to the 12th level in a short period of time. Not to mention other things, just the life crystals alone had been used up. Now, his body was jingling. In order to break through to the proud heaven 11 levels, Lin Fei had used up all the life crystals and other things that he had accumulated. When I master the power of the secret technique, I can go out. I don't know if those people are ready. I am hungry and thirsty. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Endless killing intent surged out. Chapter 30-21. Lin Fei had exited seclusion. After exiting seclusion, Xing Haoren received the news immediately. He put down everything and rushed over personally. In these 10 years, Xing Haoren's influence in the Starlight world had replaced that of his elder brother. He had the support of many people, including those in the royal family. In these 10 years, Xing Haoren held great power, and he exuded a high and mighty aura. In the eyes of others, the fifth prince's current status was high and mighty. He had personally defeated that elder brother and roped in a large number of forces. This was an unimaginable reversal. Until now, no one knew how the fifth prince could defeat the first prince who had so many people supporting him. However, only Xing Haoren himself knew that if he hadn't invited an expert like Lin Fei back then, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that he could defeat his elder brother and obtain his current status. In these few years, Xing Haoren had arranged for people to monitor the courtyard. Once there was any movement, they would inform him immediately. When he heard that Lin Fei had exited seclusion, he came immediately and put down everything. No matter how important the matter was, it wasn't as important as meeting with Lin Fei. When he saw Lin Fei again, Xing Haoren felt a palpitating aura. In these 10 years, his aura is much stronger than before. It makes me feel like I'm suffocating. Even father doesn't have such an aura. Xing Haoren didn't dare to imagine how Lin Fei cultivated. This cultivation speed was too fast. It was as if he was riding on a rocket. Congratulations to Senior Lin Fei for your great improvement. Xing Haoren didn't dare to address him as Brother Lin anymore. They were on a different level. It's all right. Lin Fei said calmly. After attaining the proud Heaven 11 layers physique, even if Lin Fei didn't release his aura, his terrifying physical body could make others feel a terrifying sense of suffocation. Senior Lin Fei, I've already arranged for a banquet to welcome you. Please give me some face. Xing Haoren invited passionately. Lin Fei didn't reject, and Xing Haoren was overjoyed. It was indeed right to have people watch him. At the banquet, Xing Haoren ordered the servants to leave. The moment he came up, he drank 3 cups of wine, all of which were words of thanks to Lin Fei. Lin Fei drank a cup and listened quietly. Senior Lin Fei, royal father, has already dealt with the matter in the past. My big brother has been stripped of everything, demoted to a commoner, and crippled of his strength. Xing Haoren took the initiative to say, Royal Father also said that the fault lies with the royal family of our Starlight world, which has nurtured Big Brother's character. Therefore, Royal Father has prepared a gift for Senior. Xing Haoren had long prepared this gift. Imprisoning his big brother and crippling his cultivation were not enough to satisfy him. His Majesty Starlight had prepared a generous gift. This is a small gift. Senior Lin Fei, please accept it. Xing Haoren took out a storage ring and handed it over to Lin Fei with both hands. There were 25,000 kilograms of Origin Energy God sand in it. Lin Fei casually swept a glance and discovered that it was 25,000 kilograms of Origin Energy God sand. He glanced at Xing Haoren. The gift is not bad. Regarding the life and death of that crown prince, Lin Fei was not interested. It was not as practical as these things. For him to break through from Prideful Sky level 11 to Prideful Sky level 12, he would require a huge amount of Origin Energy God sand. It would require a total of 7 digits, which was exactly 500,000 kilograms. This number, at the start, even Lin Fei was shocked. This was asking for his life. Xing Haoren's heart thumped. He knew that this gift was not enough. 25,000 kilograms of Origin Energy God sand, Starlight World had used a lot of connections to obtain it. There's also this. Xing Haoran took out a document. Senior, Royal Father knows that Senior likes to refine some small toys. He specially searched for it and really obtained a map regarding the distribution of Origin Energy God Sand. Perhaps it might be of help to Senior. Back then, Lin Fei left this sentence because he wanted Starlight World to take out sufficient Origin Energy God Sand. Only a fool would not accept it. From the looks of it, this Starlight Emperor was quite understanding. Full of sincerity. Lin Fei flipped through this document. It introduced in detail the situation of Origin Energy God Sand appearing in the Black region. Among them, there were also some forbidden lands. One could say that this was the most detailed document that he had ever seen. Based on this document, it covered all the places in the Black region that produced Origin Energy God Sand. At the same time, there was a detailed introduction of each place. This was really something that suited Lin Fei's appetite. 500,000 kilograms of Origin Energy God Sand was not that easy to gather. Lin Fei was just worrying about how to get it. This gift from Xing Haoran was really timely. With this thing, Lin Fei would know how to go and collect Origin Energy God Sand. You guys are too thoughtful. Such a document, Lin Fei was very satisfied. The reason why Xing Haoran took out this document was also because other gifts were unable to satisfy Lin Fei. Hearing these few words, he also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Then he took out another document. Senior Lin Fei, regarding the Assassin Tower, Emperor Father has also tried to negotiate with them. However, their influence. Xing Haoran spoke very sincerely. In any country, having such a force was like a fishbone in one's throat, making one feel very uncomfortable. Actually, we also want to take down the Assassin Tower. However, there is a top-notch expert behind them. Our Starlight World. A powerful force with great influence in the Black region was indeed not easy to deal with, especially when it was in the field of assassination. With such an attitude from the Starlight World, Lin Fei had nothing much to say. Currently, he had gotten what he wanted. Although he still needed to make a move himself, at least he had a general direction. With this, Lin Fei was already satisfied. I know your difficulties. Thank you for your gifts. I will deal with the Assassin Tower myself. Lin Fei said indifferently, Assassin Tower has to pay the price for trying to assassinate me twice. Xing Haoran didn't dare to say anything. However, in his heart, he still had doubts about Lin Fei. Could he deal with the Assassin Tower single-handedly? Even if it was a branch, even his Emperor Father couldn't do it to this extent. Xing Haoran left with doubts. Starlight World, Imperial Palace. After Xing Haoran finished his wine and delivered the gifts, he immediately reported everything to his Emperor Father. It's good that you're not angry. Starlight Emperor was relieved. Emperor Father, I just feel that Senior Lin Fei might be taking action against the Assassin Tower. Should we provide some help? Xing Haoran said. Chapter 3022. Surprisingly, Lin Fei didn't refine the 25,000 kilograms of Essence Force Divine Sand that Xing Haoran had sent over. He planned to accumulate it first and refine it when he had a certain amount. Before that, Lin Fei had to absorb enough life energy. He was going to start with the Assassin Tower branch. Lin Fei believed that they would contribute a large amount of life energy. The Assassin Tower branch in the Starlight World wasn't very remote and was easy to find. Lin Fei had all the information on the Assassin Tower branch in the Starlight World. He believed that the royal family of the Starlight World had planted many spies in the Assassin Tower branch to monitor everything. When Lin Fei came out of seclusion, the Assassin Tower branch also received the news. Tower Master, Lin Fei from the 5th Prince's residence has come out of seclusion. The 5th Prince has returned immediately. The Assassin Tower's Tower Master was Supreme Venerate Chen-Ing. Although 10 years had passed, the Assassin Tower had been keeping an eye on the 5th Prince's residence, especially on Lin Fei. Through the investigation of the Assassin Tower, they had discovered many unknown secrets. According to the information, this Lin Fei was a peerless monster. Cultivating was as easy as drinking water. As an assassination organization, the Assassin Tower was best at deduction and analysis. They would find some useful clues that others couldn't imagine from the slightest clues. Combining these clues, they came to the conclusion that Lin Fei was full of mystery. At the same time, he was an unfathomable person. The Dark Shadow Palace had actually given up on such a top expert with unlimited potential. He's finally out. Supreme Venerate Qin Ying's expression turned solemn. Keep an eye on Lin Fei's every move. Supreme Venerate Qin Ying felt that it was unrealistic for someone he couldn't see through. However, in these 10 years, the fifth prince's transformation had been witnessed by him. If there were no accidents, the fifth prince would never be able to defeat the first prince by relying on his own ability. Then, a very obvious problem arose. For the fifth prince to rise so quickly, there must be a benefactor by his side. Without a doubt, this benefactor was Lin Fei. There was no doubt about this. Starlight's Majesty was able to acknowledge the fifth prince, which showed that Lin Fei's influence wasn't ordinary. In that case, in terms of individual bravery, there must be something unique about him. The first imperial prince's loss was not unjustified. Lin Fei walked out of the fifth prince's residence unhurriedly. The royal city of the Starlight World was no different from usual. I wonder how the Assassin Tower will react when I go out. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly as he strode toward the Assassin Tower. On Assassin Tower's side, when Lin Fei left the fifth prince's residence, he knew about it immediately. Oh, Lin Fei has gone out. He's coming toward our Assassin Tower. We're about to reach Assassin's Tower. He's coming toward the Assassin Tower. One by one, the reports came in. Supreme Senior Qin Ying's face became a little solemn. He's here, he's really here. You have a monstrous cultivation talent, but if you want to behave atrociously in the Assassin's Tower, you're making a big mistake. The confidence of the Assassin's Tower made Supreme Senior Qin Ying toss away that ridiculous thought in his mind. In the Black Domain, all the major forces had to give face to the Assassin's Tower. How would the mysterious Lin Fei, a wanted criminal of the Dark Shadow Palace, dare to make a move on the Assassin's Tower? Lin Fei arrived in front of the Assassin's Tower branch. This was a completely black building that exuded a solemn and murderous aura. It was inharmonious with the surrounding buildings, yet such a building was located in the Starlight World's royal city. One could imagine how great the influence of the Assassin's Tower was. As expected of the famous Assassin's Tower in the Black Domain, they've set up a top-notch array outside, and traces of primordial annihilation energy permeate the air. If I'm not wrong, the array eye is even connected to the primordial annihilation energy in the depths of the world's barrier. Lin Fei was in no hurry to enter. This was an existence that was not inferior to the Dark Shadow Palace and the other two major forces. Outside, Lin Fei saw a large array with traces of primordial annihilation energy hidden in the void. If not for the primordial annihilation energy in his body, he wouldn't have been able to sense it easily. Lin Fei is standing outside the door. Supreme Sovereign Qin Ying listened to the report. Perhaps it will recede soon. Every Assassin's Tower branch was protected by a large array. This was also where the Assassin's Tower's confidence came from. It was not that easy to break in. Everyone in the Assassin's Tower, listen up. You have 10 breaths time to come out. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A loud voice resounded in the sky above the Assassin's Tower branch. This loud sound completely stunned all the forces in the royal city. Powerful divine senses were released and landed in the sky above the Assassin's Tower branch. What's going on? Is someone going to attack the Assassin's Tower? Who is this person? How dare he? He dares to say that he wants to kill people in front of the Assassin's Tower branch. I'm really convinced. This person is amazing. There's going to be a good show. Originally, there were not many people in front of the Assassin's Tower branch. At this moment, Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, was particularly eye-catching. This was because the Assassin's Tower branch was a special existence. Ordinary people would not come here. The assassins in the Assassin's Tower branch laughed, full of disdain and ridicule. Wanting to kill all the experts of the Assassin's Tower? What kind of joke was this? Even the Starlight Majesty wouldn't dare to say such a thing. who didn't know that the Assassin's Tower branch was spread all over the Black Domain. Offending a branch of the Assassin's Tower was equivalent to offending the entire Assassin's Tower. From then on, you would never be at peace, living in fear until your death. Many heroes had tried to challenge the Assassin's Tower, but they all ended up in a miserable state. Supreme Sovereign Qian also revealed a cold smile. 10 breaths time. How arrogant. It seems that I have overestimated this guy. Why doesn't he see what kind of existence the Assassin's Tower is? Tower Master, let me go out and kill this guy. How dare he act so presumptuously in front of our door? He's simply courting death. One by one, the experts took the initiative to go out and kill the other party. No need. I want to see what capabilities Lin Fei has to make such a bold statement. Supreme Sovereign Qian looked at the image of Lin Fei standing in front of the Assassin's Tower branch. 10 breaths time passed very quickly. There was no movement from the Assassin's Tower branch. In everyone's opinion, this was a matter of course. The Assassin's Tower branch, even if it was just a branch, wasn't something that anyone could casually provoke. Lin Fei shook his head. Since he doesn't even want a chance to live, you can't blame me for this. Open! A long rod appeared in his hand, and he swung it upwards. In the next moment, everyone saw a shadow explode on the black and majestic building. You want to break the array of the Assassin's Tower with an attack of this level? What a disappointment. Chapter 3023. He's making his move. Starlight World, Imperial City. His Majesty Starlight was also paying attention to Lin Fei's every move. He wanted to figure out Lin Fei's true strength from this battle. No matter how strong a body cultivator was, how could he dare to behave atrociously in the Assassin Tower's branch? This was worth everyone's curiosity. Wait, this weapon. After all, His Majesty Starlight had seen the world. When the long staff struck out, his eyes suddenly lit up as if he had seen a peerless treasure. Father, isn't this a semi-finished Yuanli divine weapon? Xing Haoran was puzzled. In the Black Domain, which top expert didn't have a semi-finished Yuanli divine weapon? They would be too embarrassed to go out. This is not a semi-finished Yuanli divine weapon, but a real Yuanli divine weapon. His Majesty Starlight said word by word. A real divine weapon. Xing Haoran's eyes widened. A complete one. The experts in the Assassin Tower's branch didn't think much of this attack. How could you break the Assassin Tower's formation with a casual attack? Supreme Sovereign Qian also didn't think much of it. When the black shadow was about to fall, a terrifying and boundless aura erupted on the spot. Like a monstrous flood, it pressed down on the top of the Assassin Tower. A huge stream of light floated up, a shield opened, and the power of destruction burst out. Boom! Boom! The sky splitters smashed on the shield, and a terrifying power erupted. The entire Assassin Tower began to shake. The experts in the Assassin Tower almost couldn't stand steadily at this moment, as if they would fall at any time. Even though they were separated by the shield, they were still affected by the huge impact. How can his strength be so strong? This attack has the strength of a top Grand Venerable. What the hell? With just one attack, the experts in the Assassin Tower all changed their expressions. Even with the shield, that attack seemed to have fallen on them, and their lives seemed to be out of their control. It's coming again. The black shadow fell again. There was another loud rumbling sound. Many of the experts in the Assassin Tower collapsed to the ground on the spot. Their faces were pale, and they trembled uncontrollably. That might was like a blow to the head that landed on their hearts. Tower Master, one of the formation flags can't hold on much longer. Tower Master, the array flag is about to collapse. Outside the Assassin Tower, the terrifying attacks landed on the same spot time and time again, forcing the Assassin Tower's formation to reveal a flaw. Under the continuous attacks of this kind of power, the formation is beginning to show flaws. This Lin Fei is really extraordinary. Supreme Sovereign Qian frowned as he listened to his subordinate's report. Lin Fei was much stronger than he had expected. It was no wonder that his assassin had failed to kill him. We can't let him continue. Supreme Sovereign Qian no longer dared to underestimate the other party. Deacon Elder, follow me out and kill this kid. We can't let him continue destroying the formation. How long had it been since someone was able to shake the formation? The forces in the Imperial City were also dumbfounded. His power is too strong. The Assassin Tower's array formation seems to be unstable. This is too awesome. Who is that person? I can't see through him. He must be a top expert. Haha, the Assassin Tower has met its match this time. This was the first time they had seen such a situation. Even if they used tools to check it out, they felt as if they were there and felt the aura of death. This person was invincible, who had seen the Assassin Tower's array formation on the verge of collapse. What kind of power would be needed to shake this? Today, they finally saw it. When did such an expert appear in the dark domain who dared to challenge the Assassin Tower's position? The experts of the Assassin Tower are coming out. One by one, the experts rushed out of the formation. That's elderly. That's a gold medal assassin. Look at their chests. Are they going to rush in together? Many of these experts of the Assassin Tower who rushed out were infamous. Especially in the Starlight world, they were well-known existences. Now they all came out at once. That's the one who's good at sneaking in the dark. That's the one who's good at using poisonous fog. That's the one who's good at illusion. That guy won't be able to handle it. An assassin from the Assassin Tower is only good at one skill. Now that he's surrounded by a group of people, it's the same even if he has the ability to reach the heavens. Many people sucked in a cold breath. None of these assassins were easy to deal with. They were famous for being fierce. Supreme Venerable Qin didn't make a move. If the experts of the Assassin Tower made a move, the other party would be overwhelmed and busy dealing with them. He still had this bit of confidence. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. How dare you come out instead of hiding in the formation? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? He put away the sky splitter and replaced it with the scepter of illusion. Open. A huge illusory world descended in an instant. The assassins who rushed out of the Assassin Tower sensed that a huge world was descending. Those with weaker strength were pulled in on the spot. Those with stronger strength changed their expressions and kept resisting. The illusory world can't stop it. I've been hit. I don't want to die. Under the huge illusory world, none of the experts who rushed out of the Assassin Tower could hold on for more than 10 breaths. All of them were pulled in and fell from the sky one by one. Everyone saw a spectacular scene. The experts of the Assassin Tower fell one by one, like rain, smashing into the nearby buildings. This is an illusory world. A top-level Saint Spirit secret skill killing move. This is the power of an 11th level Saint Spirit. Who is that person? Isn't he a strength-type Supreme Venerable? When did he learn this? It's too scary. In a face-to-face confrontation, the experts who rushed out of the Assassin Tower were all killed. Even the elders couldn't hold on for more than 7 breaths. The illusory world is at least an 11th level Saint Spirit secret skill. His Majesty Starlight involuntarily stood up and stared at the battlefield with a look of disbelief. An Origin Energy Divine Weapon, another Origin Energy Divine Weapon. Heavens, how is this possible? The illusory world wasn't something that a Supreme Venerable Body Cultivator could use. The only thing that was certain was that the scepter in the other party's hand was an Origin Energy Divine Weapon and a treasure of the School of Illusion. It could activate a powerful illusory world. Xing Haoran had known for a long time that Lin Fei's strength was tyrannical and terrifying. He had killed dozens of powerful assassins in a single confrontation, and each of them had a certain degree of fame. He had never thought that he could kill them so easily. He's really strong. They're all dead. Supreme Venerable Qin stared at everything outside, his face ashen. The illusory world is at least an 11th level Saint Spirit secret skill. No, that's not right. He has an Origin Energy Divine Weapon, a treasure of the School of Illusion. Supreme Venerable Qin had heard of such a treasure but hadn't seen many. Chapter 3024. Supreme Venerable Qin didn't expect that his judgment would lead to the annihilation of the Assassin Tower's upper echelon experts. Lin Fei's strength was completely beyond his imagination. Supreme Venerable Chen Ying couldn't laugh at the existence of an origin energy divine weapon. This was something that top powerhouses yearned for even in their dreams. No, that's not right. That long staff seemed to be an origin energy divine weapon. Apart from a true origin energy divine weapon, no other weapon can resist the invasion of the primordial annihilation power. Supreme Venerable Chen Ying felt that he had offended an unimaginable existence for losing 2 origin energy divine weapons. Supreme Venerable Chen Ying had seen a lot of things, but he really hadn't seen many people who had 2 origin energy divine weapons. Lin Fei, you killed so many people of our assassin tower. Our assassin tower will not rest until you are dead. Supreme Venerable Chen Ying shouted. Things had reached this point, and it was no longer a simple matter. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Not rest until I am dead? You don't have that qualification. Shadow Sneak. The sky-splitting staff appeared in his hand, and he fiercely slashed at the great array. Peng! A huge crack suddenly appeared on the defensive great array, and Lin Fei instantly disappeared, entering the assassin tower's branch. How can you come in? Supreme Venerable Chen Ying cried out involuntarily. The assassin tower's great array could not only resist the siege of powerhouses, but also prevent outsiders from sneaking in. The area with the primordial annihilation power was enough to kill any powerhouse. But Lin Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. This weakened version of the primordial annihilation power was like an itch to him. It posed no threat to him at all. Illusory world. A terrifying illusory world descended on the entire assassin tower. One by one, the assassin tower's powerhouses, regardless of whether they were strong or weak, were pulled into the illusory world and instantly killed. In a short time, apart from Supreme Venerable Chen Ying, there was no one alive in the assassin tower. Under the power of the origin energy divine weapon, the illusion scepter, no one could resist this kind of invisible attack. Supreme Venerable Chen Ying wasn't any better. He didn't even have a chance to attack the opponent. The huge illusory world pulled him, and he directly used 70% of his strength to resist, leaving only 30%. Leave, I must leave immediately. Supreme Venerable Chen Ying resisted the illusory world and retreated rapidly. This person was too terrifying. He wasn't someone he could deal with right now. Initially, Great Sovereign Chen Ying didn't think much of it. However, after seeing Lin Fei erupt with such terrifying strength, he regretted it. Even the assassin's tower wouldn't dare to offend such a top-notch powerhouse. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Fei snorted coldly. He was not surprised that the other party could withstand the illusory world. After all, the other party was the Tower Master. Shadow Stealth. This was a supreme secret technique he had obtained from the Shadow Throne Demon Monarch. A hand appeared behind Supreme Sovereign Chen Ying. With a poochie sound, the hand pierced through the Emperor will protection and pierced through his chest. The plunder skill was activated, plundering life energy without restraint. You will regret this. Grand Monarch Chen Ying couldn't stop the life energy from leaking out of his body. He could only watch as his fleshly body collapsed after uttering a few words with great difficulty. Go back and tell that person from your assassin tower that you can come and assassinate me at any time. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Fei said lightly, oh right, remember to bring more experts. It's really boring to kill ants like you. Ants? Supreme Sovereign Chen Ying's fleshly body also lost its life aura. The illusory world displayed by the illusion scepter is indeed top-notch. Even a great sovereign powerhouse can't resist it for long. Not to mention that I've learned Shadow Stealth, a secret technique that isn't inferior to the illusory world. Killing such a great sovereign is as easy as flipping my hand. Lin Fei stood still. The life energy from the corpses of the assassin's tower poured into his body continuously. However, compared to before, Lin Fei finally felt that the amount of life energy entering his body was just a drop in the bucket. Too little, really too little. Lin Fei shook his head. Prideful Heaven 10th layer and 11th layer really have great changes. The life energy of great sovereigns is actually useless now. How many powerhouses do I have to kill? Originally, he planned to plunder as much life energy as he could. Lin Fei was quite disappointed. It was still a big problem to accumulate enough life energy just by killing great sovereigns. I have to find a way. After suppressing these thoughts, Lin Fei began to plunder everything from the assassin's tower. Whatever treasure vault, in front of his strength, nothing could hide. Even the things hidden in the small space were all plundered. The assassin's tower's branch was destroyed. The other party was alone and single-handedly wiped out the assassin's tower's branch. The upper echelons of the Starlight world were in an uproar. The news also spread in some worlds near the Starlight world. Countless people were shocked. In the Black Domain, the infamous assassin's tower was actually wiped out by a single person. This was something that no one could imagine. Everyone was guessing the origin of this black-robed man. He dared to have the courage to wipe out the assassin's tower's branch. How domineering was he? He clearly didn't take the assassin's tower seriously. Our Starlight world wants everything from the assassin's tower. When Lin Fei brought the spoils of war to the Starlight Chamber of Commerce, the Chamber of Commerce's president, Xing Chenhai, immediately agreed to purchase these things. The Starlight Chamber of Commerce was still very interested in the assassin's tower's items, especially the one who wiped out the assassin's tower's branch. Others might not know, but he was very clear about it. He successfully sold off the assassin's tower's spoils of war. Lin Fei returned to the fifth prince's residence. This place was comfortable to stay in. Dao friend Lin, I didn't expect you to really wipe out the assassin's tower's branch. Right now, your reputation is rising in the worlds near the Starlight world. The Starlight Emperor appeared in the fifth prince's residence. I'm afraid the assassin's tower is regretting accepting this mission back then. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. By wiping out the assassin's tower's branch, it was equivalent to removing a thorn in the Starlight world's eye. It would be strange if the assassin didn't come. So it's your majesty. What a rare guest. Lin Fei smiled and invited the Starlight Emperor to take a seat inside. The Starlight Emperor smiled and walked over. He had made the right bet. Lin Fei was more mysterious and terrifying than he had imagined. With 2 essence energy weapons in his hands, he could do whatever he wanted in the Black Domain. The Starlight Emperor didn't believe that the other party didn't have any trump cards. In the courtyard, Lin Fei and the Starlight Emperor were sitting opposite each other. At the start, the two of them were chatting about some meaningless things. Xing Haoran could only stand outside the courtyard. Your Majesty, I helped you wipe out the Assassin's Tower's branch and destroyed the spoils of war for your Starlight Chamber of Commerce. Shouldn't you thank me? A thorn in your side has been removed. After this, the Assassin's Tower won't say anything. Lin Fei's tone suddenly changed as he smiled at the Starlight Emperor. Chapter 3025. Dark Domain. Assassin Tower's headquarters. A place that was infinitely close to the Yuan destruction power. The Assassin Tower used some unknown method to attract the Yuan destruction power and arranged a huge top-notch formation to build a huge assassin city with a huge area. Although many people in the Dark Domain knew the location of the Assassin Tower's headquarters, no one dared to act wildly in that place. Anyone who did would become a corpse. In that huge assassin city, even if an ultimate god expert came, it would be difficult to gain any advantage. That was also an important reason why the Assassin Tower deterred everyone. Supreme Sovereign Qin Ing immediately reported the situation to the Assassin Tower's chief tower master as soon as his avatar died. As for meeting the old ancestor ultimate god, he was not qualified to do so for the time being. Tower Master, the above information is correct. Lin Fei has 2 Yuan Qi divine weapons. One is a strength type and indestructible weapon while the other is an illusion type Yuan Qi divine weapon that can release an illusory world with great power. I saw it clearly. Supreme Sovereign Qin Ing lowered his head and reported. He never thought that one day he would be defeated so thoroughly. One illusory world and he was killed by the opponent's secret technique. Such a situation should not have happened to him. The Assassin Tower's Tower Master was a white-clothed young man with delicate features. No matter how one looked at him, he did not look like an expert. However, the other party was the Chief Tower Master of the Assassin Tower. In that case, Lin Fei's origin is very mysterious. With 2 Yuan Qi divine weapons, no wonder he had the confidence to flatten the Starlight World's branch. the white-clothed young man said faintly as his eyes became sharp. Supreme Sovereign Chinning did not dare to look at the white-clothed young man and nodded. Not only does he have a Yuan Qi divine weapon, but he also has an evil secret technique that can rob life energy. This subordinate was killed by the opponent's technique. Humph, there is no one in our assassin tower that can't be killed. Since this matter happened to you, I will allow you to bring an elite team of the assassin tower and arrange for a heavenly king to deal with Lin Fei. I want those 2 origin energy weapons. This subordinate will bring people over immediately. I will not let anyone beat us to it. Supreme Sovereign Chen Ying responded and left. In the Starlight world, the news of the Assassin Tower's branch being destroyed and Supreme Sovereign Chen Ying's death constantly spread. At the same time, another piece of news spread from the mouths of the major forces. The news that the mysterious black-clothed man had 2 complete Yuanli divine weapons on him had also spread. The news spread like wildfire. Everyone went crazy. That mysterious person in the Starlight world has 2 true essence energy weapons? Good stuff. I have to go. It's priceless. I heard that several notorious forces of the Black Domain have rushed to the Starlight world. I heard that the black-robed man has a good relationship with the Starlight royal family. This is bad. Starlight world is going to be in trouble. The news spread like wildfire. In the Starlight world, His Majesty Starlight also received the news from the outside. They're all eyeing fellow Taoist Lin's elemental energy divine weapon. Starlight shook its head and didn't know what to say when it saw the few forces at the front of the queue. A Yuan energy divine weapon, and a complete one at that. No matter who it was, it had a huge attraction. In particular, these forces are all first-rate forces in the Black Domain. They all have experts in their sections. I must inform fellow Taoist Lin of this immediately. Ever since the previous exchange with Lin Fei, His Majesty Starlight paid a huge price, but he also obtained something that he was satisfied with. Without the eyesore of the Assassin House, the Starlight world felt refreshed and its thoughts were completely clear. 5th Prince's residence. As the 5th Prince, Xing Haoran no longer had the leisure time of the past. Not long ago, His Majesty Starlight delegated more authority to him. Xing Haoran was so busy that he didn't have any free time. Fellow Taoist Lin, we can only blame ourselves for not sealing the news. Now, the news has been leaked. His Majesty Starlight took out the information in his hand. There's nothing to apologize about. After all, so many people have noticed it. There will definitely be people who can't control themselves and spread the news. Lin Fei didn't look at it. After using the elemental energy divine weapon, he had already expected it. There were so many people present, and not everyone was an idiot. His Majesty Starlight revealed a trace of awkwardness. In his heart, he hated those forces that leaked the news. Fortunately, fellow Taoist Lin Fei didn't get angry. I will handle this matter myself. Lin Fei stood up and stretched his waist, just a group of ants. Since they came, I will destroy them. Heaven Rush World, Starlight World's neighbor. There was also a branch of the Assassin House here. They all knew about what happened in the neighboring Starlight World. The headquarters also issued an order to mobilize their elites and head to the Starlight World at any time. On this day, a black figure appeared in the sky above the Heaven Rush World's imperial city, descending above the Assassin House's branch. As soon as the black figure appeared, it was followed by a thunderous destructive force that blasted the sky above the Assassin House's branch. This kind of attack consecutively blasted open the array of the Assassin House's branch. All the experts of the Assassin House's branch rushed out, but they couldn't stop this black figure's overbearing attack. After shuttling back and forth, all the experts of the Assassin House's branch were annihilated. After the black figure killed all the experts of the Assassin House's branch, he also looted everything in the branch, leaving behind an empty branch. It's him, the Starlight World's Lin Fei. The Emperor of the Heaven Rush World was also scared out of his wits. Why is this person here? He immediately suppressed all actions against the black figure. This ruthless person is not someone he can offend. He just witnessed everything with his own eyes. The Assassin House's branch has many experts, but in the hands of this person, it was like cutting melons and vegetables. After the Assassin House's branch in the Heaven Rush world was destroyed, the Assassin House's branches in the surrounding 7 or 8 worlds also suffered the same fate. Every time Lin Fei rushed into the Imperial City and violently destroyed the Assassin House's branch, those emperors acted as if they didn't see him and let him come and go. Lin Fei's name is known in the Starlight world to the extent that no one doesn't know him. Even those forces have become cold like cicadas in winter. Is he killing them for them to see? No one dared to talk nonsense. One by one, the patriarchs ordered their people not to talk nonsense. As long as this lord is alive, they will not dare to speak ill of him. Lin Fei wiped out 7 or 8 Assassin House's branches in a row and returned to the Starlight world. Chapter 3026. 8 Assassin Towers were destroyed in less than a few years. This made everyone realize how tyrannical and terrifying this supreme senior Lin Fei was. The branches of the Assassin's Tower, which were high and mighty in their eyes, were violently destroyed again and again. The Assassin Tower was furious. Lin Fei must be punished. This was challenging the authority of the Assassin Tower. If this person was not killed, no one would take the Assassin Tower seriously in the future. They had to teach Lin Fei a bloody lesson. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Black Domain, the forces that were interested in the 2 elemental energy divine weapons drove their Black Domain battleships to the vicinity of the Starlight world. This was considered fast. For the divine weapon, no one was willing to miss this opportunity. Along the way, Zhang Xian didn't stop at all. He was heading toward the Starlight dimension at full speed, afraid that he would be a step too late. Look, the experts of the Golden Dragon Nation are here. I didn't expect them to come. The people from Black Tiger Mountain are here as well. I heard that they joined forces to attack the mysterious Heaven Sect, causing the mysterious Heaven Sect to suffer heavy losses. This is beyond many people's expectations. The Brotherhood is here too. Why are they here? The Strife Legion is here too. None of them are weaker than the Starlight world. Huge and dignified Blackfield battleships arrived outside the Starlight world. They did not force their way in. Entering a new world might seem easy, but once they offended His Majesty, it would not be easy. Just the layer of origin extinguishing energy outside was enough to make them unable to endure it. The Starlight world was also boiling. With so many forces congregating outside the Starlight world, such a thing rarely happened. Unless it was the annihilation of a country, it would usually not happen. The people from Assassin Tower are here. I didn't expect him to come. The West-killing Heavenly King of the Assassin Tower's 10 Heavenly King stage assassins. This is a top great monarch, and he even has a complete origin power weapon. The Black Realm battleship of the Assassin Tower was enormous. Along the way, all the warships in front of it that could not dodge in time were smashed into pieces. It was a domineering and overbearing move. Those who were lucky enough to survive left the scene one after another, not even daring to say a word. The Assassin Tower's overbearingness was well known. Killing someone at the slightest disagreement was a common occurrence. Heavenly King, that Lin Fei is in the Starlight realm. Our men have been monitoring him. On the deck, a scout reported respectfully. The West-killing Heavenly King was one of the Assassin Tower's 10 great Heavenly Kings. He wore a scarlet cloak, and his eyes were sharp as he looked at the Starlight world not far away. Destroying 8 branches of the Assassin Tower in a row, Lin Fei is clearly provoking me, forcing me to deal with him personally. A boundless killing intent erupted from the West-killing Heavenly King. Everyone on the deck felt a chill down their spine. The might of a Heavenly King was unstoppable. Send someone to inform Starlight to open up the world formation and let us in, the Western-killing Heavenly King said coldly. The Starlight world was very strong, but compared to the Assassin's Tower, it was still a little lacking. He believed that the Starlight world would give him face. The people from the Assassin Tower are here. Just about everyone is here. The 5th Prince's residence. Lin Fei was looking at the experts gathered outside through the system. Among them, there were 2 that he was more familiar with. For example, the Golden Dragon Country and the Black Tiger Mountain. He didn't expect them to be here as well. Senior Lin Fei, the Assassin's Tower's West-killing Heavenly King has just informed Emperor Father to open up the world formation. This matter, Xing Haoran said respectfully. No need. I will go out and meet them. Lin Fei smiled. His entire body turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Senior is indeed a senior. Just the number of people from the outside is over 10,000, and the majority of them are elites. Xing Haoran didn't have the courage to do so. He went out by himself? Before the Starlight Emperor could react, he felt a tyrannical aura exiting from the royal city. This emperor has to treat any of these forces with caution, but the Starlight Emperor shook his head and stood up. Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. The front wave has already fallen onto the beach. Outside the Starlight world, the warship of the Assassin Tower was at the front, and it seemed like they were the first to rush in. He came out. The West-killing Heavenly King, who had been looking at the Starlight world, said indifferently, "He is truly fearless. This has saved us a lot of trouble." If the Starlight Emperor was protecting Lin Fei, it wouldn't be that easy to kill him. But now that he had taken the initiative to come out, it was a completely different story. In this vast world, Lin Fei would definitely die. He came out. That's great. Once he comes out, everyone will make a move. He has an elemental energy weapon in his hand, and it is extremely powerful. Even if the Heavenly King assassin from the Assassin Tower was present, the other forces wouldn't have any fear. No matter how tyrannical the Assassin Tower was, they wouldn't dare to offend everyone here at once. Whoever could kill Lin Fei would be able to obtain the treasures on him. All the forces here wanted to fish a fortune from Lin Fei. Now that the opportunity was here, no one was willing to miss it. He knew that they were outside, yet he still dared to show himself. They could only say that there was something wrong with his brain. Do it. As soon as Lin Fei came out, he was immediately targeted. All sorts of treasures came crashing down. All sorts of supportive treasures covered the sky and landed on Lin Fei's body, such as slowing, gravity, paralysis, poison, freezing, and many other treasures. This scene caused the forces in the Starlight world to suck in a breath of cold air. Any expert that encountered such a situation would definitely end up in a miserable state. No one could block the attacks of these supportive treasures, and they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Haha, so many forces are attacking me. What an honor! The sky was filled with all sorts of Emperor Will and Saint Spirit attacks. A black-robed man walked over unhurriedly, and all the attacks were blocked by a barrier. He blocked it? How is this possible? What kind of protective barrier could be so powerful? The black-robed man who came out from the sky had a faint smile of disdain on his face as he faced the attacks of the crowd. What a powerful protective cultivation technique. West-killer Heavenly King narrowed his eyes. He couldn't see through this protective cultivation technique, but it was actually so powerful that it could block all attacks of Emperor Will. This was a little too domineering. The experts of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were both attacking. They didn't care who the other party was. They attacked the moment they came out. Golden Dragon Country, Black Tiger Mountain, you guys are quite bold. Are you guys going to do it again? Lin Fei entered the Starlight world as if he had entered an uninhabited land. His eyes met the position of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain with a faint smile on his face. The experts from the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were the ones who came from the Forbidden Land. At first, they felt that the name was familiar and didn't take it seriously. However, when they heard the other party's voice, their faces changed. It's him. How can it be him? The owner of 2 Yuan Force weapons is actually him. What the hell? They couldn't forget the scene in the Forbidden Land where they were almost wiped out. The Black Heaven sect was a good example. Chapter 3027. In order to obtain Lin Fei's 2 complete origin energy divine weapons. In the Black Realm, there were many forces close to the Starlight world. There were more than 10,000 people in total. Tens of thousands of people attacking one person was quite a spectacular scene. Looking from a distance, one couldn't see the other party's figure. All kinds of Emperor Will and Holy Spirits attacked wave after wave. The momentum alone was enough to frighten countless people to death. But today, the scene had been rewritten. Facing tens of thousands of people, the mysterious black-robed man formed a shield around his body and blocked all the attacks. These attacks, which could normally threaten to kill a peak supreme sovereign, fell on the other party like tickles, completely beyond everyone's expectations and imagination. When the black-robed man walked out of the sky full of attacks like an invincible being, he shouted at the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain Elder experts. Then, they heard the two forces' elders' expressions change dramatically, and they shouted at their subordinates to stop the attacks. Golden Dragon Nation, stop. Black Tiger Mountain, stop. The elders shouted loudly. Those people who were at a loss, after being punched and kicked by the elder, all of them came to a stop. They couldn't beat the great Demon King. In the Forbidden Land, they had seen a series of supreme sovereigns running together, and they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. The forces that had been attacking were dumbfounded when they saw the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain stop. Did they know this person? Senior Lin, this is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The Golden Dragon Nation elder expert explained. That's right, we all believe the rumors. The Black Tiger Mountain elder expert also explained. If we knew it was you, we wouldn't have dared to come. On the way here, the Golden Dragon Nation and Black Tiger Mountain elder experts had secretly discussed that it would be best to act together. Maybe they could get great benefits. Lin Fei walked forward step by step, facing everyone's attacks. The attacks of Emperor Will and Holy Spirits were all shaken off. Go on, you haven't eaten yet, so use all your strength. Lin Fei said with a casual smile. Use all my strength? We've used all our strength, okay? You're just too strong. More than 10,000 people were attacking him, and there was no lack of high lords and great venerables among them. How could he even fight if they posed no threat to him? Misunderstanding? Do you think I'll believe that? Lin Fei smiled at the elders of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain. Jean Longhua and the elder from Black Tiger Mountain looked at each other. They knew that if they didn't show their attitude today, they wouldn't be able to leave this place. The great Demon King's strength was even more terrifying than before. A single barrier was enough to block everyone's attacks. Everyone from the Golden Dragon Nation, listen up. Attack with me. The Golden Dragon Country elder gave the order and attacked a force not far away. Kill them all. This elder powerhouse was the first to attack. With a big move, he killed dozens of people from the other side. Kill. The cultivators of the Golden Dragon Country were not fools. They immediately turned around and attacked the people nearby. Black Tiger Mountain, listen up. Kill them all. The cultivators of Black Tiger Mountain also followed suit. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, they killed the people around them by surprise. The people of the two forces were quite cooperative. They quickly attacked and rushed into the nearby forces like a sharp knife. The cultivators of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were working especially hard. Kill them all. We must perform well. If we don't, we'll all die. In order to survive, they couldn't care less. Once the great Demon King attacked, they would definitely die. If they attacked the surrounding forces now, they might still have a chance to survive. Everyone knew what to do. That man is too powerful. With just a few words, the Golden Dragon Kingdom and the Black Tiger Mountain, two first-rate forces, turned their guns on these forces. How terrifying! Even the attacks of the High Lords and Great Venerables couldn't break through that man's barrier. When did a body-tempering cultivator become so powerful? Everyone in the Starlight World, including those outside, widened their eyes. In their eyes, Lin Fei became majestic, tall, and invincible, taking root in their hearts. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with the actions of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain. These people really knew how to change. Kill them well. This time, I'll take it as a misunderstanding. Lin Fei said with a smile. The elders of the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, they led their disciples to kill everyone in their way. Lin Fei's gaze shifted. Assassin Tower, do you only have so few people? As one of the 10 Heavenly King assassins, The Western Killer King had seen all kinds of experts. However, this was the first time he had seen someone so powerful. He faintly felt a trace of worry. This man was more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder he dared to attack the 8 branches of the Assassin Tower alone. With just these few people, we can still kill you, the Western Killer King shouted. The people of the Assassin Tower are not people you can kill just because you want to. Assassin Tower's disciples, follow me and kill. Supreme Monarch Chen-ing also came. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, he waved his hand and led a team of 1,000 people, charging out like a dragon. Among the forces present, the Assassin Tower was the strongest. The rest were just so. After Proud Heaven's 11-layered physique, the attacks of ordinary Emperor Will and Sacred Spirits were no threat. Even the attacks of a Supreme Monarch were like tickles to him. This was the strength of Proud Heaven at the late stage. Supreme Monarch Chen-ing led a team of 1,000 people, charging towards Lin Fei like a black dragon. As the leader, he had brought an Origin Energy Divine weapon from the Assassin Tower. With this Origin Energy Divine weapon in hand, Supreme Monarch Chen-ying's strength skyrocketed, reaching the peak of the Supreme Monarch realm. You still dare to come after your doppelganger died last time? You don't need to go back. Supreme Monarch Chen-ing attacked a dozen times in a row. Every time his domineering attacks were blocked by Yang Kai's protective barrier, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Lin Fei shook his head and made a grabbing motion with his hand. His arms suddenly expanded, blotting out the sky. Supreme Monarch Chen-ing and the others seemed to have fallen into a huge trap. Quick, hack! The team of 1,000 people attacked the palm with all their might. As Lin Fei closed his palm, Grand Monarch Chen-ing and the others he had brought with him landed in his palm. Lin Fei gently squeezed them, as if they were nothing at all. His tyrannical power swept over them, instantly crushing them into meat paste. Die! After Lin Fei crushed the 1,000 elites of the Assassin Tower with a single palm strike, the Western Killing Heavenly King made his move. He arrived behind Lin Fei, and a black short blade streaked across the air, piercing into Lin Fei's protective barrier. The West Killing Heavenly King had endured patiently. Even though 1,000 elites had died, he was indifferent. He was waiting for the best opportunity. The black dagger easily tore a hole in Yang Kai's protective barrier, which couldn't be broken by 10,000 people. No one can survive after killing someone from the Assassin Tower. You should be proud that you can die at the hands of the Divine Weapon Killer. The black dagger stabbed into Lin Fei's back through the hole. Chapter 3028. Father, will Senior Lin Fei be alright? Xing Haoran asked worriedly. That's the Western Killing Heavenly King. His first move was a thunderous one, and he even used the Assassin Tower's essence weapon. Xing Chenlight's expression was solemn. The Assassin Tower's 10 Heavenly Kings all have a trump card. The Western Killing Heavenly King is truly ruthless. He used the death of the elite squad to attract Lin Fei's attention, then took the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack. With the help of Lifestealer, fellow Taoist Lin Fei is most likely dead. That's Lifestealer. Xing Haoran's expression changed. Rumor has it that the 10 Heavenly Kings all have treasures similar to Lifestealer. They can absorb essence destruction power and store it within. Once it explodes, its power is boundless. He wants to use the essence destruction power to destroy Senior Lin Fei's body. What a vicious method. What was the most powerful thing about a body-tempering Grandmaster? It was their body. Without a strong body, they were nothing. The greatest power of essence destruction power was destruction. Any existence would be destroyed before the essence destruction power. Yes, that's Lifestealer. Xing Chenlight couldn't help but worry. The Western Killing Heavenly King wielded the black dagger, Lifestealer. As long as it pierced into Lin Fei's body, he would be able to take his life. No matter what peak Grandmaster, as long as he got close to him, his fate would be sealed. You're mistaken. The one who will die is not me, but you. Lin Fei trembled, and a terrifying energy burst out, colliding with the Western Killing Heavenly King's body. He was sent flying, coughing up blood, and his body began to collapse. Idiot, didn't anyone tell you that getting close to a body-tempering Grandmaster will never end well? A huge black hole tore open around Lin Fei. Before the Western-killing Heavenly King's lifestealer could stab down, he was sent flying, and his body completely collapsed. How can his strength be so strong? It's like I was hit by a huge hand, and my body collapsed uncontrollably. The Western-killing Heavenly King recondensed his body, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes. How could such crushing power appear on his opponent? Now it's over. The Assassin Tower's powerhouses have disappointed me. A palm appeared in front of him, piercing through his chest. A massive amount of life energy flowed out like a flood. I'm one of the 10 great Heavenly Kings. You can't kill me. The Western-killing Heavenly King was in despair. He was unable to stop his life force from flowing away, and eventually he turned to ashes. With his prideful Heaven 11-fold physique activated, he could plunder everything in a few breaths of time. Even the Western-killing Heavenly King is dead. Too invincible. Completely crushed. One of the 10 Heavenly Kings, Shisha, was a top expert in the Black Domain. However, such a top-notch expert had died in the hands of Lin Fei just like that, unable to resist at all. The elders of Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country secretly wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. Fortunately, we made the choice. Even if we have to pay a loss, it's worth it. He's too powerful. The West-killing Heavenly King died before he could even show his might. The Black Tiger Mountain and the Golden Dragon Country once again besieged the forces present. Even the Western-killing Heavenly King was dead, and the Assassin Tower was almost completely wiped out. Their choice was correct. Lin Fei grabbed the fatal black dagger and felt the dangerous aura of primordial destruction energy in it. Is this the trump card? Even if I use it, my physical body can withstand it. It's not much of a threat to me. However, it's definitely a killing move for the other supreme experts. With the death of the Western-killing Heavenly King, the remaining experts of the Assassin Tower almost fainted. The Western-killing Heavenly King, one of the 10 Heavenly Kings, was killed just like that. Was this still the Western-killing Heavenly King that they had imagined? He was too weak. Lin Fei rushed up to the warship of the Assassin Tower. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light swept toward all the heavenly gods present. One by one, they exploded and silence fell. No one could withstand the power of Lin Fei's flick of his finger. It was a true instant kill. The Assassin Tower is finished. The Western-killing Heavenly King is also dead. The forces that were fighting with the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Did the Assassin Tower have to be finished so quickly? You're the Assassin Tower. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei had withstood 10,000 people's attacks at the start and had a defensive technique that made him unparalleled, they wouldn't have been so afraid. Now, the Assassin Tower was finished. The several first-rank forces lost their confidence. If they didn't run now, when would they run? One of the first-rank forces with the fastest reaction had just turned around to flee when a giant palm fell from the sky, slapping on their bodies. One by one, the heavenly god masters died. Whoever dares to run, I don't mind slapping you to death one by one. After Lin Fei's palm slapped out, the entire place quieted down. No one dared to move anymore. All of you, stand there obediently and don't move. You don't even dare to disobey Senior's words, you're courting death. The Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain's masters stopped moving, but they cooperated with each other, roaring at the other forces like vile villains. We are. One of the Ninth Order Heavenly God Realm Masters tried to introduce his background. A loud bang rang in the air, but a palm landed on his body, turning him into a mist of blood. Lin Fei stood in this person's position. I hate using violence the most. Of course, if you think you're tough enough, you can give it a try. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Give it a try? Everyone shook their heads. Only a fool would give it a try. With this kind of violence, anything in front of you would be smashed to pieces. Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain, come here. Lin Fei waved at the elders of the two factions, and they obediently flew over like sheep. They looked very well behaved, completely lacking the high-spirited attitude they had before. Senior, feel free to instruct us. The two of them lowered their stance. You all know how to handle matters. Seeing that you've done a good job, I think I should reward you with a gift. Lin Fei pointed at the people present. Take everything off their bodies. I never let people work for nothing. Take everything off their bodies? The two elders swallowed nervously. There were more than 10,000 people here. If they really took everything off their bodies, those things, why wouldn't I dare? Lin Fei said with a smile. Many thanks for Senior's gift, we'll do it right away. The Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain's disciples swiftly carried out their orders. Take out everything you have. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Take everything out. This was not the first time the Golden Dragon Country and Black Tiger Mountain's disciples had taken the spoils of war, but compared to this time, it paled in comparison. They were filled with excitement and fear as they collected the spoils of war. The forces present dared not voice their indignation. Didn't they see that the master just now was killed with a slap the moment he opened his mouth? They could only obediently hand over everything on their bodies. In an instant, the High Lords and Great Venerables wanted to cry. That was their wealth,